Hello, folks. How's it going? Dude, Drama Wednesday, am I right? Except that it's Friday. Drama Friday, kicking off like wild out here. Like wild. What's up, Rendon? How's it going? Let's hop into the EMEA stream.
And the Spanish fans. Yeah, and the Spanish fans
Epic pen.
Because Team Heretics, they're good. They might even be the best.
They could be the best. They could be the best. Oh, hello. Why am I up in the top corner? That's not where I'm supposed to be.
So many questions after kickoff, and I feel, Billy, that we found a lot of answers.
Oh, 100%. I think Team Heretics.
Where am I supposed to be, though? Somewhere over here?
Right now, right?
I'll be able to figure it out in a bit.
The rest, but of course, Fnatic as well had an
think I'm
amazing
supposed to
game against Team
be
Liquid last week. I felt like we were all like
maybe
sitting
like
there,
there,
shaking our hands, going, "Oh my God, what's gonna
not
happen?"
100% sure.
So,
What's
yeah,
up?
it was
What's
a
up?
Super exciting week last week.
Cover the minimap like you're streaming? Yeah. Team Heretics are not winning a map at Toronto, in my opinion. Okay, why? Do you want to give any evidence as to why the EMEA team that looks like the best EMEA team would not win a map at Toronto? Just pure rage baiting? I have seen the drama. The drama with no info besides just people saying stuff with no proof? Yeah, no proof at the moment, or at least proof that's only been submitted internally to Riot. Yeah. The problem with these kind of topics is they normally take a long time to properly investigate. So I gotta be honest, I think you won't hear a resolution to this for a long time.
To think that we're going to a global event and we're not going to have Foot there as one of our EMEA representatives.
Hello, hello.
One there, but I think as well Navi, I think they'd improved so much since kickoff, and I really.
My NA contacts fell through. Do you want 15k in crypto? No, thank you. No, thank you. I know enough to say no.
When stage 2 comes.
Of course, and the second game today will be a qualification game, so the winner of BBL versus Liquid will be joining Fnatic and Team Heretics in Toronto. But let's talk about this upper bracket final.
Yeah, it's all kicking off in tier 2 North America, huh? Too much money.
Yeah,
too much money for online games.
The question there was Team Liquid going to finish up on top of
the allegation about the Riot anti-cheat, though, is the most important, in my opinion.
As I said, currently undefeated
and
on this stage 1,
that needs a pretty hefty, like, amount of evidence, you know what I mean?
On everybody else.
It's not just that, it's the form that they're in at the moment as well, right?
Because that's kind of, if people aren't aware, that's kind of how quite a lot of the online cheating works in Counter-Strike, is that people involved in the tournament organizers will give a live clean feed to, or just the minimap, something like that, to players or teams. And then with the live minimap, the teams are able to essentially cheat, right? It's not necessarily that they're like walling or something and somehow the anti-cheat is like being paid off to not detect them or something like that. It's that they normally, you know, either have access to like a live API or more likely a live minimap or something like that. So there are precedents, that's what I'm saying. There are precedents for this to happen, which makes it not the most ridiculous accusation, even though it's an extraordinary accusation. Match fixing is a lot more serious than cheating, in my opinion. I don't think I really agree with you, because I think match fixing is almost an inevitability when you have a high amount of money in betting scenes that are unregulated and players that want money. Because it's really difficult to detect in unregulated betting scenes. But something like in some kind of person involved in tournament organization assisting people to cheat is enormous, in my opinion. So,
yeah, I've seen a lot of things that's going on in
no, that's fine.
We weren't addressing
that AWC command is fine, Retro.
Thanks for giving us Crashies. Thank you for that, because he has come out looking like one of the best players we have in our region.
I mean, match fixing is obviously an extremely bad thing to have in the scene, but actually tackling it is really difficult when it's
the fact that
when it's being run through like
shine
crypto
in
gambling
these
markets.
clutch situations. It doesn't matter if it's a 2v2,
I mean,
if it's
one of
just
the ways that you could do it
himself,
perhaps is
really
just
looks
by
like he's recovered his confidence.
Yeah, I
not
wanna look at all the doubters
permitting
right now, because there was a lot
any
of doubters
public
at the
access
very
to a
start
live
of this year,
API
but
for
I
these
think
kind of
that
games so that
it is
everything has to be
crazy, right?
done,
But, like, I think Crashes is kind of
you know,
come
after
to
the game
almost
wraps
the top
up.
of his
But
game right
even
now
then,
with
you
the
could
form
still
that
do a
we've
lot
seen
of
from him.
betting
We're
on the
looking at
results.
him,
You just
we're
wouldn't
not
be able
just
to do
looking at
betting
the
on,
KDA for Crashes,
you know,
right? We're looking at the value
in
he's
the moment
adding to
live
the
stuff.
team
So
in
it
the
wouldn't
sense
even
of what
crack
utility
down that
usage is
heavily.
he having? What's his awareness looking like? You know, the actual impact that he's having within this team.
We saw KC match fix for a whole year. I think they were just bad. I think they were just bad.
With all the good individuals that they have that could go for a
I
crazy
think they were
play,
just bad.
Maybe at the beginning of the year you would think the Crushes would be the easier of one, but he's proven all them doubters wrong. And if he keeps,
I'm not saying,
like
chat, I'm not
this,
saying that
he's
the
going to get
cheating is worse than the match
I love
fixing.
the
And
way
also
he has the
worse is
confidence
like,
too,
what the
because we
fuck does
heard
worse
from
even mean?
that
Like,
interview
yeah,
where
match
he said,
fixing,
"Boys, okay,
match
map
fixing
one,
can
map
get you
two,
jail
you
time for
handle it,
sure.
but trust
I
me,
mean,
when we
depending
go
on
to
where you
banter,
live, cheating can get you
trust me,
jail
the
time
eye
too.
gonna
I
be
think South
unreal
Korea have been
banter.
cracking
When is he
cracking
ever
down on
gonna
that pretty
battle
heavily.
banter? Like, let's be honest, I don't ever remember seeing
But
a single bad time.
I think for the
Bad performance from him.
competitive
You do have to
integrity
wonder
side of
where
things, for people's
things
confidence in the scene,
of course, this is
if
the last
allegations
match that we saw in the
around,
entirety of the regular season, right? So the map veto is something that we need to be very expectant of, because
people
for both
being
of these
cheating
teams,
and that
on the side
being
of Fnatic, we
endorsed
kind of
from
know that
within
they're
the
gonna keep
tournament
doing what they're doing,
organizer
so
or
otherwise
even
not
publisher
bad
side of
for
things,
a
that
little
would
bit,
be
troll against Heretics, I feel like they would exploit
worse
that
as a sign of
situation.
corruption,
My
I
question
think.
is on
Less
Heretics, how
widespread,
much have they
and
put
so you could argue
onto this?
about
Do they
that.
want to take on
But
Fnatic on a map that they're
I
really
think-
strong in and they could have a read on,
I think
or
worse.
are they going to go completely crazy? I don't know.
I hope they don't deviate from the icebox choice because Billy, Kayak plays Sage. How fun
Anyway,
was that?
we'll see.
It's so
We'll see
funny
what
though,
happens.
Because I know that before we even went into that, I was like, oh, you know,
Hello,
Kayak's
Mr.
been
Josh.
Gecko on
Please
map
play the
before,
Daily
but then
Scramble.
we got a
It is
Sage out of him,
hilariously
and
bad
it's
today, Omega
honestly
lol.
such a lovely thing to see from him,
Yeah, we
right?
could have a
I
look.
think it just
We
shows
could have a
as
look at the
well, like, how
Scrandle.
deep his agent pool actually is.
Who's winning
Let's
today?
say he's bringing
My
to this team.
opinion,
Let's not forget,
Team
this is
Heretics
his
win.
first year in
But
Tier 1.
Team Heretics
The
played
shoes
against
that you
Fnatic
have to
earlier
fill,
on,
right? Having to come in
and
after
Team
replacing
Heretics
Derek out, like,
allowed
he's really had
Lotus
kind of
to
live
come
up to
through.
those
They
moments, and I think
banned
staying on the
Split,
stage
from
and
what I
having fun
remember.
with it as well.
That's a map where Team Heretics played double duelist. They played Raze ISO there, and then they also they beat Team Heretics on Lotus, and then they smacked them on Haven. It was like 13-5 or something. So
Definitely need that kind of confidence when you go
I
on the
think
stage, and
Fnatic
he's
will
completely
have
right.
really worked on their
Where
Haven.
before and
Question
after,
is,
and
can
that's
they
so much impact
turn around a
versus rounds.
13-5 loss?
Business
Probably
is a
not.
perfect example.
And I'm wondering
team after team
what's
like
going on
Fnatic
with
where
this
you
map,
all
because I think this
that
one's
still
crucial.
have
Like, if you
someone
let
that can
Fnatic
try
get
and
Lotus, they are
parts
almost always going to
down,
win
and
it.
him individually
But
also having the confidence to
Heretics were able to take that map last time they played. I think Heretics wins 2-1. I think this time Fnatic are able to take a map off
Yeah,
them.
he was pocket saging crashes a lot of the time.
But
on
I'm
his icebox, but it's like
I'm
you say,
imagining
it's
that
the
it's
vibes
going to
of the walls, being
be
able to-
Lotus
this one
that they
is a
win,
perfect
because I
example,
think they'll
right?
just be
Being able
allowed to
to
pick it
finish off,
again.
but then also getting cheeky
I think
with
they'll
it,
still
right?
ban
Being
Split,
able to
personally.
sit up on top
But
of
we'll
a
see.
wall with the outlaw if you want to.
One way to
Yeah,
combat
no, I
match
think
fixing is to
it's happened a
improve
lot, but
incentives
I
for
think
players
it
to compete in
was
Tier
very
2
much
with higher
reflected
salaries,
by
etc.
the whole team.
And my
Yes,
Split was
but
the carrying because really, if you look
that's
back on
true.
that
That
match,
is going to
they
lower
shouldn't
the
have lost.
incentive for
After
match
every
fixing,
matches, the way
but
Kayak has performed
then
against
it just
the fan
pushes
base
the
and lost
problem
was
further
losing
down the
as
chain.
suspect,
Like, you
but
can't
more importantly,
you
I think
can't
the most
build
important question I will ever ask you
a
two in my entire
gaming
career,
scene
okay? Does
where
Kayak on a war
or
have the
where
same degree
everybody
to
who
it as
ever wants to take part at every tier, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, whatever. You can't make a scene where all of these people are paid a living wage. There's not enough money. There's like literally not enough money in interest. So what Riot have done is focus really heavily on this and make it like there is no possible reason for somebody economically, financially to want to match fix in the tier 1 level. It just wouldn't make sense. Even with the size of like the crypto gambling kind of sphere. In tier 2 though, there currently is, but if you protected it like this, then I think all you do is push it down to like the tier 3, tier 4 level, where these tournaments would now just be a hive of it. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you're actually fixing it so much as just spending an enormous amount of money to push the problem further down in the scene. And maybe, I mean, that's probably better. It's probably better because tier 2 is actually really important to having your flow into tier 1. And if the tier 2 system doesn't work whatsoever, then you're a bit fucked. But
yeah, and then we can say Kayak. It doesn't hit the same.
But
it doesn't hit the same.
yeah, the reality is anywhere that gambling is, you are going to get anywhere where gambling is and has a large amount of money involved in it, you're going to get this. And it doesn't matter whether Riot allows gambling or doesn't, because it's all happening on fucking, you know, random deregulated crypto betting websites anywhere you know, Riot can't do anything about it. I don't know what they could do about it anyway. Could they block the API access to those websites? I don't think they can do that. Maybe.
Yes, he is. And
is match fixing jail time? It's not, right? It could be. It could be. In reality, it isn't. But if it was large enough and it had enough connections to organized crime, and if there was a reason to prosecute it, then it could be.
That is always surrounding him. So of course it is a big player, even though a young player, to be scared of.
But the reality is that it won't be.
Something against us. But he does that against everyone.
I mean, think back to the BBL game last week, that 1v3.
But you can only bet on Pro and Challengers Valorant. You can't bet on Tier 3. But if Pro and Challengers Valorant didn't have...
End up winning that map.
Why? Is there a reason for that low TB curve? Or is that just because the betting websites haven't decided to?
And is that the win condition for Heretics today?
There's many of them. I think the momentum for Heretics is always important. So starting off on a good foot, especially against a team like Fnatic, but we'll have to wait to see the veto, I'd say, first.
Yeah, and they're favored in this matchup historically too. Yeah. They've won way more compared to Fnatic.
They just don't have lines to pick for them.
Today. I had the pleasure of catching up
but does that mean that they wouldn't in the future?
Reunion. And speaking of Rians, I'm now joined by the dynamic duo of Rians from...
I don't think you need a stream to bet on something either. Plenty of people bet on stuff that they don't watch. It's like, I don't see any reason why there's a hard line in the sand there underneath challengers, but would it be better to create a system where challengers had a living wage and weren't incentivized to take additional money? Yeah, but dude, the amount of money that'd have to be extra in the scene for that to be a feasible possibility is kind of crazy, I think. Because there's already a lot of Tier 1 pros that are being paid a lot of money. You know, if you compare it to something like tennis worldwide, tennis has an extremely top-heavy payout system where, like, the further down you go, like the pro... I don't know.
I feel like I have to say him.
How many pros do we have that are on a living wage in Valorant?
Yeah. Why? I mean, I think he's the greatest of all time.
It's...
You agree?
I never play against him, so I don't know.
I never played against Leo. I never played against Leo, so I don't know.
Match in EMEA that you've ever played in?
Yeah, tennis is like particularly badly distributed to the point where a lot of people who are on the come up in tennis are not getting paid enough to live. Even if they're actually like pretty good professional players. And when I say pretty good, I mean like, you know, top 200 or something.
Navi game in 2024 kickoff that we come back on Sunset, and I think we qualified for Masters Madrid on that game, and it was like huge comeback. And it was amazing for me.
What about the loss? Because I feel like we don't talk about those.
No, tennis is particularly bad, Retro.
Real loss, you think?
Compared to like major franchise sports in the United States or soccer or something like that, tennis is like really bad in terms of distributing its money. Insanely top heavy.
I would say Fnatic game that Leo was dropping 90 or something.
Oh, individual sports. Sorry.
Yeah, the grand final.
I didn't understand what you meant.
And then they just come back to us. It was really sad. But yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You lose against them very often, though. What about you, Alpha?
To be honest, I don't know. If you lose, we deserve that.
Every loss is pretty surreal. Every loss is surreal. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me, and best of luck today.
Dude, Alpha just doesn't give a fuck in those kind of interviews. Flanking Frida, thank you for the 25 months.
4 teams are still standing. With 4
I don't understand how much money is being funneled into Tier 2 match fixing and why. Why would anyone put money into it? The reasons why Tier 2 match fixing happens is because gambling sites make money from Tier 2, right? By setting the lines and having an edge. And then people realize that they can fix the matches to some degree, whether that's, you know, depending on what it is. Maybe you're losing by a certain amount of rounds. Maybe you're winning by a certain amount of rounds. Maybe it's just a win-loss kind of thing. And so then people are trying to run it via... They're trying to, you know, pay players in order to throw so that when they bet a lot of money on it, they're guaranteed a result. It's a great trophy. That's a much, much better trophy than last time. They really improved that for EMEA.
And the other one, this could be their long-awaited first. Please join me and welcome your upper bracket finalists, Team Heretics and Fnatic, onto the stage.
Why would anyone bet on tier 2 is my question. I mean, people are fans of tier 2 and people do it. And they also think that they can make money by doing it because they like know about it or whatever. Like, why do people bet on anything? Same reason. I got my wisdom teeth removed, but I couldn't miss Benji Fishy though. Grubs, thank you for the 15 months. Who do you have winning today? I've got Heretics winning 2-1, I think. I think Fnatic will be able to win a map. I'm expecting them to play a closer game than they did last time against Heretics. I'm expecting them to come out with some like good answers. But I think Heretics' individual form has been pretty spectacular, and I think they're just better at maps like Haven and maybe even Lotus, where Fnatic have been relying on quite a lot this season.
We've had since the partnership era. When Fnatic made the playoffs, they make a final. But Team Heretics, they still haven't won a trophy. And it's pretty fair to say that they're the favorite for the first time in a while coming into this. So the map vetos are going to be very
I am interested in the map vetos. What the? We are doing an extreme close-up here. Banner split? Pearl, yeah. Split, yeah. Fnatic pick Fracture this time. Okay, instead of Lotus. And Icebox... Fnatic then ban Haven, and we end with Lotus. So we get Lotus anyway, which I think is going to be a lot closer than it was maybe last time. Like, it might even flip over to Fnatic. This Fracture pick is really interesting here, because I thought that people would not really want to be playing this very much, but Fnatic certainly seeming like they've identified a bit of a weakness in what Heretics are going for. I think Heretics was able to second round ban this last time.
Yeah, they banned it near enough every single week in the regular season, whether it was in their first
All right, let's see.
Wave. However, the last time that they met Fnatic, it was Split that they banned, and of course Fnatic deciding to pick into that.
So I think this is a good map veto. Icebox I think is a really good one too. I think
But yeah, it's the Icebox. Team Heretics.
I think Icebox is going to be pretty much guaranteed for Heretics. It's just looked really, really good, and I think that Fnatic, despite the fact they were getting a huge amount of value from the Sage, I think Team Heretics' overall game plan looked a lot better than Fnatic's. And I think they'll have specific game plans around the Sage. Yeah, Heretics are banning Ascent, I think, because last time they played, they beat them on Lotus. I think a lot of it's going to come down to map 1. Map 1 feels like a must-win map for Fnatic. Is it possible they could win on Icebox and Lotus? Yeah. But it feels like a pretty heavy must-win kind of map, this first one for Fnatic. Mephistopheles, thank you for the 54 months. Yo, Sleepy Toast, thank you for the $5 as well. Does skipping groups actually give teams a higher chance of winning a tournament? I mean, I would say yes. The data might disagree. Is the sample size large enough to give you an accurate statistical read on that? I don't know. Right, okay, so pretty mirror. Now, I think that Benji is going to be a lot better than Alpha, yeah, in terms of playing defense Cypher. I wasn't very impressed with how Alpha was playing defense Cypher last time. He was alright, but I'm anticipating that Benji will be a bit better. You like the Bren of heading Althea? I don't hate Althea at all. I just think that Benji's a better site anchor than Althea is. Especially when he's getting, like, you know, crunched on. Why getting reps with Tejo when you're already qualled? Because people want to win a trophy. I feel like the Valorant audience is a couple of years behind this, but the players actually want to fucking win. Like, the reason that they're competitors is because they want to win, they want a legacy, they want trophies. And I feel like the audience still doesn't understand that. Not all players, not in tier 2. Okay, the tier 1 players, the tier 1 players who are already getting paid very large salaries, they want to win trophies. They don't view them as seeding matches. They don't view them as Mickey Mouse seeding matches. It's only the audience who are sat there curmudgeonly at home going like, oh, these fucking Mickey Mouse games for seeding. Is this an upper bracket final game for seeding? That's like, no, it's for a trophy, man, and the players are viewing it like that. Oh, it's me! What the hell?
But now it's time to get into the game, Tom. Hell of a matchup here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I love what they were talking about on the desk towards the end.
Yeah, they've still got quite a bit of practice for the new meta. Not a lot, but whoever wins the grand finals has quite a lot of time to practice. If you lose the grand finals or you come third, you don't actually have that much in EU.
I think if you have maps, especially historically...
Bren did call all of 2024 Mickey Mouse. I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
Was one of their best in the past. You got Fractured to kick it off, and then finishing on a Lotus. You couldn't ask for much more. But we're not back.
All right, let's have a look.
In those days, and Heretics
the highest map steal rate in VCT. I like that, the name of that stat.
Bracket finals and grand final. This was the matchup going back to last year. You've just seen the stat pop up there. 70% win rate when it comes to their opponent's map picks for Team Heretics.
Okay, so doing a little bit of pressure over towards Dish from both of these teams. You can hear that Boaster's heard these players over down here, and Fnatic just destroy them. That's massive from Kayak. And Boaster's gotten inside the smoke in A main, which is a great position from Boaster. Awesome position from Boaster. Really well played here by Fnatic. Everything was perfect from Fnatic. Back up from the initial wave, push back in, crush the weak side of the hit, or what you think is the weak side of the hit. Boaster is giving them comms over here that he can hear 3 people coming through halls. Boaster then gets inside of his smoke and swings out on the player going towards the site. Beautiful pistol from Fnatic.
That's been able to take rounds home in scenarios that never should have been. With this crossfire should be impossible, but the first one comes cleanly.
Nah, that's...
The next 2 might be a little bit tougher.
Did you all hear about the Miniboo cheating scandal?
To swing back in the favor of Team Heretics, a strong squad when it comes to that pistol round win rate.
Yo, TMV, did you hear about the Miniboo cheating scandal?
With the crossfire in play.
I've heard you only just came back.
Oh.
It was Miniboo going
I believed.
He meets his fate. The shot to the head, secure.
I just came back? What do you mean? Just came back from what?
Yeah,
From organizing some more throwing.
This is something we saw from them last time out when they played Fractured.
That's a bit whiffy from Woot there.
When it comes to Dish
No, the people often people think that you're just like trolling when you play ranked games, but what they don't realize is this is you giving tips to the two pros that you're trying to teach how to throw.
The crypto throwers.
Yeah.
I'm big into crypto as well. I'm long on crypto.
Strong start on Fracture. It's going to be fairly important.
You're 3 seconds behind TMV. Oh, can I get a count?
31.
Oh my god.
29. 28. 7. 6.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
You've got 2 players locking down that control, keeping those orbs out of their opponent's hands.
All right, going underneath.
Later on, now for Heretics, that's really the best.
We're going to take some arcade control. Cam is holding contact on both sides. And the flank is already coming through with the Tejo drone. So Fnatic should be ready to just crush this. Slight danger, I suppose, that they pop Dish right now and they just overwhelm Boaster. But they've got the right read. Oh man, I hate those zoom-ins.
Yeah, they have so much.
The double zoom circle. Dude, Mitch, man, is trolling me so hard.
But I think they're very aware of the few spots on the map. It could be okay. That Rians is the first to take a duel, but Chronicle at range should have them dead to
you should have a massive advantage. Also waiting to double up. Ooh, gets full blinded though. And should die. Hold the phone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No. He has a
dude, Boaster might actually be able to clutch this though. They're not clearing it. Oh, Rians is watching.
Wow.
Dude, how does that go so badly? How the hell are they getting those kills with pistols?
They look to play the orbs. They moved as a pack, but their odds, it didn't seem to be in that.
How did the first kill on Kayak happen? How did he go 0 for 1 against, like, I guess he just swung into too many people?
Make sure they go off to a strong start, get that momentum in their favor. That's not lasted very long at all.
Wow. Well, it was a nice pistol round, but it's not going to make a difference. FPX buy on defense is so troll. I don't think that's why they lost.
All the frauds who predict after the pistol have been rolled.
Look at the economy.
Yeah, that's so true. Dude, the classics are just broken in this game, apparently.
Than I'm giving it credit for.
Fnatic coming into this game, at least the best anti-eco team in the league. Well, that statistic just took a big hit in a big game as well. Trying to fight back with an eco of their own. At least for now,
3v4.
A classic found the opening.
They actually might lose this. I mean,
yeah.
Credits on the line and the reward.
They're giving up that gun.
It's looking decent with Heretics already feeling the burn.
I do enjoy seeing eco rounds where I don't feel like the anti-eco team is just trolled, though.
Grab that plant. They still have to get past Crashies, but again, it's only the classic in his hands. Boaster coming into position, only a sheriff.
The pistols are match fixing? What, the classics?
I think fighting back in.
They manufactured the classics to shoot phantom bullets.
Utility to try and hold them into place.
Oh, you can't be missing that.
Rians does well.
The spike didn't go down.
Oh, Jesus.
Still though, now back into a 2v2 scenario.
I mean, the Outlaw should be good, but not when you've been locked out of the site. 20 seconds.
This is still not an easy position to get out of.
He's got to hit a pretty tough shot onto Crashies. Good start. Oh, God.
Okay.
Dangerous, though. Dangerous.
Walking out with 2 players. A solid early start for them, though, considering they were 1-0 down.
All good.
Yeah,
the classic should only deal 50 on the head.
That's the problem, is that you look at this from Fnatic's perspective, you go, okay,
why?
Did a bit of
What how would that even make a big difference?
It's not too bad, but when you consider how things went.
Oh, you mean that then you couldn't double headshot someone with light armor? Only with no armor at all?
You're gonna have the Armageddon available as well for Woot.
That was not easy, but we've...
Because what, it does 78 at the moment, does it? To head?
It wasn't easy.
Or is it 56? Dude, I can't even remember. Is it 56 from long range and 78 from close range or something?
Well, there is the Armageddon immediately. Clearly wary of that aggression onto Dish once again that was mentioned. This time, though, Kayak on the other side.
Oh, 66 at far range.
I've actually found a gap around the edge of the cam. I don't think Benji's going to have any idea that he's here.
Wide swing from Benji Fishy.
Shouldn't he be suspicious there because the door is still open?
Yeah. I think there are ways of keeping the door stuck open, but I can't remember what it is.
That CL is Fnatic branded. Coincidence or conspiracy?
I'm going to say coincidence.
From Kayak shots, though, just not landing. And a Rolling Thunder in response is going to slow
sounds
down
good.
that main take.
All right, the Hoover has been fixed completely, and I'm going to fix it. I'll pick it up on Monday because they closed Saturday. So yeah, we can. Yeah, I can Hoover.
It's a brave stand out in the middle of the open. And he will find one on low HP. That's as solid as you could hope for, but Woot being rooted leaves Rienz alone. The last man
oh my god. Oh, he's done him. Chronicle wasn't quick enough. Oh, he's played that perfectly. Dude, he's so good. Rienz is so good. Why does Chronicle not try to force the fight there, though? I guess he's just got to read that he's going to swing into him or something? The other side? This game is going to be an all-time banger. It really is. I suppose. I was just meaning if he swung on sight past the pillar, but... What the hell is going on with the mini-map? Look at the anti-aliasing. Is that what the players are playing with?
This was someone where you sort of look at him, look how old he is as a player, and that is experience beyond his years with just how
better than Trent, though? Rienz might be better than Trent post-Tejo.
Top of the other team is Alfier, his former teammate, looking on as his friend of old. Outshines
absolutely possible.
To start out Fracture.
He was last year.
Heretics, 70% of times they play an opponent's map, they steal it away.
Hello? Hello? What? Oh, they are trying to clear.
Oh my god, what
Dude,
the fuck?
It's so silly inside the smokes there.
And you hate Viper's Pit, it's just one brim smoke.
Yeah. Oh, dude, look at the little ratty play of Boaster and Alpha in this round.
Spike again down.
That's a good brim ult, man. That's going to let them get the spike. You tap and rotate.
Do they go to A? Yeah.
Ooh, they are. Nice call, but is Benji getting out? Wow, he's gotten 2 for free. No, not quite. He did hit a body shot, though, so only 16 health. Boo's got a Vandal instead of a Phantom, though. And Chronicle can't pick up a... Where would I play? At Halls. But that's only because of where he's planted.
Chronicle has managed to slip
Chronicles! Oh, yeah, he's got it. I would always rather be the one swinging with the stinger there, I think, rather than tucking in the corner, just in case he hard clears, because you're so unfavored with the stinger if you're just stood still in the corner, but it worked.
As he was walking into main, realized that you're not going to win in that head-to-head battle a lot of the time, but yeah, taking him down.
Chaotic round because Fnatic are down to push out halls pretty heavily against any level of B pressure. They're making a fairly hard read here that Heretics are not going to be like, you know, pump faking basically. It's a good shot by Kayak.
Yet you see, even still, that player goes down to 16.
They're also lost. Like, I'm walking to walk out. What is going on?
There've been a lot of thrifties here already then. Like 3 of the rounds, really.
This is like chaos round.
Oh, two of the rounds.
Heretics right back on the horse though with a full buy.
We were in chaos. Althea couldn't see anyone. Poster had stinger.
Mouse dead.
We were in chaos.
You can tell not wanting to overplay their hand, especially Althea.
But they are doing these like really heavily committed 4-1 splits, Heretics. They're playing high tempo, and that means, yeah, they push out halls again. I think Heretics have got to start getting the read on that, right? And do some fake B splits where they go back and catch the aggression. Or just rotate back over towards A. Benji needs help, and he's got no one. He still gets the kill, and Chronicle doesn't trade again here. Oh no, now he does. It's a good trade from Rienzo because it takes the breach all off the table. But like Boaster and Chronicle both being gone is massive.
It seems like they might be expecting
so much easier to get the plant down. And Crashy still has 22 seconds to salvo. Oh, that's tragic. They double swung and Woot killed one. They swung 2 into 1 there, and Woot still went 1 for 0.
Chance of victory.
Crashy's maybe slightly wide peak because he ended up not actually fighting, but it's a tough angle to properly double swing onto.
This rotation is already going from Woot. Knowing that soon
yeah, it's just too difficult to double swing onto a little crack angle.
Holds so much more value. In the end.
That is mad, though, that Fnatic come into the round with Teho, Breach, and Brimalt, and they don't use any of them.
It's an interesting point because although Kayak dominated,
that is, yeah. They were hoping to take tree control before they used the ults, but they just lost both of the players in tree. Fergalicious, thank you for the 12 months. When are the next Baldur's Gate 3 with B and Pokemon streams? Variety streams in general will start back up on the 19th of May, so in 3 days' time. That'll be variety streaming. I don't know exactly what's going to be going on. My priority is Baldur's Gate. If B wants to play Baldur's Gate, I will always be playing Baldur's Gate. So anytime I'm not playing Baldur's Gate, it's because she doesn't want to for some reason, whether she's busy or not feeling it or whatever it is. So Baldur's Gate will always be top of the priority list, and then either, you know, Pokemon or Hitman or Valorant Ranked or whatever.
Boaster's another highlight as well. He's had a good season individually.
So they just stun and ult immediately?
Some of these plays can be. Chronicle though,
Woot is in and no one else is
and waiting. Always been one of his best.
It's weird though, because Crashies doesn't really know what to clear and had to be cancelled. I think they suspect. Yeah, look at that breach ult. Hello, Alpha. Alpha gets 2. All good. Benji?
Lose anyway?
Oh my god. That could have been horrendous for Alpha, yeah. I gotta see Team Heretics at this point in the half stop just doing these like off-rip 4-1 split stuff. Yeah. It's not like they're all failing, but can we do something that's like anything that's going to throw Fnatic off?
They would have wanted a stronger start than this. We're going to need to see them streak together. I would say a few rounds. So far, they haven't streaked together too.
The interesting thing so far in this map is I feel like they've been doing in rounds where the purchases are actually a little bit weaker. They're a bit more aggressive. You see Alpha actually actively taking more fights in a lot of these rounds, and that has been the difference maker because we're 9 and 6 on the board right now when he's free to be aggressive.
Back into it again. Slightly different. Neon coming from the low ground whilst the initiators come high, but I assume they're going to change it after this. They're just doing the same thing again because they're on an eco.
To the salvos in main, quick trades back and forth, and it leaves Fnatic with the advantage. Fast rotations from that A site. We've seen this a couple times now, but Boo manages to find one with a classic.
Okay.
He's gonna need a little
Should
bit more,
be
though,
fine.
He's now all alone.
Got a lot of time to play with, but yeah, the unfortunate truth is it's only the sidearm that sits in hand for now.
Can recover one here.
Valorant Ranked is not variety. True, but I might throw a bit of Valorant Ranked in there anyway because I want a duo queue with Mini at some point. He hit me up a couple of days ago and was like, hey, do you want a duo queue? And I would like to. I think it'd be some good content.
But is waiting for the swing out from Chronicle. If he gets this kill, it could be a completely different story, knowing that...
Do they have a good idea about how many flashes Chronicle still has?
And now with Spike in hand, you can
Looks
see
like Boo's slightly concerned about it.
Hear any steps. If his opponent was to start running, he could make it quickly back to the A side.
Are pros concerned about breach flashes?
I think you do tend to calm how many they've got left, yeah. Like, because you're worried about some kind of crunch play on you. They could be doubled up, couldn't they? I mean, I guess they're not going to be doubled up in tower, but... I think you should just be calming the util that they have available.
I guess I'll bring over so small.
To rip both heads off, but a difficult
fight that
Fnatic set him up for. Alfier's all smiles as they've now equalized 4-4.
Around again with
whoa! I didn't realize that's how Rians had died at the very beginning. Kind of body blocked out of the safe space. I watched his VOD review yesterday on G2 Sen. He said he wanted to talk to you about certain concepts in the game. He wants to give me some pointers, some tips.
Chronicle maybe not happy with the disrespect. I'm not sure, but it's now going to be that tactical take of Heretics. You said needing to build on that defensive side. Fnatic have done that 3 of the last 4 rounds.
All right, let's have a look. No tips can help you. That's true. That's so true.
For Heretics, but also you look at those ultimates. Already having the overdrive.
I will if he wants to join.
And that's what can be the difference maker, because for Fnatic, there is nothing available.
Yeah, I mean, the orbital strike was there, right? But it was taken out of play in that last 1v2. You can see how desperate Fnatic were to get that round on the board.
Next round's, I think, gotta be where Team Heretics mix things up and start doing slightly different stuff. I'd like to see them... They've been conditioning really heavy 4-1 splits into B, like basically... heavy, like the strong side goes through arcade, weak side goes through south side.
When it comes to taking on opponents with equal weaponry in hand.
Eurekan, thank you for the 18 months. I already talked about it a little bit at the start of the stream.
That bad, but when you realize that includes the majority of teams in other regions, it's not the best. Especially for a team that has always been known for a lot of those utility setups you'd expect. That on a map of their choice, they'd be strong in it. Pace change though coming in, and wow, Alfia, he's been at the right place at the right time.
It's still a hard 4-1 split. Yeah. It's just on the other side of the map.
Let's just do fucking A 4-1. Have we tried that? But you can go A on this map?
But, I mean, look at how quickly they just rotate over and abandon the site. They're just never worried.
They're always hitting Alpha as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was a good read coming out of the timeout to swap Alpha to the other side. But I think generally just not showing a variety of pace on this map from Heretics at all.
You put him in the right place at the right time. He is definitely one of the hardest players to play against.
The thing is, though, no matter what the result now, you're going to go on your little plat chat, you're going to say, well, actually, I was disappointed in Heretics Fracture, and then it's rotating out anyway. Don't mean shit.
That's right, it doesn't mean shit.
You're watching Miniboo try and run into these angles, try and get up in his face, but the immediate shots being connected, Fnatic's reads have been sublime.
Okay, so now they're doing something slightly different, because what the hell is Boo doing? He's trying to break the Cypher
cam? They're going to do an exec with no smokes.
No, wait, are they actually?
He's going to look.
When you get a, why don't you... Oh, wow, what a
Trade back, and it's only pistols now. That ultimate was the one thing to
bridge the gap. Pretty fast.
Weapon inside that cage maybe can help them out.
It is. He's on a... Where is Boo going? What's...
Now they've got a rifle in their hands. They've got a potential...
What's going on over here? They're going to try to leave and go back over towards A?
The A site is going to be an easier solution to this problem of Fnatic.
Well, at least they're doing something different in the mid-round, but I think... Right, so they're faking going back to A because Boo got caught by the cam, and then they're going to end B.
Oh.
At least even a little bit of confusion like this means it's harder for Fnatic to just full rotate to the site you're attacking and deny the plant. Chronicle's got to be traded, though. I think this is better from Heretics.
Lower purchases.
They have Rachel.
With both players now having guns, with a Rolling Thunder available, it's going to come down to the timing of what Kayak can get.
It was a crazy cerebral round from Heretics to fake back to A, late play into B, but now they've got to finish their dinner. Left down to just the operator of Kayak. Damage done to Benji, but that doesn't matter with this weapon in hand. And he's sent flying backwards by the Rolling Thunder. The clock here could prove to be his biggest enemy so far. As he makes his way towards this site, so much stands in his way. Still a stun for Rienz and a big weapon in his hands. He's made the realization this round cannot be won by Kayak. It's Team Heretics equalizing at 5-5. And the competitive series that we hoped we'd see here today, well, it's materializing in front of our eyes.
Especially considering that obviously we haven't seen much of Heretics on this map whatsoever, going all the way back to kickoff. It's a pay safe card Thrifty. Another one, like I said, I think both teams with the low buys have been very effective.
Individual, I mean, I agree with you, Doxil, except that individual players do actually have the clout to stop their own from participating in EWC.
Sort of late round lurks, these
if the roster didn't want to participate, then the org would have to field somebody else. They're not going to be, most of the time, contractually obligated to do it because people didn't even know that EWC was happening this year.
Teams again coming in with the buy, but I mentioned it. The ultimates have been really building up for the side of Heretics, and now they come in with.
It's not even a strike. It's just like you just say, I don't want to play that tournament. Most of the time, the players have an enormous amount of power to do that kind of stuff.
Them the space in the first place.
Yeah, or 1 for 1, right? One to get in and one to lock it down for Fnatic. A lot to worry
well,
about
back to the well, I suppose. But slowly. I don't think going slowly and quietly here really fixes anything, though, because Fnatic were just clearing holes instantly. So, like, yeah, you've cut noise, and I guess you're threatening that you could be Dish?
And Armageddon to clear exactly the space that it's going into. No one needs to move on Fnatic. They were already set up for this. Those spams come desperately close to taking someone down.
Boo has Spike, but he also has Brimalt, and he's also in a horrible position unless he smokes Jenny. Oh, he's gonna ult Jenny. Wow, that caught Boaster. Boo is still keeping just a smoke in his back pocket. Okay, now he smokes Jenny.
Clearly realizing that that ground had been retaken, they will now get themselves a pick off that orbital strike.
Planting for main.
Finally, that plant will come in. Retreat should be impossible, but actually
only Benji in main.
There are a lot of tag players though. Benji Fishy looking to hold on to the cross. Rienz already eliminated by Alpha here, putting things back into that 4v4 scenario, and now looking to try and clear things together. They need to get this close position out though, and Miniboo's just looking to try and survive in the corner.
What the fuck?
But he survives all the way back around, and while trying to clear him, that spike has been slowly ticking away. Chronicle with another. The trades coming back and forth. But
Salvos, and then they're both playing in the right spot because Woot flanked all the way under. It should just be over. Oh my god, that's nasty from Kayak. Oh, that's filthy. Oh, that shouldn't have been winnable, really? God damn.
One of the main things I'm worried about going back into that retake is the fact that Boaster was the one to fall. You lose your smokes. It was a great orbital strike by Boo. A little bit of desperation as well because he had the spike. He couldn't just go swinging through that smoke. So he uses that to buy time, to force a fight, and eliminating their smoker. I mean, imagine they smoke main.
That kill onto Benji instantly afterwards.
Instead, one man has to hold while the other.
Because usually there, I think the right protocol is to play 1v1s rather than double swing. Just in case they're both off the spike and you both go down. Yeah, because you want to bleed as much time as possible. But in that specific situation where Kron is just sticking, I guess they wish with the benefit of hindsight that they had double swung, because at least they would have been able to kill Kron. Another fast round. I mean, I guess Heretics are going to play with this level of pace on their defense too. It feels like G2. Do you remember when G2 were playing in Americas and they were just running like fast rounds over and over and over again? Like every round was set.
Desperately to life. There should be no way out of this round for the side of Heretics, with Boaster adding his third to the death toll, and eventually
all right.
We will see that half.
I mean, I would say definitely better from... dude, how are we already done with the half? It feels like we only just got started.
That's the magic of Fracture.
Yeah, Fracture fast hit rounds are over in like a minute. Reach Seeker, thank you for the 3 months. Aren't players contractually obligated to play AEWC? Depends what's in their contract, but in theory, no. Riot has said that it's up to the players and orgs as to whether or not they want to. In reality, maybe the players have signed stuff at the start of the year that locks them in if their org decides to compete. I think in reality, though, if they actually just said, no, we don't want to participate, like it would be such bad PR if the orgs forced them and it ended up coming out, so... I think in a realpolitik sense, no, they're not actually contractually obligated to. In a literal legal sense, they might be, even though Riot said that they're not. Can't orgs blackmail their job, though? I think you're completely misunderstanding the power dynamic when it comes to players. If orgs had that much power over players, why would they be paying them hundreds of thousands every year to compete? Like, the players have enormous amount of power if they're good players on good teams.
At the start of the year, they were still...
Sacha doesn't care what's legal and what's not? I mean, I actually don't.
Mentally, they were not there. And right now, we're seeing them better than ever.
I serve a higher purpose than the law.
He's playing his best Valorant, and the rest of the team is doing it as well. I think they recovered, and not winning last year, it's good for them.
One should only care about the law in the sense that it intersects with either consequences or ethics.
I think it's their...
If it has no consequence and it's not unethical, then discard it.
Do you agree that Team Heretics will win at least one international event
Team
for
Heretics,
sure?
You heard it from Mixwell, looking better
yes,
than ever. The
I think so.
is, though, Kayak seems to be their
I mean, not for sure, obviously. Like, would I bet my house on it or something? I don't own a house, but if I had one, would I bet it? No, but I think it's a... I think it's...
You wouldn't blow up your house for...
I wouldn't blow up my house for Heretics.
So you will for DFM, but not
Heretics. In fact, Fnatic managed to cling together a lot of those last.
Is Fracture defense or attack sided? It depends. I think it's actually a very balanced map. Overall, I think that if you're good at flood defending, it can be defense sided. If you're a very static, passive kind of team, then you're going to be very bad on defense, and then it's going to feel super attack-sided. Between these two teams that are fast-paced, weirdly enough, that should actually be defense-sided, I think.
Composition against them, of course, they've got a very competent Cypher of their own, and you already see the setups being put into place to force back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be getting removed from the map, Paul. I think that's crazy.
Early, sending Crashies through to break that camera, leaving Alpha on north side.
Stopping the Halls flank from coming through and execing into B. Oh my god, it's remarkable. Fnatic understand the macro on Fracture.
With ease, and the B side open for the plant. Boaster gets a little
what if we 4-1 hit?
What if we 4-1 hit and do nothing to try to stop them flanking at us?
For Fnatic as a result, the camera even spotting this two-man north side.
If 4-1 hits, it's not like 4-1 hits are bad. It's just like do like something else sometimes.
Reclaim the ramp. And Alfie already picking off Benji. This is looking like a second pistol potentially going their way. They're going to have one of these fights going their way, and in fact, it's gone completely wrong.
A 1v4 should not be possible.
That's a bigger issue. He was
oh, he took damage from it.
And now an aftershock as well. The two players you
wow.
didn't want to come up against in the post.
All good.
It's the util rat.
All good. Much better round from Fnatic. Overall, I think that.
Lead a little bit further, but they do have to win the second round.
Yes, exactly right. Look at the timeline when we get back in. It was the pistol round followed by a 3 consecutive round loss. Alfier playing such a huge role though in this round. The lurk up through north side, the camera to keep information late, the trap that allowed Kayak to sit in B main and not worry about his back unless someone was
watch them get eco'd. No, surely it doesn't happen
they
twice.
Could not be coming
Surely it doesn't happen twice. Last time, I think Heretics had like a sheriff or something. Now they're on defense, they only have like full classics.
Heretics left with pistols, and although they may be a strong squad when it comes to eco rounds, I don't think the Fnatic are going to make that same mistake twice.
No, they do still have the same amount of pistols, but it also means that they can afford a little bit of extra damage. That was close.
Got a little worried there, Tom.
Down to just 21, but you can see immediately that rifle has been juggled over into Alphia's hands for the remainder.
Oh, kill me, these zoom-ins. Kill me. The zoom-in was on the, like, back of the weapon as well, so it doesn't even show the whole of the rifle. Oh, I've got to avoid molding. I know. It feels like targeted rage bait from Mitch and Tom.
Being one of those players that will just juggle over the weapon.
Has Kayak exceeded expectations? In the year overall, I would say he's met expectations. Like, pretty difficult, slow start for him, but now he's really ramping up to become a very good tier 1 duelist. I'd say that's 2 expectations for him. If he keeps it up and continues performing better and better throughout the rest of the year, then he might exceed expectations.
And this is now where their map starts to get a little bit away from the side of Heretics needing to kick this defensive side off. Strong indeed. Now we go into those buy rounds, but that's the difference. Fnatic can now just invest straight back.
Yeah, the expectations were high for Kayak.
Still going to be very good, so they come into
same as they were for like Mada. You know what I mean? It's like, did Mada exceed expectations even though he was kind of pounding in almost all of NRG's games? No, not really, because people had high expectations for him. He didn't even have a slow start, though? I mean, he definitely did. I don't... His kickoff... Do you mean stage 1, or do you mean kickoff?
Was looking to swing that corner, was looking to take that fight, but they've got the idea.
Kayak was not playing particularly well at the start of the year.
For them there. The Alpha... I don't think he's going to get a chance for a pick here, but
he wasn't playing anywhere near as good as this.
Putting question marks into play for the defense could have its value. That orb farming on Chronicle, we saw him go aggressive with the Marshal, looking for the picks early on. He's not far away from Rolling Thunder, but it won't be there for this round.
Caution here.
Almost the timing on
bleeding smokes out of Boo as well. He's only got 1 smoke left. Oh, I really like that. And now you group up for an A hit, and now when he's on the retake, I mean, you can split through sand. He can't smoke sand and A main and dish. He can only pick 1 out of the 3, and he's almost always going to go for A main. Really good opening pick as well. I actually really like the idea of splitting A off the back of this, because you had players in position and the smokes are depleted, but they found a route back into B as well. So I don't have a problem with that, I suppose. Oh, dodging the stun as well. Boaster could have had more than 1 there.
He was already so desperately low. Boo ahead of the curve.
Yeah, Fnatic are looking nice.
From that Rolling Thunder, and 1 pick away from putting double digits on the board. There's Rolling Thunder online, one way or another. And Mini Boo doesn't.
You gotta put Benji as the hard anchor on this site and not have Boo playing in like tower though.
From those salvos, but I think they'll be online.
You just gotta trust that Benji's gonna be able to lock it down if they actually do run an exec.
This task, it's like Atlas, it will never end. Certainly not in his favor, as the players continue to be.
Yeah, he can't get half even there.
Time keeps ticking.
It's over. It's over. Really nice round from Fnatic.
Mini Boo is in those fights. Fnatic had all they needed to put 10-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you can kind of see why those nerfs are coming.
A little bit.
The amount of sort of time that could just be bought on the clock by Crashies alone, and this is why you might look at him at the bottom of the board right now, 6 and 9 in terms of the kill feed.
What a clutch from Crashies. I mean, even if Crashies doesn't salvo there, that's pretty much over. I don't think that's the most egregious Tejo moment that you're gonna see. But get it out your system. Get it out your system, because you're not going to be able to mold about it for much longer.
Heretics, the story has been for a while about that 2nd place curse. You go back to stage 1 and stage 2 of last year. Well, and now
that you've...
was because of this squad in front of them.
Okay.
Even if
early breach ult instantly. And sliding through into sand, even though it's weird pathing from Kayak, because they smoked to like split in through A like this, and then they push into sand on the anti-eco. I'm not sure I like that decision, but it's worked. They're playing on old patch? Yeah. Up until playoffs ends, and then after playoffs, they're on the new patch.
And guess who's still online, still alive? Now, Salvos aren't there just yet, but we've seen it. They'll be ticking away.
It's also a 3v1. I mean, Salvos could be bugged right now, and Boo's not going to win this.
No way. No way. Oh my god.
Surely I didn't just say to my stream, there is 0% chance that Boo can win this.
Yeah, that got far too close.
Calling a pause. They know that their chances of closing this map out.
I mean, he didn't win, so you're right.
You can't really save the Tejo stuff for post-plant, Harrod, because you can't guarantee you're going to get into post-plant. Like, having an agent that... If you had an agent that you literally couldn't, like you weren't allowed to use the abilities until you got into post-plant, people wouldn't pick it because it would just be like terrible for every other part of the game. And so even if the Tejo missiles are really good for posts, like you can't pick agents if they can't get you into post-plant positions.
We'll see if that come back to bite them. And the fracture choice, not really that much of a surprise. Even though it was close versus Liquid, we saw the resilience, we saw the depth of what
Deadlock? What? Deadlock is good on the defense side. I mean, I guess if you thought that Tejo was going to be a spectacularly good defensive agent as well, then maybe you could justify it.
He's on 13 right now. I don't think he's the major talking point with Kayak Chronicle.
Deadlock also has a 40-second grav net that's incredibly good for setting you up for picks on the attack side. Like, that's the reason why it's good on attack. It's also good for throwing the wall to stop rotators to come through. It's not a post-plant agent necessarily.
But he does seem to be his kryptonite. 11 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and something has got to change for Heretics. They've got ultimates, Rolling Thunder, and Orbital Strike coming into this round. And on attack side, that can be used to great effect to take space and deny in that post plant. Here on the defense, well, you've got to have players left alive, right? And Fnatic have been so good at pushing and pulling this map that Heretics can't feel certain that off one piece of
pretty decent information there. You see the neon as well, so you know that that's not really going to be the lurk, so either they're going to continue scaling or they're going to go back, basically. And you don't see any more utility over here, and in fact you see a breach flash over on this side, so they probably went back over the halls, which means that Miniboo doesn't need to be worried about tree. My cam broke? I'll fix it. Alpha's getting punished north side, and Boaster goes down to what was essentially like a bit of spam there, I think. I was looking at Alpha on the minimap.
Surely this is almost impossible now with no smoke.
Hasn't deterred them.
Should be.
Salvos force players to the open, the smoke shielding them for now. Alpha
with triple players in dish.
And now, well, even Orbital Strike committed. 5 versus
Time low,
3,
can't go
25 seconds on the clock when that ult is taken out. I'm a little surprised. The respect being shown, perhaps for good reason, but they dropped Kayak right away. 10 seconds, Salvos to deny, and the round is already done. If this spike makes it down, I will be very surprised indeed. And I suppose it does make it down onto the floor, but not planted. Chronicle to save.
How did Boaster end up dying? I saw they were doing a north side crunch with like 2 players on either side onto Alpha. Did he spam?
Or like just like one bulleted him and ran away. Yeah.
I also think with
Yeah, it looked like spam, but then it didn't have a wallbang thing, so I guess. Oh, yeah. Unlucky.
The most important thing was just the start.
Unlucky.
Being able to hold it down,
bit of a pre-fire. As soon as the doors opened.
Just having those quick rotations back in onto the site. It's the combo breaker. The 6-round streak ends before it hits 7. But there needs to be a whole lot more for Heretics to make me believe in this map at least.
Whole lot more indeed. Now one player's got a pistol. It is Kayak. Check that ultimate.
Oh, they're going to walk up to this and see the trip. They break the trip.
Far from an easy round. Trap already destroyed. Benji will be under pressure any time now.
Benji still has a cage in his back pocket.
Kayak on his way straight through. There it is activated. But Minibu's the first to draw blood. It's Benji under the pressure
Kayak,
as predicted.
pretty much perfect crosshair placement for the little weird angle that Benji was playing. And he's dropped the spike. Spike's just been lost over here in Arcade. Oh, that's just Alpha Yeah versus NRG in 2023 kind of moment. Let me just 1v2 them in Canteen real quick.
And now a 1 versus 3. A big play coming in as well. Down below, you can see that Alpha is lurking
as well.
Yeah, it's well played.
Making his way around to close this out.
Really good escort for Crashies off the site.
Now he's got an idea.
What an Alpha Yeah round, man. What an Alpha round.
Returning to that first half form, a 3-piece, and that puts them again double the rounds of their opponent, just 1 away from taking their map pick.
He's had so many high impact rounds throughout this matchup so far. Took his teammates to sort of get him into position, but then just swings versus 2. Both players headshotted and is there to close out the round as well. It is one of those things in esports when Alpha is in form.
Oh, that's a goodbye for the final round.
Well, for Heritage,
the op with 2 sheriffs is an unusual mix. And there goes the op. And there goes the neon ult. Alpha is frying them, man.
I was saying earlier, you can't take anything away from him. His utility so important here on the attack, but now he's starting to claim a name for himself with the gun in hand. I think just 1 behind Kayak. In terms of frags, Mike just matched up there. Benji down on the ground, and the dominoes all falling in favor of Fnatic. Boo! Even lost.
They played a much better game here, Fnatic.
They've at least dealt with Alpha.
I mean, even individually towards the end, Alpha coming online looked great. Kayak looked good too.
In fact, there it is. The same amount of kills as the last time these two
Heretics are going to have to wake up for Icebox. I think I would describe this as outcalling as well, though. Like a much better read on the map from Boaster and the coaching staff. And yeah, a real nice working of the map on the macro from Boaster there. I like it. I like it. Egg said Benji will get more value than Alpha on this map. I did. On defense, I meant. But yeah, that didn't happen. I'm not sure that Alpha... Did Alpha have any big rounds on defense? But Benji definitely didn't. And Alpha on attack side kind of destroyed. At least in those final few rounds. 18-19. There shouldn't be a 45-minute break, Fancilly, no. Why do you rate Heretics so high but Fnatic so low? Why are you putting words in my mouth? What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, Heretics literally beat Fnatic last time they played 2-0, but I wouldn't say there's a gulf between them. Yeah, I think Apex are better than Fnatic, actually. Cousin It, thank you for the 29 months. Reach Seeker, Hurricane, thank you very much for the subs as well. This was one bad map. Yeah, it's also one bad map that actually doesn't matter at all for Toronto. But it is going to mean that they've got a difficult chance of winning this series. Because Fnatic pretty decisively won that. And I think Lotus map 3 is... On Lotus, last time, I can't remember what the score was, but I think it was something like 13-10 for Team Heretics. And then they won 13-5 on Haven. We've got no Haven in the map pool, because they decided to take us to Icebox instead. I kind of like that pick from Heretics, because it stops the... Like, it stops Fnatic looking at the VOD and getting a lot better at Haven and, like, specifically anteing them for Haven. So I like the Icebox selection. I think Team Heretics should still win on Icebox. But I think it'll be close. And I think Lotus, I said at the beginning of this game, I think Lotus might end up going the way of Fnatic. So, after that fracture, I'm starting to think this game's at least a 50-50 for Fnatic, instead of being like 55-60 for Heretics. Why did they play on Fracture? Are they playing on the previous patch? Yes. They're playing on the old patch up until the end of the EMEA playoffs. Fnatic has map veto aura in the EMEA. There is a bit of aura. There is a bit of aura. If Heretics go to lowers, do you think Team Liquid have a chance against them? Yeah, I really rate Team Liquid. I think they've got a chance against them. I think that they're... I'm actually not sure how the map pool interacts between Heretics and Liquid. I'd have to think about it a bit more. But if Heretics are going to get rid of... if Heretics are going to get rid of Split again, that does seem like it would be bad for Liquid. But... assuming they don't just get owned in the map veto, which might be the case, I think Liquid should have a chance. If they beat BBL, in fact. But I think Liquid... personally, I think Liquid are more likely to beat BBL than Heretics are likely to beat Fnatic. At the start of today, I would have said something like... dude, I don't know. I'm going to pull it out my ass. 63% versus 47%. What, 47? Hold on. 37. No, wait. Dude, not 63%. 57%. Something like that versus 43%. Dude, I'm losing my mind. Something like that. Whereas I'd say this one's more like... I actually do feel pretty confident in Team Liquid. I feel like this one's going to be like a 66-34 kind of vibe. Oh, you guys can't even see. There you go. That's a pulling the numbers straight out of my butt cheeks kind of gut feel. But should be great games. Oh.
I think I have to, right, boys? Do I have to stupefy them?
Start with Riens.
And we need a big stupefy for Riens. Let me charge it up. Stupefy!
Bro, I've been watching their voice comms and Boster doing some
Stupefy! 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 Expecto Patronum!
What?
Wait, he's doing it back to us.
What'd you do?
I think he did Expecto Patronum.
He did Expecto Patronum?
There's some magic in the air indeed, but we're now
Boaster's got some funny little whimsy, man. Boaster's got some funny whimsy. Petra's joined the desk. I saw that they tweeted about that.
Yes, I am so happy
That they said Petra was going to be a guest analyst. I mean, that map is a somewhat fun one to analyze. But I think Icebox and Lotus are going to be a lot better. I think they're going to be much more even.
There was not a lot of dominating rounds in the beginning, especially. It could go to every team. Dominating for Fnatic, and yeah, on defense they didn't get any round, maybe one.
Yeah, it was just the one. Very, very close start. I honestly thought we were gonna get an OT.
The rage bait today has been out of control. For some reason, like, I don't know, people are coming out of the woodwork today. Maybe it's the general, like, people getting brought back into the scene because of the drama around tier 2, and so they're just in the mood to fucking stir the pot. There's a lot more nonsense in the chat today compared to usually.
Not played this map since kickoff, so they still gotta get used to the things. We saw the changing compositions, and Fnatic had a very rough start. They win the pistol, they're not able to convert, and as Petra was saying, everything was extremely close. A lot of clutches, but eventually Fnatic found their footing. They found what made them strong, and they secure all their post plants.
Yeah, that one round.
Don't know, Mr. Burn. Don't know.
Actually did end up going to Heretics when the side swapped. Now they've been very vocal in the past, right? We're not afraid of stealing other people's comms. We can steal it and make it better. But Petra, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I guess it is. They need to tweak it a little bit more so they have their own game plan, right? So they cannot copy paste everything.
I've never eaten durian before.
I love the differences.
I don't have any opinions on durian. I saw it in Thailand, and I mean, I was intrigued, but aren't there some... there was some... like, people were telling us you can't take durian into the hotel or something because it stinks up the place too much. I don't know. Like, I've never eaten it before, but that seems kind of insane.
be in a pain point. So they had to use a lot of utility to shut him down.
They did do a good job of shutting down Miniboo. Alpha's swing there is so nice, swinging right after the stun.
Yeah, it felt very unlucky, but
Did you see that swing from Alpha? Stun, and he comes around the corner, and perfect timing. Alpha, yeah, very ready for that kind of entrance.
You're spamming it, right? So maybe you need to try to bait a little bit more and change up your pace to not get spammed.
Yeah, and Chronicle was just with the Phantom time and time again. He was like, there's going to be a lot of spam.
You might have been perma-scammed, I'm not going to lie, Pixelo. No, at some point it'll happen. Maybe, ever. I don't know.
Because we know that Fracture has always been a good map for them.
I had to write an essay about how Durian is dangerous to society. Really?
On the side of Heretics, they had
What's the take? I don't understand.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, we have some agent select, I believe, coming up. So let's take a look at agent select, I guess. All right. Yeah, I think it's for map 2 for Icebox, right?
Let's talk about Icebox.
Yeah, we normally have a little bit more time than this, so let's talk about Icebox real quick. Petra, you
okay, what are we looking at?
As we take a look at this.
Oh, they've swapped over because Rians was playing Tejo, right? I'm pretty sure.
On the server. I would like to see 2 of them. I think Sagewall is.
What do you think about the swap from Tejo over to Sova for Rians? I don't really understand why that would be better unless you're just prepping for Toronto already.
The both comps are very good, and Tejo on this map is also unmissable.
Oh, he was playing Gecko and Woot was on Tejo. Right. Yeah. But anyway, isn't that just... It's basically just the same combo. Except that the Tejo swaps into the Sova.
Have decided to run this Gecko on Icebox. Fnatic doubles down also with Kayak on the stage. We were speaking about it and how impressive it was last time that we saw them playing the map when he was on this
wonder
the defense. Maybe on Fracture he was not spectacular with the operator. I really hope that changes for this first half.
We wouldn't really be able to tell on the other maps though, would we? As to what the reasoning is here. I hope they asked them in an interview or something.
Mitch and Tom are 1 map away from another grand final.
Well, this is where they belong, isn't it? Fnatic at the top of EMEA. We've seen it many a time before. And often
apparently you talked to me, but I went to go get a drink.
They swapped their comp to get rid of the Tejo and play Sova. And I was just having a chat about, like, is it because they're all in on Toronto already? Or is there actually some kind of strategic reason why you would want... Like, is Woot just going to be better on the Gecko? I don't know.
Okay, so you pick that map, but you understand the history that's on this map. You understand that defeat was a very close defeat.
See, it's interesting, right? A part of me is like, are people overstating? Like, will people just change to fucking Sova on every map and no one will give a shit?
I think some maps are gonna be very similar to that, but like the Breach Tejo stuff that people are running on Pearl with the Fade, I think they'll swap that up. Well, maybe there you just swap over to the KO, to be honest. I'm not sure. But on Lotus, for sure, the meta would shift. Like, you would go back to the more EMEA style of Lotus, surely.
Someone just asked, why is Sideshow bald again? You didn't shave your head?
No, I did not shave. No razor blade has touched mine head.
Good.
I wouldn't dare disrespect our agreement like that.
Good.
Still a disadvantage for Fnatic.
Alfia playing yellow and only getting 1 kill. Can't believe it. Thought he'd have at least 2. Boaster under serious pressure. Wingman.
What we're supposed to try to use there is Snakebite or something?
Give him a little warning shot.
You gave him a warning shot, he then looked to the ground and tried to press an ability that was out.
He gave Wingman a warning shot as well.
Isolated. Both pistols went their way in the last map. It got them that extra little bonus of a star.
Hello, hello.
Still has some legs in it. 2 quick kills.
Where has this
oh my god, that Wingman. What? How does that even happen? Dude, there's like a fucking 5-story building between where the Wingman was and where he was as well.
That's a fucking thunderclap.
I've seen people get flashed by their own Wingman before, but getting stunned by it in that situation is unbelievable. Wingman is a match fixer. The tier 2 NA people are talking about Wingman, man. Show the crypto logs, Wingman. Show the fucking crypto logs.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see Woot playing this Gecko as well. I think it's
that is bonkers.
A lot of the duelist players have kind of just
bro, that's crazy. That was nowhere near him.
It doesn't work for him. Whereas I look at a Gecko, okay, sure, you have to plant, but you have a little bud. Sure, you have to flash, but you can flash for yourself.
My god.
Like, there's a lot of very aggressive things that you can do with a Gecko. That's why I can think of a duelist main or two who just swapped to that and started playing it on his streams.
A second ago, I said that it was a great stun. I think that was Chronicle's own wing.
Sliggy knew of the match fixing. Sliggy's fucking Nancy Pelosi. He knows everything and yet will tell us nothing, and he's only doing it for his own personal profit. We know this. We know this to be true.
Yeah.
We hold this to be self-evident.
Yeah, it's incredibly unethical.
With that kind of height.
There's a lot of unethical things going on in Valorant right now, and I'd say Sliggy is #1.
Yeah, all roads lead back to the Slug. The Slug Father. He controls everything.
We need more fucking role models in the scene. You know, tier 2, they're looking up to people. Oh, I watch Sliggy's stream. I'm a tier 2 NA player. Oh yeah, look at what they're doing now. Who do you think they learned it from?
14-12 overtime, 26-16. He has been in form, especially in recent times. With the space he's taken, the team are actually going to rotate into.
All right, doing a good job of farming up the ult here as well. They're going to be 2 away after this plant. Give him the ghost, let him go hunt.
Do anything with his extra util to delay, and the rest of the team, Mitch, they're not particularly close.
No, they're not.
You might as well swap the weapons already. I guess Benji's in a pretty committed position.
Watching for a lurk. I think they're both watching to see if Benjamin Fish was going to be coming in from behind.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad way to pick up.
TMV, that bold fraud is scamming you. He isn't casting till playoffs. He'll shave his head by then.
But Heretic's not quite so
no, we've agreed that the middle of Toronto is a couple days after playoff start.
Yes, June 14th was the date that we agreed. Now, funnily enough, I don't actually start until June 14th.
That's the rifle.
You have to be on desk at least once. Come on.
The terms of the agreement were extraordinarily clear.
You can't be fucking just sitting there doing nothing. Like, the only person who's seen my head is fucking the people at the airport.
You know how bad it is, and you know this has been the worst deal that I. God, look at this replay.
This is the worst trade deal.
This is the worst trade deal that I've made since the eyebrow shaving incident of 2019.
You were betrayed. I'd love it. Someone needs to edit that where the wingman's
Striker, thank you for the 40 months.
Evil wingman has entered the server.
So they didn't.
That would be a scam, and everyone in your chat knows that would be a scam. If you're not on the broadcast at least once with hair.
Well, then, if that was the rules, if that was the terms, you should have stated them as such. You failed to state the terms as such.
I'm gonna fucking take one little tiny drop of glue.
It was a bottle of glue. It was a bottle. You better fill a fucking bottle of glue.
No, I don't remember you specifying.
Oh, I do, and I have the receipts.
I don't have it in writing, sir, so I'm sorry.
A verbal contract is a contract.
I'll do what I fucking want.
A verbal contract is a contract. There's a very large difference between me making sure that the terms were explicit in both scenarios and you just decided to do whatever the fuck you want.
A previous map, I should say.
What about a 20 milliliter bottle? If he finds and creates a 20 milliliter bottle of edible glue and drinks it, I'll be satisfied with that. But that's more effort than just drinking a larger amount of glue.
A fucking tiniest little bottle. I'm gonna get a tiny bit of glue, get a Haribo Coke thing, and just put a drop of glue on the end of it. A bottle of glue?
A bottle of glue. A Haribo Coke bottle. That's insane scam work. That's better than me.
No execution of that utility. That fake was not the greatest sold. No one's really fallen for that, but there isn't much in terms of denial. They've already used some of that extra utility, and instead it's a slightly different plant. The wingman's been dropped 12 seconds. Now that attack side has to get moving. They need to move forward and get somebody to try and plant that spike in the fights.
Bit of a weapon diff there, probably.
Within the last second, they're going to attempt it, but there are players peeking in.
Plant went down. I mean, honestly, it's not bad. They knocked 3 pieces of armor. They got rid of 2 rifles. They got their Thrash online. They got the plant down for money as well. Like, that's not a bad bonus, actually.
So they definitely considering
Shio wants
really
in, so
I mean,
all right, we'll shift over
there.
then.
Still had Viper there
They
as well.
threw a dizzy in, everyone rotate.
And a drone! Oh no! Not even a fast lane committed.
10 seconds later, no one here. No, he's still here, guys. Come on.
Might be. They're freezing. But yeah, it was a good read, I think, as well, from that defensive side to not over-rotate, to stay
Okay, what is Woot going to do with his ult? And is Crashies going to play for this orb? Yep, Crashies plays for the orb right at the beginning, so we're expecting Teho ult to come online here. No effort at denying that from Team Heretics whatsoever. They're focused on their own game plan of going B with the Thrash.
Salvos especially, but nano swarms, snake bite as well. It is a lot they can deny. And that's something that Heretics are going to have to be very wary about. Even having a wingman doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get that plant for free.
Hello, Shio. How are you?
And without having that
I'm doing so good. I'm a happy man. How are you guys doing?
It can become tough.
Obviously a pretty intense
I'm
read on this
okay.
peak coming through middle.
Trying to
You can see
scam
that it's a
but...
high-low setup late into the round. They put pressure on B. They
not
show tails.
Not true. Not true.
Somebody goes for that mid-aggression.
So what's the situation?
It doesn't really come through.
He's just bringing up past trauma for no good reason. He got, yeah, he's been betrayed too many times as a child or some shit, and now he doesn't trust me.
Yeah, people don't honor their bets when I was a child.
Yeah, every time I was on the playground and I would make a bet with Jimmy, he'd always scam me, that little fuck. That little rat fuck would always scam me for his Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Nice snake bite. I mean, good recovery of this team in this round in a 4v5 with the Thrash. I like the way the mini scale.
Second layer to this rotation,
We don't know about the yak.
the attack are completely
The yak.
Cool face.
Yeah.
Whoa, Boaster!
And now even less so, looking
What was
for that
Boaster up
he's
to?
coming.
Fight Alpha, 8 HP. All hope may rest on Kayak's head.
The wall?
Manages to find one. Alpha buys that little bit of space. The wall
NT Kayak,
not
NT.
quite lasting. As
Why
long
did
as
Boaster
it
just
is
run out
getting involved
through the
early
Viper
on.
wall
And
and
a
toss
third
his life
round
away?
now for Team Heretics. The early
Did he
half
get flushed out of position by Util or something? Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Real Dusty Buns. That's your first message in the chat. That's very kind of you.
Tough it is for him to just sort of hold on to that.
Like, what is that play?
Having a player push mid
What?
and then aggressively on
I must have missed something. There's got to be some piece of Util that pushed him into the open there.
Really
I don't know what that was, though.
to actually win that round home, because I feel like if you look at
Confusing.
how it was actually played,
Confusing.
I probably have favor Fnatic there.
I think I'd be with you. Kayak's flank could have had so much more value, but a few early peaks by Heretics get them across the line. Pistols for Fnatic, a light buy across.
That's
the board.
Benji dying twice now at the start of these rounds. Just trying to control A.
Bar the stinger, I suppose, for that defense. It's managed to draw blood early. Still so much to worry about, and in particular, the outlaw in Miniboo's hands. A double barrel operator in effect, with nobody having heavy shields. Everyone is squishy. Everyone's a free kill, but he's got
Oh my god.
And now he's down to just 50.
Hollywood battle.
Yeah, we'll get some of his health back. Live to fight another day, and Miniboo's being left behind. It's mainly, again, because this secondary lurk, this additional player of Boo, has taken a lot of space over on that A site. The problem, though, is that they are losing members. A 5 versus 3. Drone from Crash, he's just waiting, knowing that there was a guy on the other side, and now I'm going to just try and slow them down as the full force of Fnatic looks to rotate into this side of the map.
This could be a strong start to the attacking side, but they're being chipped away at by Fnatic early on. A chance remaining for the defensive side, an early flank yet again. Guess who it is?
Yeah, Kayak could win this entire round.
Hasn't been spotted.
If they just stall a little bit.
Presence being shown by Fnatic, but they haven't committed just yet. Those weaker weapons hesitant to take the fight. Will Heretics worry
always up
about
top
their
and
back
nest
in
too.
time? No, they won't. Kayak strikes, picks off the first. They're managing to hold the line against the onslaught from Spawn. Kayak, the man with the
Still very tough, though. Yeah.
And Crashies takes them both
They did such a good job waiting for him. Holy shit.
of time for the defuse, and the orb given.
They have lost Benji Fishy outside A twice in a row now. From people pushing up. I think it was a shot from Belt this time.
Being able to
Was it from
isolate
mid?
those flanks.
Was it? Was it from mid? Oh, it was from mid this time, yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's illegal, though. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Benji is gone. They go, okay, well, we
Last round, it was from a push-up on A.
Without too many issues, and I do feel like that's happened a few times now, where Heretics are just a little bit too unaware that, okay, we've lost our Sentinel. We need to be
How many attack losses can you afford on this map? It's tough to say. It does feel like an attack-sided map at the moment, but I don't. It's not like Ascent defense where if somebody doesn't get an 8-4, I'm like, ooh. Like, I still feel like if you get a 7-5 or even a 6-6, if you get a pistol off the back of the other end, like, I'm not feeling like you can't win, you know what I mean? But I think you want, like, a 7-5 on your attack half to feel comfy.
Yeah, it was the A push that managed to find him earlier, and then just a mid hold this time. The
that
push
is a
from
nice
is
peek.
in Heretics' favor. They're running it down towards Kayak. No flank this time. He's dealt
Surely
with after
Miniboo swaps the weapon away, right?
These close range 1v1s, XV1s.
Oh, well, I guess there's nobody else to give it to. They've all got weapon upgrades apart from Boo, who's lurked his way into Narnia. He's actually in the fucking wardrobe. Ah, Mr. Tumnus, how nice to see you.
The amount of space they've been able to get on B
Eating fucking
at
Turkish
times
delights.
has been intentional, and there's been just util thrown into delay. But this round was just a single rifle for the
What else happens in that movie?
They meet a beaver.
Well. Like him and Benji both finding a pick, both getting
Mr. Beaver, Mrs. Beaver.
I think that movie's way too referenced for how much of nothing happens in it.
I mean, it's also a book, not a movie. Mostly, it's a book. It's a begin. It's not even the beginning of the series.
I know what you're talking about.
No, it's no, it's an actual book.
No. What is this? Big balls on my screen, bro. What the fuck's going on?
Is it book 2 of Chronicles of Narnia? The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or is it book 3? I think Prince Caspian or something is the first one.
Buying that little
Something
bit
like that.
more time. Oh, it's actually a little gap in it. They'll walk right past it, so a little bit more space taken. Boaster closer than expected already.
Just Nox, thank you for the prime.
Those recovered rifles now in with a chance. Alpha baits them into the
Wow,
open.
the retake's looking nice, isn't it?
Falls into Fnatic's hand. Just about the wingman working hard.
Nice execution on the retake.
Spike as they now equalize it in
Heretics, Heretics probably need to be playing a little further up. I thought that they would be fighting a bit more on site against a wingman Sage comp.
I think once
But they are dropping back quite a lot.
Yeah, well, when those mollies were coming in, and I think Boo had an idea that KJ was closer, he probably just called them off with just like plant and then back up. They rotated pretty fast.
They do. They really do, Rackstar. Thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate it. Jaden, thank you for the 200 bits as well.
We'll invest into that singular rifle, try and do some damage. And rightly so, when it got close, they go, okay, we'll use the thrash.
Is Benji having shaky aim? He did at the end there, but I think that was just his attempt at making the spray transfer work.
Even though the scoreline still sits 3-3,
he's just trying to adjust for the random, you know, movement of the gun, I think.
It's looking good, and then Fnatic just start climbing back into the map, and for Heretics, you just can't really afford that right now.
It's chronologically the second book, but it was actually written first. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It feels like the first book.
When he's cracking jokes, that's when he's most dangerous. Had a phenomenal map going into the previous.
Yeah, it feels like the first book.
You have to say, like, I think it's only if you ever see him sad, that's when you're like, oh, he's gonna have a bad game. But I don't know if I ever have.
Yeah, getting first seed should be a really big deal. In reality, sometimes the first seed ends up being a little bit of a double-edged sword because teams are a bit cold coming into the tournament, straight into big games. But generally, you should expect getting first seed to be a really big deal. I missed what I said. 5v4 win rates?
I expect their 5v4 conversion to be very, very good. If that stat was bad, I think it would definitely be an anomaly for teams that have made it to international events. And
what was it, like 80%?
Here comes the TikTok plays.
Will XLG bomb out? Honestly, they're the team that I think are most likely to.
Did TikTok ever get banned in America for good?
Not for good. It got unbanned like very quickly afterwards.
Has that just died down? Have they given up?
I mean,
no,
yeah,
so what
I
happened is they like banned it. They took control of it algorithmically in a different way. Like now Facebook and something else runs like the algos and whatnot. Like they own the shit. And everyone's For You pages that kind of changed.
Hunter's Fury thrown through. Chronicles desperately low, but he dodges both blasts that come his way. The op, although it's looking for the pick, it won't find Wingman.
I don't think that's true, but I don't know enough to actually refute what Shai is saying.
Oh, it's got a lot of space and forcing the fights as they're out in
oh my god.
And put in the dirt. 4 rounds now.
Why are we trying that both bump without on Neil?
Flawless round that they get it done on.
Yeah, that's got to be brutal.
I don't think there's any world in which they would change their algorithm to
you come
a
in
different
where
one.
you have an ult or two of your own to play with. You try and get back into the game with the coaches, and then an in-zone flawless comes through seconds later. That's got to be a bit more of a backbreaker on the other side of things, because
They are catching Miniboo a lot. He's going to have a shit ton of first deaths coming out the back of this game. Because I think he got a lot on Fracture too. It felt like he did anyway.
The Sage has always had its value in terms of that sort of like, okay, you could utilize the wall, you can have the slows to combine with other utility. But the AWPing Sage is not something I don't think we've seen that much of, unless it's just like, hey guys,
Chat, I think we should all as a group stop subbing and only use bits/chess.
Yeah, the CNET Sage is basically still a jet. Just
like, I tried to dash and it didn't work. I accidentally pulled out my heel.
Well, Crashies has also got his claws out. Boaster's feeling jealous of his duo on the other side.
Another Benji versus that.
He's now in Boaster's pocket. This is a round where Heretics don't have a lot to play with. The Viper's Pit, well, it will allow them to get close with the pistols, but their HP decaying down. Not too favorable.
I can still plan for Jenny.
He gets the salvos back online. There's going to be a lot of low HP players. They have ults to play with if this even gets close. They have a res. Like
Rockstar, thank you for the 350 bits.
Like they have to push out of the smoke to fight them.
Brutal scenario. I think you can
They're
see
gonna do it?
maybe starting to question if they've gone back in the other direction. But
well, let's not push into the smoke. Maybe just play outside of it.
They do manage to get the
please.
There's not really been any other positive to this round so far.
Double flank again.
I mean, it should crush them, the flank.
Yeah.
They're just not ready for it at all. You're so focused on the pit here.
Well, he was in a good position outside of the
damn, dude, excavated. They can just drop the pit too. That's crazy.
It was tricks early on, and that will be back-to-back in-zone flawlesses for Fnatic. Now, Heretics didn't invest a lot here.
Trio, have you been doing any match fixing recently?
Is it bolsters it down? It gives them a lot of cash in the bank.
Real Dusty Buns, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits.
Is that yes?
I love seeing green everywhere on my screen.
I mean,
yo, thank you very much. That's incredibly kind for you. From you, sorry.
It's over.
Absolutely must win.
Yeah, but most
Sorry?
people try to the end. You just give up like every game.
I was watching Bren last night, and he was, dude. Bren's stream last night was so good. He kept saying, I'm in such a privileged position. I'm streaming this, and this is, you know, part of how I make my money. I'm not gonna tilt. I'm not gonna get angry at these people." And he got the worst teammates over and over and over again. And he was just like, you know, like when you battle the tilt, but you can't help it, so you keep saying like positive things, but your mind is just crushed. It was that. It wasn't even funny. It made me feel sad. Yeah, but
that's crazy.
Yeah, except that it didn't quite work.
Yeah, fuck. It got one kill though.
But yeah.
It's not bad.
I got one. Yeah. The fucking Titanic situation. We gotta push someone off.
If that happens though, like if you're in that Bren situation, like the fuck do you even do? Like past coping, you know?
I mean, you can't do anything. You just turn off the stream, GG, go next, and go back into the ladder the next day. Honestly.
For an opportunity.
That shit is
50
rough.
seconds on the clock. They're going to have to give that opportunity soon. The flash ready for Woot. Maybe that will push him back. If it doesn't, they may be in a 5v3 very soon.
Weakest Milk Drinker, thank you for the 20 months. And yeah, the Real Dusty Buns, that's extremely generous of you today. You just woke up and,
oh my god,
decided to throw 1,000 bits at a time into the chat. Extremely kind, thank you. Alright, Benji gets one. Winnable if Benji forces another fight? I don't think Crashies has seen him. That's nice bait as well, actually. That's a really nice bait from Benji. Ah, Alpha's so good. Alpha is playing really well today.
with the form that Alfia is in, it's not looking like close.
Dratazel Dennis, thank you for the new Prime sub. Thank you. Yeah, Alpha wins 1v2s so often, man. He faces two players, deals with one, deals with the second. Bada bing, bada boom.
It's feeling like deja vu, going back to Fracture. Rian stepping back just a little too far.
That was a full Titanic situation. We had space, but just died anyway.
Well, there was a player jumped up on pipes, so I'm wondering if he was trying to, like, get out of the sight line of the player pipes. Because he might have been guaranteed to die there anyway, I'm not sure.
Are fully panicking. They're in spiral mode.
Yeah, they're getting owned.
Dude, I've been seeing some of the replays, like in playoffs from these European players. Their settings make it so you can't even see salvos on the ground. Like, they're so transparent.
This is what happens
like,
when
I've seen like multiple salvo deaths on like so many different teams, and it's like they play the replays and these guys are just running over it, not knowing the distance as to how big it is.
What do you mean?
That plays into account. Like, for some reason, I'm not sure because they have Bloom off and it's low settings completely, but on maps like Icebox, on maps that have like very gray tiling, things like Fracture, like people are just running into salvos and dying, like without combos or anything. Like,
and you reckon it's because of the visual?
Yeah, because when I look, they look at the person's actual replay, it's like stretched plus like mega low settings, and like you can't even see the mega outer ring of the salvo. It's so. I've seen like 2 specific instances of it now, where it's just like, holy shit, I can't even blame the guy. Like, it looks like a stupid play on the mini map, but like, on his screen he can't even see.
Dude, what is this stat? Why?
I mean, that is quite surprising though. 10 characters isn't that long.
But that's
CHRONICLE.
It used to be the case that Kisnet Deus was the longest one in EMEA, and that was also 10 characters long. So maybe there's a maximum. Sorry, in Americas, yeah. Maybe that was a maximum. You know, once you get to 11, you're just not going to be good anymore. Witty Boy, thank you for the new tier 1 sub. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Alright, so instead of going 0 for 1, Heretics at least go 1 for 1 here with Mini Boo's death. Yeah.
That's the plan, though. That's always the plan.
Well, Mini Boo's been taking a lot with him throughout stage 1. But yeah,
yeah.
Is alive, so the turret should give them that contact.
Bro, they go all the way on this flank and they res.
With how much space they've already managed to get, you can see that the Fnatic players are just waiting. They don't want to give the game
away. Dude, they know everything now. This is just fucked.
You early lockdown here to push them back into the flank?
So they can't turn
no, I think you just wait.
And now the flank from Fnatic shows its full hand. One player
you stay locked on. You don't need it this round. Use playoff site. Yeah, let flank do its thing.
They dealt with Chronicle quite nicely, and now they know that Kayak's back here. Did he hit that?
No.
Hello? What? Sorry?
He finally gets a pick.
How did Boo just run forwards and fucking own them? What happened there?
No. So while the Gecko ult was coming in, he followed it.
Oh.
He followed it and he played inside his own Viper smoke.
They have lockdown. You might want to use it here. That's going to force the attack.
They can't push for it, right?
They have to try.
They're going for it.
I mean, guys, just lost there. I mean, there's not a chance there. Show me that replay from Boo.
Yeah, he literally followed everything in, and then he walked slowly under rafters, and he just waited.
They did a really good job of scaling off the Thrash when they had it in round 5 as well.
Yeah.
Mini Boo was doing well off that.
Boo's gotten so many random inserts. Like on, I think this is the 4th round now where he's just somewhere, but they always get stand out.
Okay. Well, that's not exactly how I expected that 2K to have happened.
He had a chance, and he fired at them both. Neither shot landed.
Went for mid.
Get themselves around.
Oh my god.
Alpha, he's avoided a mesh of bullets sent his way. Heretics finally back on the board, and it's not too late to finish this half.
Look at how quickly Fnatic are responding to like early pressure. They did leave the whole of A. I guess now they're going to be clearing over towards it because they spotted somebody in mid.
Yeah. The wall can also hold the push the whole time.
This half has been fairly firmly in Fnatic's favor.
They're so confident in their B retake because they've just been winning it constantly.
That can be slowed off Nano swarms, snake bites, salvos.
I can smell Team Heretics getting only one round on defense again.
In a lot of other rounds.
Ooh, no, I think Team Heretics should be really good at their defense on this map. I think it should be pretty fucking good.
So overextended. Why?
I guess they just feel like they need to take a lot of space because they...
Dude, like...
The calling seems rough today from Boo on his attack sides. They're really grouped up. Incredibly grouped up. And then they get themselves into spots like this on B where they can't plant because they are expecting there to be like 3 players stacked on the side. And so then they're having to like awkwardly walk forwards and see if they can kill people to make space.
Yeah, and they have Viper Spit there as well. But they could just play a standard postman with Viper Spit.
Except they can't get. They feel like they can't get the plant out.
The last part of what you said about them awkwardly walking up is my problem. I don't have an issue with the 5-man and the bunching, but they hesitate so much when one person on the other team just like uses one piece of util.
Yeah. Well, what's the other option? Just tap repeatedly and see if you can bait Fnatic into going for a bad. What? Ah, those zooms.
Dude, when he zoomed in on the bottom left in Fracture, I lost my mind and I couldn't walk the rest
yep. When he zoomed in on the Tejo.
Yeah, dude. And then the 3K happened. I'm like, I don't even care. I couldn't watch it. I got fucking stunned in real life.
He is. He's actually hitting me with the fucking Tejo stun.
Passively to cover their back from Killjoy. This could be a very dangerous round, and a couple of spams.
Just let me look at the minimap, please. I beg, I beg, I beg.
And the fact that they are taking
I want Mini taking like this early space a lot faster with the fast lane. Like clearly no one's playing up. It's been like 11 rounds. No one is ever playing yellow. No one's ever playing up. Like take some risks if you're gonna die any fucking ways.
Well, they're just waiting for fuel. Okay.
Get that, I guess.
That's huge help.
Is in place. 30 seconds.
No.
Now the mosh comes through as well. They're having to just wait out so much.
Again, Boo isn't actually popping his molly in mid either to threaten like they could be resetting. Oh, there goes the one.
Oh my god.
What's the fuel? Show me the Viper. What's the fuel? Oh my god, Heretics this round though just hit the shots. 10 seconds. All right, now you have to defend again. They won the round through spam. I mean, that is. I mean, first of all, what a shit map Icebox is. But also, that can't be the way that we're winning rounds on the attack side. Where you just like tap, get denied, but you trade a player every time.
Have clawed their way back up to a close score line. The second half will see their defense somewhere. We know that they're strong.
Heretics are really good on the defense, but they don't look like they're actually playing great Valorant today.
One away. We'll find out how it goes after the break.
Boo had 2 kills in that half, and they were both the 2 kills that he got from being in backside A, where he got a free kill on the Viper and then killed Alfia and won the round.
Won the round. Would you
But,
rather
like,
have 2 kills and win a round or 2 meaningless kills?
I'd rather have more than 2 kills in a half.
Well, it's you, so you ain't. In fact, that reminds me.
I'm running an ad now, yeah.
Me on the bad aim, bad macro.
Yeah?
Though you try fucking calling a pistol round fake and say that doesn't work.
I mean, I've got to be honest.
Come at me.
You've got good
me.
The macro from TMV, that was slanderous. The aim, I feel, to be honest, I haven't really watched
Yeah, I
it.
could put you there for the fucking aim as well if I want.
I liked what the Valorant competitive subreddit have just done. They put themselves in. They put Valcomp in that whole area.
Yeah.
Oh, the pistol round fakes, though, you're completely correct. They work every time. You're working off years of conditioning. Years of conditioning of nobody ever faking on pistol. Exactly. And you're the...
Exactly.
You're the exception that proves the rule.
People play 10 games in a row. 9 times, people just hit a site. And then one team fakes and usually like...
Yeah, there's actually... I mean, that would be 18 times. Because you play 2 pistols in a map.
They better hope they can connect another one.
You only
here,
defend on one.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
On defense?
I'm faking on defense.
It was 3-1 in their favor. Fnatic made a streak of rounds, bringing us.
But on the attack side, they don't fake as well. You know what I mean?
But for Heretics, Tom, you alluded to it earlier. Well, not really alluded.
7 is a bad amount of games to lose on attack icebox. It is, but Heretics are good here, and if they win the pistol and get it back to 7-7, I think we've still got a game going on. Because I also think that Heretics are more likely to fight. Oh my god. Yeah, as you see here. Fnatic are going to try to take a lot of space for free because their comp is about getting plants.
What is going on?
I'm jumping around.
I mean, the jumps are working.
Keep jumping.
The jumps are working.
I think we're going to see Chronicle having some stern words with Wingman after how it's gone for him in the pistol rounds. I don't know what's going on.
You stun me through a floor, and then you don't get him.
How did Fnatic come out on top? Because Team Heretics stayed in their position while they were in the 4v3.
3 versus 2. A good recovery by Fnatic.
They had health disadvantage and died to people jumping around the corners
Make him a bit modest with
because they didn't back up.
He'll back off. The world is Fnatic's oyster.
But it's definitely still winnable for Heretics. Like, it's still a fairly even pistol. Obviously, Fnatic are in a decent spot, and they're going to the right side, so it's going to become a lot harder for Heretics now.
30 seconds left.
Orb available as well.
You should go back to commenting Apex Legends. Bro, my chat has been licking the lead today. Like, I have not seen less intelligence from my chat in a long time. Like,
really?
Like, no, a long time. And I know that I'm calling you out in particular, but you are not the worst of it at all. But the amount of, like, rage baiting, bad faith arguments, crazy nonsense going on in my chat today is like, actually, they've been licking the lead.
Upping the challenge a little bit, this 3v2. Everyone tagged on that attacking side, but they've got the
I don't know what happened.
and the unknown factor.
We only had a couple of days break from Valorant, and suddenly, maybe people went outside.
They watched you play Pokemon, they lost all their brains.
Yeah, that might be what it was. They do say that crime increases over the course of hot weather in like the summer. Maybe it's just general stupidity.
You dirty Tory, pretending you support the M while funding your hidden agenda.
I am not an Icebox supporter.
I watched you try to throw a Pokeball at a trainer's Pokemon.
What's embarrassing is how long I took setting up to catch that trainer's Pokemon.
So what you were trying to, oh, let me paralyze it.
Yeah. I put it to sleep, I fucking got it weak, all of that shit. Last night as well, I got a Pokemon killed, but then I was in like a battle situation where somebody automatically heals you afterwards. So it wasn't dead at the back of my party, it was like getting auto-healed. And I couldn't get back to a Pokemon Center immediately. And I kept using it by accident. I kept using my dead Porygon over and over again because my brain just couldn't register that it was actually dead. Oh my god, there's no way.
No way. Look at the fucking alarm bot chasing him all the way.
Look at the pace on that thing. Does he have any access to a weapon? There's no way.
He doesn't need it. He just needs a classic.
There's no way he wins this.
He's got the element of surprise. It's better than a weapon, no?
He could kill with 2 headshots. One more! Oh my god!
There's no way.
What a round!
Cooked him. He's absolutely destroyed him. He knows it's alpha. He knows he's gonna fight.
Oh, that is nasty good from Rienz. Dude. Holy shit, bro.
That first flick was a jump scare, man. What the fuck?
That's got to be the easiest bundle on planet Earth to sell.
Oh my
when your
god.
players are doing stuff like that with it. That's just utterly ridiculous. And I said it in the moment, there is no one else you want in those clutch scenarios with how solid Rienz has been individually. It's just
that
ridiculous.
is perfection, that kill.
That's the right click.
That's the right click? What's he talking about? What's he... The first kill.
Was a right click.
Yeah, but the first kill is from like.
Yeah, the
dude,
first kill was a very
Mini-Boo's.
reasonable right click.
Bro, the first kill though, there's no way that that's like a fraudulent right click. He stuffed the barrel into his face.
Although, could you argue that a free gun shouldn't be able to kill someone like that?
I mean, you can argue whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't mean you're right.
They'll still have money for the next.
I mean,
I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out there. This is how discussions work.
Fucking.
they're gonna lose this anyway, though.
Oh, they're gonna lose anyway.
I mean, they gave them a free fucking weapon in Maze as well.
Yeah. Mini-Boo is gonna have outrageously high first death stats at the end of this game. He's stuck. They know that Benji's completely stuck. You just have to fight him together.
He's managed to find a gap, but the trade was never gonna not come through from that position.
1v3 for Boo. Needs to get more kills than he has. Or there's more players alive than he has kills.
No, he got a kill last round.
Oh, he did?
He got 2 kills last round. He no-scoped him.
Oh, yeah?
Either to the left, to the right, or up above, and at the moment it seems like the majority of them, the wall's at least giving him a gap to try and find around, but he's hoping for a fight, and just look at where Fnatic sit. They are all back, passive, waiting patiently for a single tap to come through, and guess what?
I didn't know about the salvos, but I do now.
Once again, Crashy's always so irritating in these scenarios.
He has a buy next round.
I think you have a bit of pride attached to this round as well, because it was your buy.
Oh, fucking give up your pride. Pride is a sin.
He's just trying to stop him getting out of there. Wants to remove that gun, and
Great round from Crashies.
the knife in the back, the thorn in the side.
Dude, what is... What the filter am I looking at there?
Again, keep going back. We just keep going through camera after camera.
Holy shit. And they transition into the same... Yo, cinema. Cinema.
Tied up with Crashies. Even finds one with a classic. Here it is.
Maybe it's just a Turkish thing. Then again, I say that, but Chronicle...
His movement there with the classic is so tough to hit.
And they did. It was Woot.
Oh!
No. Guys, we're going in.
Shut up, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, Benji could definitely call for them to stack. He knows that the orb didn't go down.
Stop coming for the Irish, Tom. I don't like it.
It's a very good point from the last round, too. Everyone's playing on Benji's site in front of Benji and dying.
Double digits.
I don't know what Team Heretics are doing.
Yeah, it's going to be Scout with Boaster and Chronicle with Wingman. Big talks to be had.
I mean, I think the idea is that Heretics are looking to fight early round and then back. And then...
But then why is Benji on the site then? Like,
just so that when you back, if they do the, like, reactive push into A, he still has plant denial there. But I think the game plan is to defensively, like, early round fight on his site, and then late round stack the opposite. And they just lost the early round engagement.
Ended up as the zero gun. Nothing found. A lockdown to force any players off this site. You had the stack. You had the players in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately.
Well, this one's over.
And that was it. That was the worry.
Oh, they lost 3 ends. Yeah, it's definitely over.
Ready for the fight.
Holy big wall.
Yeah, this is the cringe wall.
I don't think they're going to need a 6-up wall for this one.
Burj Khalifa moments. Holy shit.
Almost assuredly. The question was, would it be flawless? And in zone will be sad to see it isn't. As Boo is the last one standing. Picked off.
I'm going to look at the VLR thread.
Still though, Thrash online for the next round. Double digits secured.
First deaths.
On that familiar scoreline of 6.
He's 8-8. Oh no, not
I'm gonna see what the.
Did he really? He really only died.
Dumb. You're like, I need to go to VLR to find something.
Mini-Boo only died first 3 times on Fracture. I thought it was more than that, and he's 4 and 5 allegedly so far here.
Allegedly.
We did not need.
Yeah, allegedly.
Throwing that into the barrier.
That is cruel.
His brothers are missing orbs.
They don't need to double down on it. Shout out Scott again for the lineup.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I didn't count it myself. According to VLR.
10-6. Ultimates.
8 and 16 though is so different to the normal performance that Mini-Boo's been putting out. Mini-Boo has mostly been dominating. Oh, you are toasted, aren't you? I got out!
Wow.
He only took half the damage from it. He only took one tick. That's crazy.
He used to be a DDR pro player, so I understand he has really good movement.
Oh, did they think that drone came from the top? Dude, Miniboo is whiffing.
It's not even his fault though. Like, someone help him or just get off the fucking angle. Like, what? We're playing for the maze fight.
Last time, this time, he's the one surprising him. And either way,
we can't just play retake.
They're trying to catch. They know that they're scaling maze because that's where Kayak has been walling. Like every round as he walls this screens maze kind of angle. So I think it's a, isn't it a pre-set plan that they're gonna high-low maze? Like that's part of their ante on this map, and then they're just fucking it up.
Double low. Could have one person in nets. Could have a guy Jenny as well, and like we peek off the maze push.
Yeah, I think they're fucking up the execution of it completely.
Yeah. They have the idea, or maybe Miniboo's the only one that has the idea, and everyone else is just kind of droning on.
He's getting toasted individually though.
Wait, why did TH pick Icebox knowing that this is FNC comp with kilojoules and Sage? Isn't that insane hard mode for Neon? Half fraud team for a fraud baldy.
I don't think the Killjoy and the Sage make it any more difficult to play the Neon into. I think actually it would be like, yeah, why would that make it more difficult? I think it's more difficult to play off-site post-plant. It's more difficult to play plant denial from off-site while you're on defense as well, and then play like flood retake. But I don't see really why it would be that much more difficult to play Neon. Slow orbs? He's not getting caught by the fucking slow orbs, man.
Blue, though, will at least start things off with an opening pick. And that's Kayak gone. So the res won't be used. Unfortunately, you can't bring yourself back.
That is 2 rifles, though, for Team Heretics.
And also, I don't think the slow does even necessarily kill the Neon XX on this map. Because the way that the Neon paths is that they go from pipes to 410 to, like, Jenny. They use a lot of the high ground. They don't use the floor. I think you're in the world of theorycraft rather than how it's actually being played.
In their favor, 3 weapons as well to work with. This is all that they need. And I like this. Immediately you see Miniboo back off from
I don't think it's a bad, like, based on what these teams have been doing, I think it's easier to anti what Fnatic have been doing than what Heretics have been doing. I think the problem is that Fnatic have been extremely good today at shutting down Miniboo, and Miniboo popping off has just been a massive win condition for Team Heretics this whole stage. And the actual anti against Fnatic's, like, pathing on the attack side and the way that they play the retakes hasn't been executed well from Heretics.
The problem is how much time can be bought. Wu needs to just try and get one here, and he doesn't. But there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, and that will do the job.
Oh wow! With the Viper Molly, got both.
Well, it's too late.
Whoa! He almost gets taken down there by the Sheriff. Rian's going back for more. He'll be dropped. Another point
Rienz
towards
isn't
that
that
Viper's pit.
sorry, Rienz isn't that mad about that.
Pushing past that barrier of 6, somewhere they were kept on when it came to Fracture.
Wow.
And a gap of 4 rounds now. This game is far from over if Heretics can keep this form up. That was a round that they had very little to work with. And yes, the Hunter's Fury was used. That was really just the icing on the cake. The seasoning, the main dish, though, was that opening pick by Boo.
So now Fnatic have their Thrash online. Benji has an ult maybe to retake, but Fnatic might be able to take side control, realizing that he's going to be playing retake lockdown kind of setups. I mean, that recon didn't get broken. You only see the Killjoy over there. You know that they're going B fast with this ult. And so Alpha's then given the information that he got caught by the recon. They've immediately realized that this rotate's going to come through, and they're not committing to the hit. This is good calling from Boaster, or just from like Fnatic's awareness overall.
In the form of Rienz, the gamble has been made that
realizing that the defender's got a read on what you're doing, and then resetting back, canceling your initial idea, and then even finding a timing into A.
So the only goal really for Rienz is
the attack side calling's been really good from Fnatic today.
If you get a kill on the way, fantastic. It seems like the rotation from the defensive side actually coming
All
a
right,
little bit
but now,
early.
do you have a game plan of how you're going to deal with the lockdown? Yeah, Boaster coming through mid. So Boaster's here looking, ideally, for Benji. And Benji's caught him. So now, there shouldn't really be a way of stopping Benji from using lockdown retake. Oh, look at the Sage Wall. It's been calmed. Heretics know about it. They should have seen it. He's jumping over the top. What are you doing? You saw the wall. Oh my god, that's a crazy idea as an anti. Fucking awesome idea from Fnatic.
So far. Gets the opportunity for one, but with 12 seconds left.
Initiated? Initiated?
What? I mean, press X to win, I guess. But
I guess.
Fuck, really? Are we that unconfident in the fucking...
Making the prediction that, okay,
that's
put that lockdown in, probably both players are going to come from the same angle at the end and not have
a bit fearful, I think, from Heretics. Because, like, if you're able to say that for the future round, they've got shit all to deal with it. That is a good catch, though.
They could be going to the warmongering route where, like, you win and then you rewrite history and say you use it at the start of the round. You know? If they win the whole game.
Genius. The winners rewrite history.
The winners rewrite history, yeah. We'll never know.
After losing a couple in a row, have made the decision now that, okay, well, we need to try and slow this down. We do not want to allow Heretics to firstly get back into the game, but secondly build that momentum, start seeing those superstars that we have done all the way through the season.
That's it. It's time to get back on the horse for Fnatic. 2 in a row. Doesn't seem like much, but we know what Heretics can do when given this kind of space. Now we're seeing them make those reads. The early aggression with the 2 rifles works out. The rotations that came into play there, perfect as they were ahead of the play. And you can see the coaching staff of Fnatic with a lot to say. That's a lot of holes to plug. But when it comes to these 2 boys, it's dangerous when they're given this much time to think. Let's see what Fnatic make as an adjustment. The res online, not much else for them, but they're competing against the ult from Miniboo that despite him having a quieter performance here on Icebox, this ult has done a lot for him before. Boo as well, having that Viper's pit. It's been a slow half, but if he's playing inside his pit, it's going to be difficult to root him out of there.
I really feel like they would be a lot better right now if they had a lockdown, because it forces Fnatic to try to get aggressive, and you can win rounds just by baiting Fnatic into the aggression.
See the best of this Heretic squad.
Yeah, I really feel like their retakes have been so good, but it's difficult to retake into the Sage Wall sometimes.
We've already started to witness them build back into this map a little bit.
It can be pretty fucking awkward to navigate around on A. But I feel like if you could just play passive screens, broke it, and then try to do a fast retake.
Locating targets. For the attack. Bit of a slower pace. They were kind of steamrolling Heretics in a lot of these early rounds. So now that there's a little bit of resistance.
Bumbo Scrubbins, thank you for the prime. Bumbo Scrubbins, incredible. Re-clearing out through B, so now they know if there is a hit, it's going to be on A within the next like few seconds. Break up the wall. You gotta be breaking more than just one segment of that wall. Okay, they yeah, okay, they've broken 2 segments of the wall. That should be fine. And this is where the slow slightly counters the Neon, because the Neon wanted to swing out rafters a bit earlier than that. Alpha gets res. Can they get a spam on that? No, because his body dropped from the high ground to the low ground. This is a tough retake, but Heretics aren't usually good at them. But Fnatic should be good here.
They're trying to get it. Actually, I think that nano swarm is missed. It's
bounced
up, but it doesn't matter. The spams have done the work anyway. And now all that remains is Boo! He's landed a multitude of kills, looking for a little bit more, but it was too much to ask.
Good ults from Fnatic. And now they have lockdown to be able to work with as well. Nice posture. Thank you for the 2 months. Hello, Egg. Dude, my posture's terrible. If Fnatic win, would it be a low-key upset, or Fnatic inform enough for that to be a false narrative? I don't think it would be an upset. It would just mean that we previously thought Heretics were better than Fnatic, and actually they're both like good enough to be able to go back and forth against each other. It would mean that the grand finals is like a serious fucking game. Whereas if Team Heretics had won, it would feel like Team Heretics had a pretty pretty like dominant, not dominant, but like a great chance of being able to win a trophy. Are your views on the Toronto favorites changed? Yeah, probably a little bit. Like more teams being thrown into that group, and G2 looking better than Heretics. Because I did say on Plat Chat that Heretics had some wobbly moments in their game in the upper bracket too. Against BBL, like I said, I thought it would be a bit more dominant between Heretics and BBL. Fracture, though, you kind of have to throw out the window. So we'll have to wait until the grand finals still to have some proper ideas about the EMEA teams. G2 didn't.
Trying to put some of that flair into
G2 looked wobbly up until they qualified for Toronto. And then after they qualified for Toronto, I think G2 played better Valorant than this. Than what Team Heretics are showcasing. Fnatic are looking quite nice though. I really like the way that they've approached today. Good awareness from Benji, but he's under so much pressure here. Fnatic's playing, Kayak's playing so well.
That's bangable through the vending machine, really?
That's a good tag. And that drone clears a lot. The drone is cleared all the way through here and through Tube.
To give that bit more space, but they need to find some solid ground to fight from.
Whoa.
Towards Snowman is where they're looking, but there's plenty
Tejo ult is good against Woot.
It's caught one, Rienz is down, Woot forced into the open, and now the
Dude,
round
what is Boo waiting for?
Fnatic's favor. A lot of ground to cover by Mini Boo, by Boo. The pit falls.
It's just absolute chaos.
Yeah.
Nice. Dude, really nice series from Fnatic. They completely outplayed Heretics. I wouldn't even say that this game was that close.
That was a bit of thrashing.
That was a bit of a thrashing. That was good shit from Fnatic. The Heretics' form was a big problem for them.
Fnatic team number one?
Well, I mean, you don't
Wait for the grand finals, but yeah, but I would assume if either of these teams was going to shit the bed in the grand finals, it would be Heretics, based on previous history. But yeah, that is nice. That is nice.
Fnatic repeat what they did last year, go straight to playoffs and straight home.
No, no, surely not.
You say surely not, but it could have.
But they look like
no, they look good there.
They look higher up in the power rankings than last year.
Shanghai, though. We're gonna have to go back.
I don't know where they were ranked in Shanghai, but I don't think they were ranked #1 or anything like that in Shanghai.
Salvos were terrifying. Alpha and Kayak showing a wonderful form, and for Fnatic right now, this
I'm sure they were fairly high.
your first grand finalist for EMEA locked in, and they're eyeing up that trophy. You know that this is a squad that no one wants to face.
Yeah, Fnatic, they didn't win the kickoff trophy last year, but they won in stage 1 and they won in stage 2. This team's very, very good at being able to win, like, playoff matches domestically.
At least this time they can look at it and go, okay, we're qualified. If we do face Liquid again,
They were forced to pick Gen G? Yeah, they were, because they were the last pick, right?
we have Kayak with Yinsu.
That's right, I'm now joined by Kayak from Fnatic. Massive congratulations. Kayak is your first grand final.
I checked Plat Chat's poll on YouTube. It's currently 63% Heretics.
After you join the team, how does that feel?
Feels insane, to be honest.
I think that's maybe slightly too Heretics, but I think somewhere around like 60-40 or just underneath is where I would have put it today.
Super clean, very clean. Now,
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Kayak. He said it was one of the cleanest games they've played.
Now, what changed?
I think when we played them first time this year, it was like we played like a different team. We didn't have like energy, and energy is a big part of our team. So we didn't have energy. Like the game was super weird. Like we just didn't play like ourselves.
No fans too, right? The fans really help. You love having them here.
Yeah, actually.
Yo, Real Dusty Buns! What's up? Well, by all means, consider typing in the chat a little more. I haven't seen you in the chat since before today, but that's extremely kind of you. Thank you, Real Dusty Buns.
But how different of a player do you think right now, standing on this stage, compared to you were on Apex?
I think I think I improved a lot. Maybe like
I would say
just
so.
getting more comfy on stage. I feel like really comfy on stage right now. So I improved that for sure. And as a player, I improved like all of the things by a little. So I improved everything basically.
We're very proud of you, Kayak. But did you ever think that you were going to be the one Sage player of EMEA running down Icebox?
He's actually playing real nice on Sage.
Milan Orban was like, what do you want to play, Sage or Gecko? I'm like, I don't want to play anything of this. So, and I was like, after 5 seconds, I was like, yeah, I can try the Sage maybe if you allow me for some green walls and stuff. So I gave a chance for the Sage and it's working out.
That 410 wall is actually really nice.
I think it's super fun.
Yeah, it's fun. We see you having a lot of fun. So this was it successful?
The 410 wall and then the jump over to screens.
The first time you played it, or did it take some time?
Pretty good.
We played first
Thank you,
I
Triceratops.
dropped like 10 kills. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this stage. then after the break, we played second scrim. I was like, yeah, the stage is quite good actually. So I gave it a chance, and it's actually quite fun.
Where did you learn the walls from? Is it TikTok?
To be honest, I just went on custom. I found on some walls, and it was working. I was like, basically when we were playing Prags, I was like throwing wall. I was laughing because I thought it's just funny when I'm like on top of something and I'm killing someone, and this guy has no clue what is going on. So, and I think like 2 days ago I typed green walls on Icebox. So I had some walls from the green, but I didn't use them yet. So
we can look.
Yeah, I mean he's only used like one weird wall, the one on top of 410, which is still a pretty basic one. It's not like he's doing anything too crazy. But he's also, the team is not using his wall for mid-round control, which normally makes the Sage's life super boring. They're giving him a lot of flexibility in terms of how he uses it because they're focused a lot on playing retake style.
When the kickoff came and stuff, I decided that I'm just gonna do my role and I'm gonna play like myself. I'm not gonna think about it. I need to fill someone's shoes because I know that I'm a good player. So I just have to believe in myself.
You're a great player. Now,
yeah,
lastly,
he's been really good
when it
recently.
comes to joining Fnatic,
Solo Andy29, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you very much.
On this team. So what is the system?
We've either got people licking lead or being incredibly generous today. We're getting both ends of the spectrum in the chat.
All of my teammates are
what happened?
Like, really fun and stuff. So when I joined, I instantly like got the vibe. I think maybe not instantly, but because I think when I join the team, I'm quite shy. You know, so I need to get to know some of the teammates and.
Your lead supply's out of town. Ah, right.
I was really feeling it, and the vibe is insane right now.
I live in an old Victorian terraced house, so all of my pipes are lead. I can just be licking it all over the place. Delicious water.
That's the progression we love.
Ah, you've been over on YouTube. I see.
Finalists. By the way, Kayak, give it out one more time for him.
If Heretics makes it back to the Grand Finals, or if Liquid makes it back to the Grand Finals, I think the Grand Finals will be hype as fuck. If BBL gets there,
we'll see you after the break.
To be honest, maybe that would still be really hype, because it would be like, holy shit, BBL's on a run. I don't fuck with BBL as much, I gotta be honest.
Where are you going, bro? Where are you going, bro? You cannot run from me, mate. This is Benji in my pocket. Fish.
That's really good from Alpha. That's really funny. I love that. Boaster has had a thing for many years where he tells the players, like, who are you going to put in your pocket today? And, like, they sit down and he's like, all right, who are we going to... He's like, all right, look across the stage, like, who are you putting in your fucking pocket? Honestly, Benji did get pocketed.
Wait, is there
by
promo
Alpha yet?
for that pay save card boost me?
Maybe. I don't know. I gotta be honest though, I feel like Miniboo has got to be having some of the worst stats here, right? Yeah, oh my god, that's by far and away the worst game that Miniboo's played. Like, look at this Icebox compared to the last time Miniboo played Icebox. Like, that is just unreal difference. Holy shit. He got slapped. Yeah, I mean, there's this one. There's also... Where are some Iceboxes? All right, there's an Icebox. There's an Icebox. Miniboo dropping 300 ACS, 22 and 10. This game against BBL, I guess Miniboo didn't dominate this one, but still, like 18 and 23, positive in first kill to first death. Miniboo plays against Team Fnatic, 11 and 20, 6 first deaths, Dude, he got rolled. He actually got smoked. Crashy's played such a nice game as well, though. He had a lot of first kills, too. Chronicle got a big first kill onto Mini Boo as well, if I remember correctly, in one of those rounds. Boo had 2 kills in the first half, by the way. He had 2 kills in the first half. He kind of came alive on defense to overtake his little brother. But, like, bro, this makes such a big difference. The amount that Mini Boo was just getting shut down, because it happened on Fracture as well. His Fracture stats are not that bad, but he really was getting shut down on Fracture too. He got obliterated. It's not even that he got necessarily diffed, because it wasn't like Kayak was doing things a lot better. I just think that Fnatic were doing an excellent job of shutting down Mini Boo. Like the traps he was getting caught by, the swing from Alpha. Yeah. He went 2-5 against Kron and 1-3 against Crashies. He got put in Boaster's pocket. Mini Boo got put in fucking Boaster's pocket on Icebox. God damn. Jesus Christ. Sleepy Toast, thank you for the $5. Team Liquid beating Team Heretics would be hype as hell. I don't think I would actually care that much either way, because I think both of those teams are good. Why would it be hype as hell? Why would that be hype as hell? I could see if BBL beat Liquid and then BBL beat Heretics, that would be hype as fuck. Because it would be like, oh my god, BBL are actually going on a run here. Like, this is crazy. But I feel like maybe I'm rating Team Liquid higher than most people, where I just think they do look like a comfortably top 3 team.
We need to start a conversation. Woe0T is low-key really awful on initiators, like safe levels amount of fall-off from duelist to other roles. Surely just spamming double duelists is not a good long-term fix.
We need to start a conversation. Woot is low-key really awful on initiators. You need to be checked for that one. You need to be checked for that one. Woot's insane on duelist because they let him run around and go crazy. If you're just looking at the stats, then it might look like he's got a fall off, but there's no world where you're telling me that Woot was not one of the best initiators of last year. He's not in any sense awful. And you're not allowed to type, I'm right. Other people are allowed to type, he's right. You're not allowed to type, I'm right. You just watched a map of him getting owned.
Least reactionary VCT take.
Yeah. He is sometimes otherworldly on duelist. But that doesn't mean that he's shit on initiator.
Great. And also, Teo is still in meta until he's eventually nerfed. So they should have just kept running with him. Yeah, they just didn't
Sneaky.
Have
Thank you for the 5
so when you saw
months.
The comp, were you a little bit more confident that when they
I was thinking like, oh, okay, this is actually really winnable now, boys. They haven't got much plant denial pressure. They haven't got
the plant denial pressure is
the annoying ulti. They do have a recon, which is kind of annoying, but I think the Teo rockets are...
The thing is, though, I want to hear from Team Heretics whether they made this move because of Toronto. Is this because they wanted to swap to Toronto comps? Or is this because they thought there was some kind of specific anti? Because if it was some kind of specific anti, I don't know what it was. I think the Tejo would have just been straight up better.
The coaches came to him with this idea of playing Sage and so on.
But if it's to prep for Toronto, then I can understand roughly what's going on.
Teammates like Crashies and Kayak.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting to make a final. I obviously believed in ourselves that we could, but I wasn't like...
Overnight, you went from Heretics are the favorites to win Masters? Okay, I said that I was a big fan of Heretics and said that it was between them and G2 as my favorites to win Masters. To now them saying then coming third in EMEA would not be surprising. People online don't understand that when you see new evidence, it's reasonable to adjust your takes. Do you think that I should keep saying what I did yesterday?
it's all been up.
No, I actually think Heretics are still the favorites to win.
That one game to really feel like he belonged in our team, and I think that was the big game. And ever since then, like the team.
What are you talking about?
So much different. Full trust, full steam ahead.
How much of this can you relate to, Petra? You know, having young players.
But I do think the top 3 in EMEA is still pretty close.
Well. And the trust.
I think it's possible that Heretics could still win in the grand finals, come back, play really well, and still look like one of the favorites for Toronto. It's even possible, I think, that Liquid might still win in EMEA, though I think that's unlikely at this point.
I mean, you guys have made a lot of finals.
Obviously, with them being in the grand finals with double map veto, Fnatic are the favorites.
No, it's never the same. Like the build up to the finals always.
Posters using an LEC mic? Yeah, they just haven't changed the flag.
Sleepy
Sleepy Toast, thank you for the $5. Team Liquid is a fun and cool team, and Team Heretics doesn't really deserve hate, but as a G2 fan and not a bandwagoner, and I'm still upset about Shanghai last year. Wow.
That's actually a lie, but yeah.
Last year?
Yeah, Boaster improved his shooting a lot.
Last year, I was playing lower brackets all the time.
Yeah, it happened. It happened once, I think, in last year.
I think you should just say you are surprised by what we just watched.
Well, you didn't bloody make it a kickoff, so you
I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Another lead licker in the chat. I said that I thought this was a 60-40 game for Heretics. I've said that repeatedly. I'm not trying to change. I'm not trying to gaslight you and say that I expected Fnatic to win.
You have some paddle boards in front of you. You guys at home play along with us.
I was wrong about this. Like I've got public records of who I thought was going to win the game. You know that I was wrong.
VCT.
I'm getting rage baited, man. I'm getting rage baited by chat so hard today. You guys are doing such a good job.
This was from your former teammate.
Oh, Magnum.
I think this is Hero.
Why is there a 20-minute pause?
Yeah, let's take a watch.
That isn't that much longer than usual, actually.
I remember this, yeah.
I think usually they have something like a 20-minute total from one match to another.
And he somehow wins that 1v3.
It's just that they've started putting a timer up here rather than leaving it in the background.
Yeah, it's a bit sus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alright, so what would you rate that?
It requires a little bit of luck and of course a bit of skill, so I would
You should retire and send a handwritten apology? Dude, I should.
5 and 7.
Alright, I'm going to play the Scrandle. Scrandle. Alright, what are we looking at here? Chicken Burger versus... let me keep the audio on in the background, actually.
Well, let's take a look at this clutch. I don't know
Chicken Burger versus Sicilian Pizza Slice.
Oh my
Where can I put this? In the middle.
Oh, it's Petra.
Wait, which way do I look? Sicilian Burger versus... No. Sicilian Pizza Slice versus Chicken Burger. Both of these look horrendous. Like, actually horrendous. This one's from the United States, and they're serving something that looks that bad. I'm disappointed. I gotta be honest, I'm very disappointed that the United States, the Allegiant Stadium, would be serving something that bad and calling it the Sicilian Pizza Slice.
If I have to donate money to the mods to get this
£10.20.
Rage bait and actually use his time productively, like playing Scrandle.
I'm playing Scrandle, Monkey Meatloaf. I'm playing Scrandle, Monkey Meatloaf. Thank you.
Did you mean that?
Jum. Thank you for the 29 months. I think this looks awful. And I'm not defending the English food at all at Stoke City. But for £4.50, I don't want to eat either of these, but at least I'm getting a piece of chicken for £4.50 rather than a £10 piece of pizza. I've got to be going for Chicken Burger here. Wow, 7.5% beating. What the fuck are these? That is the world's most anemic, horrible-looking sausage roll. And this seasoned chicken hearts on a stick probably actually tastes quite good, but it's absolutely coated in salt. Is that salt? I mean, it is dipped in salt. It's just dark meat. I don't think it's burned. But I think I've got to go with the thing on the right. Even though the chicken hearts are going to put people off, I think I've got to go with the thing on the right. Yes, and we're correct. That sausage roll looks wank. A 22-ounce beer boot or a pulled pork sandwich with no pork in it. More ketchup, literally, than pork. From the Seattle... Why are we looking at such awful food from the US today? This US food is definitely understanded.
I agree. The 3 is too low.
But Cincinnati, with the beer in a boot, we've got to be going for the beer. Yeah. Why are only 40% of people down to have the beer in a boot? Maybe it was the price.
What's up with, like...
a Sonoran hot dog. I don't actually know what that means. Or 10 snails in white wine vinegar at RWD Molenbeek in Belgium.
The 1v1 against Rians of the Classic.
He deactivated his turret.
I have eaten snail before, and I did think that it was tasty. But that's because it was a vehicle to put garlic butter into my mouth. If instead of having garlic butter on it, it's in white wine vinegar with celery, I think that would probably taste bad.
I don't, I think.
Okay.
I think I've got to go with the Sonoran hot dog here.
Because this meant that Gambit would not make another global event.
Cheese dog. That's not a cheese dog. Where is this from? Crusaders FC? Who the hell is naming their football club Crusaders?
I remember this. Of course, I bounced out of my chair after
A £3.50 cheese dog. The sausage quality looks really bad, and it's got a single slice of plastic cheese. Where is this from? NIR. Northern Ireland?
That's true. That's actually true. It's always been you guys. I don't know if we have one more. Maybe we just show one more for the funsies. Let's do one more since we're rolling back the years and we've.
Or Charlotte FC's pulled pork sandwich, which again looks pretty poor from the United States. I gotta go for the pulled pork sandwich, even though it's 3 times the price. I just would never want to eat the cheese dog on the left.
Talk me through what you think about this.
It's obviously a rip-off for £9.20. It's obviously a rip-off. But I gotta go for it.
Yeah, it's a 1v4.
I think people are wrong for that one.
But yeah, it's a reason why everybody loves Leo,
I've asked called that mummy's penis when he did this.
Yeah. All right, West Ham United's bacon sandwich. Bacon looks quite good, actually. Or a nacho sharer from England.
It's Leo. You could probably
Now, what I've got to mention to you... No. Okay, so you're saying finally good scran. English nacho tortilla, chips are not good. They're very, floury. I don't understand why, because they're still just made from corn maize, but something to do with the production of them makes them very light tasting and floury, and they don't have very much flavor to them. So now I'm looking at both of these and I'm thinking, legitimately, I would prefer the bacon sandwich.
It's okay if we lose, and Austin's like, no, bro, no.
But I think most people would have gone for the nachos. But I'm 11 quid, by the way. Yeah, £11.50 is ridiculously expensive. In terms of calories, you're getting more for the nacho starter. I gotta be honest, I'm still going for the left. Yeah, I knew I was going to get that one wrong, but I just got to go with myself. I just got to go with my gut. What the fuck am I looking at here in my hometown of York City? That York City sausage roll is like a desperate cry for help. That is... It looks like a war victim. It looks like somebody that's come out of the wreckage and has got bits of ruined clothing attached to them. They've melted the paper somehow onto the food. That's fucked up. That's so bad. That's so... Oh, it is plastic. That's plastic. It's not even paper. I thought it was paper. Oh, my God. I've got to take the olive pizza. France, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to assume that it's on, quite a nice base of focaccia or something, because we're in Marseille. But, one olive in congealed cheese, you got to do better. You're known for your cuisine, France. But at the same time, that sausage roll is nightmarish. What the hell is that herring sandwich? Germany, you've outdone yourself. And another terrible slice of pizza. Why is the food here today so awful? Genuinely awful. That thing looks like it's from the Alien movie. That thing looks fucking alive, wriggling raw. It's not been cooked. It's not been cooked. It's sushi. You've ordered sushi on bread. It's deep dish? I don't... Oh, wait. Chicago Fire, it is. I thought it was just really thick cut. Okay, okay. I'm fucking with it then. If it's deep dish, I'm fucking with it. I'm definitely... Listen, this was never in question. I was always going for this. It's matches, bro. Okay, what does that mean? I'm ignorant. What does matches herring mean? I know that I'm mispronouncing it, but I don't know how to pronounce it. It's pickled herring. It's awesome. I've never tried it. All I can go off is the look, and it looks fucking rank. It looks bad. Maybe it's good. I'll try some. But it looks like shite. I gotta go with the pizza. Cheeseburger and cheesy chips. Well, first of all, there's no fucking cheeseburger. It's just cheesy chips. There's literally an invisible cheeseburger. And then on the right, oh god fucking damn it, Wigan, not another one. Another Jesus fucking Wigan kebab. Another Wigan kebab. Why are you putting the pie in the roll? We've had this conversation before. Why is it upside down? I'm still going to have to click on it because there's no cheeseburger. It's £18 in Paris and you're getting a bottle of water and some cheesy chips and some motherfuckers nicked your cheeseburger. It's a pie barn, mate? Yeah, I know it is. It's a disgrace is another synonym for it. It's weird. It's just weird. I'm sorry. There's no need to have it wrapped in bread. You don't absolutely need to consume every last drop of the gravy. But I'm still going to click on it. What is that on the left? Hartlepool United. Can you not, like, did you not have a conversation with the chefs in terms of burger size as it related to bread size? Was there no possible communication there between the people in charge? That's fucking enormous. And on the other side, we're at the Qatar World Cup with a Greek salad with olives. I'm not seeing very much feta, but I guess there's a little bit of feta cheese in there. I'm struggling for perspective. I don't know how big this is for £9. I think most people who do this will go for the meat no matter how weird it looks compared to a salad. And it doesn't look like the world's most appetizing salad. It looks fine. I'm not a big fan of cucumber personally, but I think get rid of some of the cucumber, throw in a bit more just cheese, basically. And maybe I'd prefer that. I think most people are going for a cheeseburger at a third of the price, though. £9. I can't get a sense of perspective. That could be tiny as well. It does kind of look absolutely tiny. 38% of people would eat that cheeseburger. I mean, that was the worst day of Scrandal I've ever seen. The food that was on there, and it wasn't just coming from Britain either. We had terrible, heinous food violations from Germany. The USA were bad with it today.
The big question, to be honest with you.
God damn.
We know that Team Liquid banter will pick into split. I think for BBL, it's a question of have they prepared for this and what have they prepared for this going into it.
Aslan, thank you for the £7 Canadian. Who pulled more shit from their ass? Prime 2024 Gen G or 2023 Fnatic? Shit from their ass. I guess 2024 Gen G pulled more shit from their ass. Because I feel like 2023 Fnatic didn't really have to as much. I mean, I guess you could say that Masters Tokyo Alpha was kind of pulling shit from his ass. But like neither had to that much. I guess I would say 2024 Gen G though. But I don't think either of those teams to that much of a degree.
I want to see, like, pound for pound, how this translates into a team that has been very well known for the preparation that they do, and I think that in this case it goes for both.
2023 Fnatic lock-in was peak pulling it out your ass. Maybe I just can't remember. I don't remember it like that, but I don't have a strong memory of 2023 lock-in other than the final map of the grand finals. They did win, like Alpha won some ridiculous, like that ridiculous round from Yellow, the whole comeback. Yeah, maybe. To be honest, I'm not sure.
Right now, because we're not on the new badge. It's still so good here. You need the firepower. But speaking of firepower, I mean, Profect doesn't lack any.
It is by eating sandwiches in pubs at Saturday lunchtime that the British seek to atone for whatever their national sins have been. That's Douglas Adams. Yeah, I remember that passage. Because he's talking about the sausages. He's talking about the wrinkled little sausages.
Performing now in T1 in the way that he has been.
Douglas, I gotta reread the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, man. It's such a good book. Oh, series of books, but that first one is especially brilliant, I think.
As you say, and it's the consistency in him. I think that also is one of the players that is going to learn the most. So going into today, and for example, thinking we were speaking about the split, right? They need a stopping force, but they also need someone to be on the lookout for Nats because it's split and it's Nats. And I think that Profect could be the one to make that difference.
I want to see both of them just in the other person's like spawn, you know, just passing ships in the night and so on and so forth. The stats look fantastic,
Profect,
of course, but
looking big on splitting ascent. God damn.
Normal to say that out loud because he was so consistent.
That clutch stat is fraudulent.
That would change today, but the biggest storyline, I think, the one that we have to mention.
I feel like I might have missed quite a lot in Hitchhiker's Guide since I read it at like the age of 9. Yeah, same. I read it when I was young. I think I was a bit older than 9 though, maybe like 11, 12, something like that. But I think it would definitely be well worth a reread.
Also, you're forgetting the also big factor. He's IGL and Nats is also IGL, and we've been highlighting.
Do you think Fnatic can win against G2 in the new meta? Yes.
Yeah, we've been highlighting this
because there's just so much variability. Like, we don't know what the new meta is even going to be. Can they win? Yeah, of course they can. Are they going to be favorites against G2? I've no idea. I would say probably not, but it depends entirely on what the hell ends up shaking out with the meta and the map pool and all of that stuff. We really just don't know enough to be confident about anything heading into Toronto. We can have some like vague ideas of how good teams have been over the course of the year and that kind of stuff. So like for a team like G2 that have been good the entire year, you can still feel pretty damn confident about them. But you know, aside from having a vague idea, hard to know.
Here in VCT EMEA, but it might be a bittersweet one today. I'm now joined by Yumpy from BBL and Kiko from Team Liquid. Now, you have all said that this is going to be the match you probably didn't want to play because only one of you can make it to Toronto. So I thought we'll take it all the way back to the beginning and have some feels. Tell me the first time you guys met.
Boot camp in 2023 in Netherlands.
Yeah.
Utrecht. Yeah.
Do you remember?
In Utrecht.
What was the vibes as soon as you guys met?
It was good. Yeah. I like Gio. He's a great kid, so I had a lot of fun with him. But I think the better memory was when we came to Berlin, because I was his roommate. So I remember he came earlier than me, so he was there, you know, warm welcome from Mr. Kiko when I arrived to Berlin 1 year ago.
Wow, what's it like to live with Yumpy?
He's very energetic all day, every day. So, you know, that energy kind of rubs off on you. So it was kind of fun. Also, it is a bit too much sometimes for me because I'm a chill person. So Yumpy's very energetic. So we're complete opposites, you know.
Who's the messy one? You're the messy one.
Yeah. What? Me?
No, him. He said him. He said him.
I mean, my room was messy.
Yeah.
The kitchen.
Do you remember the first game? Like, I'll count scrims, tryouts, whatever it was that you guys.
Oh, what's up, Doom Bros?
What was that like?
Unpopular opinion, meta has been the most diverse ever, making nerfing Taeho will make the meta stale again. The meta has actually been really fun to watch, I would say, this year, aside from the post plants being a bit stale.
I played bad for like a first
but
I just came back from holiday, but like
I think for Toronto, nerfing Taeho won't make the meta stale because people will be in chaos mode trying to figure out what the fuck the meta is. But for stage 2, it might become a bit more stale, maybe.
I think the first screen
maybe.
Good, but then towards the end of it was amazing.
Oh, you turned it around. Now tell me one thing about the other person that people don't know about. Like they might be surprised to hear.
I don't know if you're surprised, but he loves those instant noodles. You know, instant noodles. Instant noodles, you know, in the evening when we used to live together, you know, he was doing instant noodles or those packages.
Yeah, I think Bulldog is my favorite. So.
Oh, taste. You got taste.
Are you back already from the thing? Right. How was it?
I think everyone knows.
Fun? Oh, nice.
He's super into health and fitness.
You got
convinced me to buy this ring that tracks your performance, stress, and everything.
Okay.
Where is it then?
Yeah.
Oh, you have it on?
Yeah.
Oh, you're matching.
And you're going to be down for like
adorable.
30 minutes and off and picking them up? Cool.
Okay, and now a last question, the million-dollar question, because obviously everybody loves cats. What about Campy? Is that a thing?
Campy.
We finished the first game very quickly, so I'll be done, like, even if this game goes long, I'll still be done.
Okay, we'll give the fan artist something to draw. So campers, ladies and gentlemen, good luck today.
Yeah, you could let them know just to give me a text or something like that, because I haven't talked to them.
It's almost too wholesome.
Okay.
I feel like it's Yampy and Kiko are the kind of teammates that if you were
His hair
lucky
plus
enough to
the
get
headphones.
once in your life, you
What are
will
you talking
forever
about? What, is there a headphone dent?
I feel so bad that we have to say
Oh my
goodbye
God,
to one
there
of
is.
these
It's
teams
bad.
today now. Like, one of them's going to be knocking the other
Dude,
one out.
look at that. It looks like it's like pointing in the middle. It's actually diabolical.
Very high. We have Masters Toronto on the line. There is no point asking us to hype it up for you. I'm going to get
I've
the
got
one
Homer
and only
Simpson hair.
Nats
Yeah,
play you
it's
guys
bad. It is bad.
Where we had an exhausting game and we came to the next game that was tomorrow and we fully lost because we didn't rest, we were tilted because we lost, we didn't qualify, and we were thinking about yesterday's game, that we could be there. We are not there. We need to accept that, because I'm telling you, I did not forgive myself for being not 100% of the next game. And you guys will have the same if you not listen what I'm saying. Forget what happened right now. It happened. Every one of us got that experience. That's amazing experience. Without this experience, you cannot become a champion. That's needed experience to be. But tomorrow, after this experience, boys, we're either going very high right now, and we're beating all of the opponents that is going to be in lower bracket, or we let the emotions, let the results take control of us, and we just instantly lose the game. There is do or die.
Alright, let's go. I'm hoping this game's a banger. I actually thought the first game would be more of a banger. It was a little bit disappointing how little resistance Heretics put up. It was a great game from Fnatic though. They really did look clean. Like, very clean. Everything they did just worked. Hopefully the... Oh, the chair is talking. Good analysis, Mr. Chair. This is like Sliggy's stream. The chair's gonna take over. Okay, we're back.
Only one of these teams can make the lower bracket run to end all lower bracket runs. On the side of Liquid, it has just been Nats. He's been kicking, dragging, screaming, carrying his team over the finish line. And looking at the map vetoes now, Haven's going to get instantly picked, and you guys expected the split.
Oh God, it's another day at Team Liquid's house. We ban Pearl, we pick the split. I'm surprised also because this was also a decision made by BBL. The last time these two teams went up against each other, BBL decided to ban that split. This time around, Billy, they go for the Lotus, and after what we've seen, many teams, I'd say no teams want to face Team Liquid in Lotus.
Yeah, I think as soon as they started running that double Sentinel, they've really kind of found their identity on Lotus, so that's no surprises. But of course, it leaves that split open, which was why I mentioned before, I'm expecting BBL going into that split. We've been saying.
All right, what are we getting? What are we getting?
Split. We've seen them play it so
Wait, shit.
Map
so
1,
many
split
times,
map
but
2,
looking at that Haven as the
fracture
first map,
decider.
this was one that BBL
Really?
lost
How do you guys know
okay.
this?
Week, but of course, when they played Team Liquid in it during that regular season, they annihilated them.
I think it's so smart. I think that's such a smart pick.
I'm in the sewers of Lindell right now.
The what? Sorry?
Sewers of Lindell.
Is that RuneScape?
No, it's Elden Ring.
Oh, Elden Ring. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
No, yeah.
What do you mean, oh yeah? I've played the game. You're making it sound like I've never played the game before.
I've seen you lose the game a couple times.
I've beaten Elden Ring. I've beaten Elden Ring. And now, have I ever beaten the Elden Beast and officially beaten the game? No, but I've beaten the DLC. I've beaten
it then.
I don't care.
Would suggest you haven't beaten it.
I've beaten the game. I've beaten the game entirely.
There's no shot.
Have you 100%ed the game? Have you beaten every tiny little minor boss?
That's what I'm working on right now.
On Haven is one of the weakest points from him. And looking at the age
Wait, what are we getting here?
cheesy Lotus stuff here instead.
Really? But without the Waylay. So they're playing...
Sociable, both of them moving into the ISO and the Euro respectively.
I mean, Sociable Yoru with the op and then Levin ISO does seem really good for BBL. And then Liquid are going to double Senti on Haven with the Yoru. I don't know about that. Personally, I think double Senti works best on smaller maps rather than bigger maps. Because, like, you want it to be really difficult to get through. You don't want it to be spread across a wide area on the defense.
I think Yumpy can really do a number against Nats. Yumpy has always been comfortable on Haven. Billy, I'm interested to see how Nats calls around this comp. Clearly their identity at this point.
Yeah, 100%. And I think something that we saw from Nats last week was the...
You want me to repeat myself? Because you've now finally thought of a good joke, Drovov.
What do you want as a duelist? How do you want us to be able
Yeah, I was about 11 or 12 when I read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy for the first time.
Into this double sentinel, it's been really good for them.
It has been indeed. Here we go. Only one team.
Why do you ask?
Through to Masters Toronto, and it all starts right here. Time to toss us over to your casters. Take it away, Pansy and Hypok.
Better be good.
Thank you.
11. Wow, BBL should have signed you.
Will be decided between these two. A lot to be talked about here, Mike, but let's kind of
-2, and next time, yeah, I think that's a ban. It's ban worthy. It's ban worthy. It really is.
Is Liquid looking safe?
A hint of faith.
Okay.
Mods, string him up by his toes, turn him into the core jester, see if he comes up with a better one.
Not necessarily reinventing
Ban for 11 minutes, +2 alpha crash. 4 of the top 5 ghost buying teams globally are EMEA teams. Okay, is it working now? I do associate Liquid with doing a lot of, they just buy a lot of ghosts.
And I guess if we're going to start talking about,
you only really have 2 options.
Comps here as well, bit of an adjustment coming into today. Anything standing out to you there, or is it more just let's see how it lands?
I think
Okay, let's have a look at this defense side setup then. You have sensors, reactive sensor being put up over here as well. Wall goes down, kind of traps Serial in. Does Serial have room to leave via logs? They're going up towards B into another sensor, which should allow them to do a little bit of plant denial, like maybe they throw salvos in off the back of this. There goes the stun, but a little early. If you were going to try to use salvos off the back of that, you would want it to be a bit more committed.
Creep up on that. Already punishing a lovely player advantage.
Will there be any men who are not bald at Masters? Yes. You mean on the casting side? Yes, there will.
No one on flank from Liquid full link retakes?
I can think of at least 3 people who are not bald who are men at Masters. Oh, nice from Levin.
The truth.
Though, you look at the other side, Liquid winning their fight out on the other side of the connector. Has to draw forward Magnum. He can't be passed.
It's nice though. It's nice from Liquid.
Brilliant beginning.
A huge play back in here. Looks as if Levin was going to lock down the site all the way from C-Link, but a couple of backstabs. I think maybe didn't even catch it on the other side, but an awkward timing on the smoke dropping, particularly for Serial. Kind of left BBL.
Let's test my theory. I don't think this really works though, because what, are you classifying Haven as an attack-sided map? Because I don't really think Haven as a map is attack-sided.
I think, yeah, just to come back to a point you'd made, they have to be conscious here.
Which team?
You know, some of these contact plays,
BBL.
well, dry contact plays, going to really
BBL.
struggle against Nats and Serial here.
True.
I think, did they? I thought they paranoid they linked.
Yeah, they did. They smoked right side first, then like left side as they came in.
Ready. Kiko willing to
That's
stick
true.
around.
I mean, those things dissipated so
Sometime,
fast.
Camo in the meantime as well, succeeding over towards, well, from Sewer. It is Profect to take away Kiko, who probably
Maybe
outstayed his
TMV's right. Maybe a
welcome,
free
but
weapon
still,
shouldn't do
damage
this. What if the
done. You're looking
classic
at HP
only like
sociable.
did 5 damage and scanned you?
Screw the HP, look at the shot. That's Camo gone.
Scanned you?
Yeah, like it scanned you like a Soba arrow. Like it was like a trank scan dart thing.
I mean, I would be buying the classic every round. I would be using the classic just to scan people. Can you imagine right-clicking through a smoke and it scans the opponent? That'd be the most broken shit ever.
Every would just be classic spam.
Yeah, people would swap to their classic. There'd be a strategy where like 3 players swap to a classic and 2 players have rifles out.
Expecting them to get too proactive in a situation like this.
Listen,
particularly on the
Tejo meta son or right-click spam scan daughter. That's all I'm asking. You know, what do you want to do?
I'd take the Tejo son.
That's crazy.
Rather deep utility, and this now becomes, I don't want to say readable, but it's expected, as highlighted with that utility.
You need to add a heartbeat
still being
sensor.
and a
I'd love to see. Do you mean an actual heartbeat sensor for the pros? I would love to see a tournament do that. I've seen tournaments like that in Counter-Strike, and I do enjoy it. I think it's cool.
Just gonna go for the plant.
Oh, you mean the Call of Duty attachment, right? Where you can like. Oh, okay, that's gonna be a no from me then. That's gonna be a no.
Gonna need another. Ah, he's just behind it. That's pretty much put the pin on this, but Evan, 1v3. Nah, not gonna happen. Liquid cleaning up there. Very well.
Maybe they should add the tactical nuke from, or the attack helicopter. From, or the dogs. Maybe we should release the dogs from like Call of Duty World at War. Bro, I fucking loved that game. When I was like 13, 14, probably more like 14, 15. I used to play the shit out of that on the Nintendo Wii. I was ripping Call of Duty World at War on the Nintendo Wii. Smithers, release the hounds.
Too upset about their start, BBL.
Yep, on the fucking Wii, bro.
Ultimate available.
They get to counter with the clone. Obviously, you're seeing that ISO online. It does become something you keep in mind here.
Where's the Sova util? Why are they not? I think they've completely misunderstood. Alright, doesn't matter though. They still win. But no drone to see if anybody's on site, and the recon dart comes at the same time as the ISO ult instead of being used to inform the ISO ult. I think they've kind of misunderstood how that plays off each other.
Technically, if you're running away from the ISO wall, you can't break the dart. So
it's true. Let's play for the dart value instead of the ISO ult value.
Yeah, it's a fucking win-win. It's a much smaller win, but it's a win-win.
The site cost them some of these weapons, but they've got plenty of exits.
And actually, the dart that did try and tuck to avoid it. Not going to be able to do so here. And with the Bulldog, feels like an awkward engagement. Yampy will fall.
I don't think I played a Call of Duty game after COD 5.
A repurchase on the shield at least. 2-1 here, and I actually thought Sociable was a kill backwards here, but it was actually Magnum to find Camo.
It's got to feel nice as well for BBL. The first couple of rounds, yes, they've been competitive, as we've seen, kind of getting the lay of the land.
Let's go!
But it was a good
Yampy making his way, like, the fact that BBL had the fewest games in front of an audience, and then they've won their way deep into playoffs so that they can actually play in front of an audience, and are now fighting to go to Toronto playing in front of a bigger audience. I like the audience narrative, that Yampy is just powered up by his desire for fame.
Certainly does.
Maybe he'll go too far, though. Maybe he'll...
Early creep up the cam will spot
maybe he'll get too hyped.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if he's like Icarus?
No commitment. The spike is elsewhere at the minute for BBL.
He does.
Yeah,
you're right. That's the perfect analogy. Icarus.
Icarus flew too close to the crowds, famously. Maybe he'll do what Artist did and invite everybody back to the after party at his place.
Clearing back so many tools for Liquid to play off of.
I couldn't believe when Artist did that at Copenhagen. Oh, he's gotten out.
Oh, this is really tricky.
He knows at least 2 people got caught.
Oh, the paranoia.
Good from Levin there. He's anti.
Which opens
and gets in.
I was about to say man advantage.
As long as he lives, you have your ult, you win.
Unable to make much of the paranoia
Or you
that
have a
was
good
sent through
chance.
earlier on. But he still gets his man, putting it down to a 3v2.
Big tool though here, Camo.
You must ult this Camo.
I just invited everyone and then just went to bed. That's so funny.
Your ult? What the fuck are you doing?
Thought that they'd try and wait, be a bit safer on this. Let Camo
It's so tough for Nats.
find something. Nat's now playing it in. I don't know if Magnum's watching. He's
Bro, imagine if we had another player before he
Big round by 11.
And a couple of
Wait, we choose to exit C long, but you can't even swing with your teammate or do anything to help him?
Yeah.
Not back sight, like you see everyone. You take the extra 3 seconds to run C long into cover, like.
Yeah, could have exited back sight, back plat, anywhere like that where he's able to play Nats in.
Tier 2 NA play if I've ever seen it.
Oh my god! Holy fuck, we got ourselves a Toronto qualification match, man. Both of these teams are losing their shit. I mean, especially BBL though.
Yeah, if BBL actually, they're gonna combust. Like, what if they get too hype? It's actually true.
They're gonna combust.
Fainting by map 3.
Why do you gotta say?
Sorry. I need help. I need help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The whole
That's feeling the pressure now, though. Can he actually land the shot? Oh, it felt so close. Yeah,
They've broken the trip on the flank, but in the midst of the chaos, I'm not sure that they've realized that Camo's coming around. Okay, at this point, surely Magnum's thinking about it. Yeah, he is.
The ult was invested, so Magnum should be locked in.
Classic.
And shouldn't lose. He doesn't.
The classic is only good if Team Heretics are using it.
Throw caution to the wind and make the play happen.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's farming it up, but he's got his ult ready to go again. That's the man you want feeling warm into this. And for Liquid now, brutal scenario for Kiko.
Yeah, Magnum's playing fantastically. He's playing his best Valorant he's ever played, I think.
The respect.
Great start here on the ISO. Second ultimate.
Because like he was always pretty decent back before he was IGLing. He obviously, his individual play like fell off a fucking cliff while he was playing for Karmine Corp. But he's definitely playing better than before KC now. Like he's playing better than he was in Tier 2 or better than he was in Fnatic in my opinion.
Yeah, the momentum starting to build, energy already being shown as well on the player cams. No surprises for a team like BBL.
The second highest post-plan win rate globally on Haven. Sentinels are at 90.5. Wow. Sentinels are winning 90.5% post-plans on Haven? Jesus Christ, playing a Sova Breach Neon comp. BBL have changed their comp as well though, remember. So that stat might be a bit fraudulent now. Alright. Camo's in. Goes 1 for 1. ISO ult down. Nats, nice setup, but does he realize that they've already taken space? Bro.
He runs in for the second.
That's crazy. What a setup from Nats. What a setup. That really is.
That is literally like you've never seen this setup before. Only Nats has this setup.
Spawns is about to pop up in my chat and be like, actually, I've been running that setup since 2014.
You guys watch this team?
2014. Impressive.
Actually, my dad's on the dev team.
I mean, that is a nice setup, though, to let you flood back in.
They call it the Panini setup.
The Panini setup?
BBL look pressed.
Camo gets to first, and I didn't even know actually where his TP was positioned, but it almost looked like...
Are they doing a fast round off Levin's ult? ISO shield popped immediately. You're fucking worried.
Got him,
Serial yanked. That's the play with the ult as well. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Who are you, Padstack?
Did he get he got hit, direct hit by that, I think?
Are they flooding?
They're trying and getting owned.
Holy shit.
This garage take, yes,
where's the Yoru at?
Obviously, but it looks very, very hard to handle.
So they had to read that the ISO play was coming towards A. He has a clone set up for it and everything.
Some of these hits.
But no contingencies for C.
From BBL.
They just kind of played on site like, guys.
Well, they played double garage. I think they were hoping that either it would be a full, like, you know, like the classic C. We drone, we drone, we scan, we like push just up long, and then instead he ripped it into garage.
Feeling it.
Always like putting the clone on one side and putting the Yoru on the other, so no matter what happens, there's a dodge chance on both sides.
BBL have kind of taken a little bit more of the reins in the last couple.
TP out.
Liquid aren't out of the running by any means. We're still at 3-3.
No, definitely not. You think back to some of the conversations we did here about the previous series for Liquid.
I don't really know how you should be playing a double sentinel comp on this defense side. I assume that you actually just use the double senti so that you can stack the other 3 players and rotate them wherever you want. So like you play the Cypher for info, Deadlock Wall in the mid round for info as well, and then you mostly play 3 players like stacks on A or C, or like, you know what I mean, like
stacks.
Yeah.
T1.
Sure. Like, surely we got better material than this. Have we really reached the bottom of the barrel? I might fucking
like that fucking comic of the bird of like just staring down at his cards like, oh shit. The next joke was Meteor.
I mean, my chat earlier was doing 11 jokes. They were like, oh yeah, 11. You should be in BBL. Absolute -2s. And I think your stacks joke is just as bad.
No.
Sliggy's stream died. Don't worry, he'll be back. Only 5 RG. Thank you for the prime.
I'm a serial offender for that kind of stuff.
In terms of how this is playing out so far.
No, and it does kind of keep.
Is there any what's it called? Is there any play they have with the net from Deadlock, by the way? Do they have any synergy to capitalize off of the net?
Well, in Garage now, they've tried twice to net somebody and then paranoia them and then just swing. I guess in theory they have net salvo, but I think in practice that's actually like not really what they're going to end up doing. I think a lot of the time it's just going to be net and swing. Although there's a net salvo.
Oh no. Yeah. That salvo at the start is not that bad.
No, but then you don't have the net to actually stop a hit coming through.
Oh, that's where you have wall. That's where you have the cages, the stuns.
They're walling C off C pressure. So like if you run towards them on C, they wall C. No, but they're also.
You don't understand. You don't understand. That's fine for this round on an eco because what they want is the people to shoot the wall so they can swing with the sheriffs for free kills.
No, that's fine, but they've been doing it on the rifle rounds too. And
okay, officer, that's fine.
Like Serial's been playing for Contact Garage, right, with his grab net, and then he backs off towards C main, and he uses his wall in C long. But and that's against C split pressure. But that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, shouldn't you be using the wall? Let's say, for example, he plays back garage, and he goes and walls B, so that you can just hard stack, and you're not worried about the lurk at all. And then I feel like you need to be using the double senti to block other lanes so that you can put bodies in the lane that they're actually fighting, rather than trying to make them run through the wall, because like they're just going to break the wall.
Yeah, I feel like the wall needs to be paired with the smoke, but you just trip B. I think it's better than walling it.
Yeah, but you need some level of just senti util so that you, like, I think Team Liquid should be doing 3-1-1 or sometimes even like 4 stacking these sites on defense. And just using the Sentinel util to block the gaps.
Utility, yes, to be a player, essentially.
Yeah. The Sentinel util just has to be like, yeah, a player holding the lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the map's too big to be running double senti.
You just can't.
It's, in my opinion, like Deadlock's almost like an initiator instead of a hard sentinel. In the way they're playing it and how they usually use it with Serial. It's just to, like, interrupt a bunch of shit that's happening live, but against this comp, like, it doesn't make any sense. And on Haven, yeah, it's like just so much tougher to run that way.
All right, so now that they've got a triple stack over towards A. Yoru teleport over towards C, but they're not playing C to flood. Oh, that was supposed to bounce into garage, and I think it missed. Oh, dude, look at that. I think it missed. I might be wrong, though. It looked like it just kind of like bounced around. Oh, maybe it was supposed to go into A lobby, though? Maybe it was good.
fall as
Garage?
well.
Do you think I was thinking garage?
No, not garage. Like the A lobby area. Do you know what I mean? Like it bounces through the window or something and goes into A lobby.
Crazy lineup if it hit garage.
Firing it from A long and it fucking grabs a bloke trying to go into garage. I mean, that's a cool round. And this I think though is what I want to see more often.
Tory ratings, the way you say garage.
Yeah, I was about to say the same shit.
Well, I mix it up. I sometimes give it a garage, I sometimes give it a garage. Garage though is the American pronunciation, isn't it? As well?
It's the Tory pronunciation.
Yeah.
Oh, garage is the regular pronunciation.
Garage in the UK would be more.
Hear me out. Say carriage. Say carriage. How do you guys say carriage?
That's a different word entirely.
I know it is. So
how do you say? Okay. How do you say the word barrage?
Barrage.
You do not say, oh, what a barrage of utility that they just threw onto the spike.
Okay, how do you say mirage then? Try mirage. How about mirage?
But that's our way of pronouncing it.
Okay, what are you fighting for here? Because we're both saying 4 different things.
He's fighting for the Tories.
They're gonna go fact-finding early. This is a 4-1.
I mean, this guy's trapped. He can TP out, I guess.
If you're BBL, maybe you do take.
Does he know?
I don't want to say a slower tempo, but you need to go fact-finding again.
I think Serial's suspicious, but he doesn't full clear it.
Kiko's got a lot of space and a very deep line to play with. Big inflow.
Sideshow, how do you say the thing that's about to fall apart in your life?
Mirage? Me and my wife's Mirage.
Serial's desperate to keep checking the door, but Sociable's here.
There's a gap in this, though.
There is. Cover going out.
Okay, oh god, the time.
There's that classic, dude. There's that classic Team Liquid defensive re-exploration, and BBL read it like a book. That is how you beat Team Liquid.
Hold up.
Nah, that's a good idea from BBL. That's a nice call from Yampi.
What was the mid-walk plan there? You had C-Long. Were they expecting garage? Were they expecting A? I don't know what they'd read there.
Well, what's curious is actually the catalyst for this is dealing with the trip on C-Long. As soon as Camo pops the trip, they're ready to walk mid. It's almost, but it feels like Serial's looking the wrong direction, and he's the one that takes first contact. Well, I mean, he doesn't take, he gets his head blown off. Yeah, really, really bizarre.
I mean, those rounds look like they're so troll when you walk into all of the attackers.
Yeah, when they go wrong.
Yeah. And then when they go right, people are like, oh, that's such a really smart, genius contact re-clear from Team Liquid. What a perfect call from Nats. To be honest, it's credit to Liquid that they've barely gone wrong.
Be the difference between looking stupid and
yeah. But normally Team Liquid are good for that. But I don't think they've played against a team that's tried to hard punish them for it. You know what they're going to do, but it's hard to figure out when they're going to do it or where they're going to do it.
Salvos go in. We've got the Hunter's Fury coming in. This is all now layered. Sociable going to catch Camo.
Trap out Camo.
Inside the Gravnet. And Profek is just defending Levin. Levin is just sat there crouched inside his Gravnet.
Yeah, but why? They put the tail on the far side of the site. Why are they all coming out through heaven though? Like, you know you're going to push them all into that area. Why not have some
to throw at this retake?
Oh, yeah.
Like people, you know, use like an normal flash or something else there, and then just.
Maybe they assumed that they were all going to fall off site instead of have 2 people fighting aggro CT.
Like they know what the reactions are.
People who are like in hell or anyone pushed up, they don't have time to fucking.
Yeah, I mean the hell people will have to just jump into CT.
They're not fucking running off the site.
Yeah. Must have been what they thought though.
Give the coaches a raise here as well.
I genuinely think the tails on this map are like some of the worst in life.
Here, Mike. Okay, so
they're doing this walk down mid and they're countering the C take. So they've got the right read here on what Levin's going to do with his ultimate. This time he actually goes full C with it.
Have ISO again?
Whiffed it. Why aren't they using Sova ult to set up the ISO ult? Sorry, Sova drone to set up the ISO ult. I think there's only... That's like the only thing that BBL are doing that looks blatantly wrong with this comp. Because otherwise, they're kind of cooking. And they're still winning anyway, yeah. They had a slightly better eco this round, but yeah, they're crushing it. They're crushing it. But I think this comp should be attack-sided. The question is, can Liquid actually do anything on their attack with double Senti?
Very, very
I feel like it's even like it sounds head-ass, but it's stronger on attack.
If you're planning, because this comp, this Sova ISO comp is not very good at defending B. If you do a lot of B execs, like if like 4 or 5 of your rounds are just B execs, and then you're putting down trips and stuns and shit for the B retake, that does sound like a nightmare for BBL to get back into.
Yeah. Yeah. They gotta stop.
This is a if we touch the site, we win the round comp. Again, why do we have boost me as the code for this?
Again, targeted to tier 2 and
That's not even what they're being accused of. Now it's just all allegations of fair game.
That was also in there. It was all
was
in
it?
There. Cheating, ghosting, yeah.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
It was all of the above.
Real Dusty Buns, thank you for the 510 bits. Go Baby Bell, go. Go Baby Bell, go. Team Liquid wanted defense. I don't know if they're confident in their attack. When they play this on Lotus, they're really good on their attack side.
You know what
but that's also with the Waylay. What would be content?
Flat chat. Get Sean Gares on.
Yeah.
Instead of doing a top 10 list, top 10 tier 2 cheaters. And he just lists names.
Right. And do you think that do you think maybe the reason that Sean was pissed off was because they're not ready to name names yet, and he's worried it might have rumbled the investigation?
So they're burning the files, shredding the evidence.
Yeah.
You get sued and end your career. Then I make the video on the downfall of Sideshow.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. That's a good idea.
But cheating at playing or cheating at casting? How do you have like chat GPT in your brain or something? I don't even.
Yeah, he's playing well. And
can you cheat at casting?
What, sorry? Can you cheat at casting? I could be live streaming a live version of the game to one of the players. I guess.
But you yourself, like in the skill of casting, there's no way to cheat, right? Unless you're a time traveler.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You shout loud enough for them to hear you. Go B!
Sociables kind of crushed this C split. I guess like if somebody paid me to like gas them up, maybe I could glaze them with bias and like improve their career standings so they're more likely to get signed in the future. I think it's very difficult to get accused of cheating as a caster.
That's crazy.
Now a couple of overcommitments.
I was mentioning the desert. I was not talking about the site. Go B, go B.
Still chilling right here. Still got a good bit of space. Don't know if he can really compliment much with the Ampy, who's got his dart back up now. Really awkward.
Oh, little contact play from Team Liquid, and now try to pop through the flash. Ooh, nice idea. Nice idea.
Let's go.
Liquid needed this.
They needed someone. If it's going to be camo, fair play to the boy.
If Liquid don't win this map, I lose my car, man. This is so tough.
It's all three. Pedal away down long. They've got the plan.
What are you? That sounds like you're genuinely involved in the match fixing stuff.
This should be airtight.
My Hot Wheels car valued at $3, guys.
Airtight.
Come on.
That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna keep saying it until I believe it. No one's reacting though. This is good. I think Magnum now, you get that kind of feeling where you're like, right, the odds here have now started to sink away. So what does he try and do? Draw someone out?
Oh!
That was a heady, by the way. NT, dude. I mean, you're not going to get the round, I'm pretty sure.
An ace.
Camo's going to get the ace.
It's a great ace. It's a great ace. If Liquid end up coming back.
As well, thinking back the previous series, keep talking about the comms, the leadership from Nats. It was they needed to build upon.
That was a 4v5 round as well, wasn't it? They lost the first pick immediately, yeah.
Back on their feet.
God, that shot on Sociable's good. And then the contact into the flash into backside on Prophet. Oh my God. Dude, that is a really good ace.
Yeah.
That's got everything. Crispy shots, 180 flicks, smart plays, good flash. Dude, that had everything.
Fucking aggressive second round buy.
I'm all for it.
Is that lock it down?
Yeah.
Catch up to 8.
A couple of sheriffs to overcome once again.
Is it aggressive or is it conservative, I guess, in one sense?
Well invested, flushed out.
I think it's pretty
from Liquid.
liberal, no?
Liberal in terms of its purchasing power.
Yeah.
A bit neoliberal.
Yeah, it's a fucking neo-lib purchase here from Team Liquid on the second round.
Seem intimidating. It's not working.
we might have lost the plot there a little bit with the analogies, I think.
First day back. Gotta level it up again.
Definitely don't walk the smoke.
Don't go in there. But it's enough to sway them. They don't like what they're seeing. Maybe just feeling that someone was close enough that they called for that smoke to come in. It's just a guess. But this then puts it into the hands of these two, unless they go for that B approach. And it feels like Liquid are looking around for a tell, right? Looking around for something. Looking around for any sort of info.
Well, I was going to say that trip going down there should tell BBL. Liquid are going elsewhere. Time to actually maybe try and burst through it, catch somebody solo in the back lines. Pat attack.
Don't know if that was completely necessary, and now there might be an issue for Kiko here. Luckily enough, you've still got Nats firing, so they keep the man advantage. BBL
Look how much of a nightmare this B site looks like to get into. Stuns on either side, wall blocking off the C connector, 2 players holding like flank and the backstab if you decide to wrap through garage. I mean, it just looks tough.
A little bit more, that would be lovely. Not gonna happen, Liquid.
It looks tough. I think this round, you've got to start thinking about what you want to do for your B defense. You've got to run a modified version of your defense that is stronger on B.
You've got to argue they're going to be able to set themselves up in terms of info here to follow through. Again, the equipment not necessarily suiting them. Guardian, Spectre, and 2 pistols to round things out here. So BBL definitely with the upper hand. Cutting through. Replay stack towards A actually initially. Could get sniffed out very early on. Didn't actually spot the player in sewers though. That could be concerning.
I'm looking at Nats here trying to progress. And he's gone down. Now he loses that fight. Didn't deeply clear, and BBL still have the bodies on the side here. Flood comes in.
Only 11 fighting that. They dealt with Camo, and then it was like 11 thought the idea was to go back in. Oh well, they're back in already. All good. I thought that could have gotten a little weird there, because clearly the idea was to go back, fight the Yoru, and then come forwards and try to crush the rest of their hit. And they had like the pick over towards short and stuff, but it was only 11 actually fighting. I was worried slightly that the rest of them weren't fighting, but they did manage to get in really nicely there. And Sociable does a good job in that round. Down he goes.
Look at that sad little wall.
Is pretty rough, but I mean, it was won and lost. It felt here really. Sociable getting
yeah, that is a sad wall. Ooh, the Angel teleport.
BBL making absolutely the right decision in that scenario.
So their defense just has a trip, and they're trying to post somebody up fast A so that they can triple stack or even quad stack B. What a read actually here from BBL. This is how you want to be playing your defense if you're expecting a B hit. Trades out a good. Yeah, they read this shit coming a mile off, actually. Really good read here from BBL. Really good read. Did you see how quick they were to react to that? They had a teleport in spawn. They pushed the player up early, right? Aggressive over towards A, and 2 players instantly go into the A connector. One of the C player rotates into the C connector as well, so they have 4 players ready to defend this hit on B. And they have a player pushed up A lobby just in case they were wrong about the read, and they end up getting the teleport back so that they're ready to help with the retake too. Or not even the retake, it ended up just being like a flood defense.
Ultimate starting to come online as well.
Oh, they might have missed a little left bomb there.
With staring down the barrel here. Again, just to say as well, Levin has just had a lights out performance so far.
And we were talking about kind of BBL's win conditions. You are looking at X.
Yeah, that was really nice from BBL, because that makes perfect sense for Liquid to be doing that. I think they're inside the comms, man. They're inside the comms.
And say that Haven's the question mark. I think that's definitely been answered now.
The Yampy IGLing looks really good, but I think that's also one of those spots where you got to give credit to the coaches, because that's like an overall understanding what they're going to be doing with their composition on the attack side kind of point.
Yeah, it's pistol and round 2.
Why can't Team Liquid put pressure C and then shift to B instead of being so predictable by rushing B? They could do that, but by putting pressure early towards C, you would actually force the Yoru to teleport off A and force one of the players at least on A to rotate to the B connector, so you'd actually be dragging people to the center of the map anyway. I think if they're going to be running something like a 1-1-3 to start the round, one of these places is going to teleport, so you're going to have one person here, and then one of the places is going to go over here. So instead, you're going to have more of, from a 1-1-3, you're going to have more of a 1-3-1 as they start leaning towards C. So putting a bit of pressure C early is not going to help them pop B. They're going B again. They're just thinking twice in a row. They're not going to predict it twice in a row. That was not the spike. Good defense there. Really nice. Yeah, that is fantastic. There's the clone. Put to defend the planter. Really good play by Camo.
More and more popular. Very well done. Camo, though, trying to play his life here as best he can.
And this retake is going to be... That Teholt is so late.
Holy shit.
Camo still sticking around.
Still super tough to retake against, though.
They can't afford too much damage either. They want to keep it clean. They've already lost 2.
That Teholt's not even late. It's just troll. What the fuck was that?
I mean, I think it was supposed to be as they... They're holding a pretty aggressive post plant, so I think they're supposed to be using it just to, like, put them in a bad situation as they're retaking.
Oh, yeah, no, never mind. I thought that was a defensive Teholt as they came in.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, we're chilling.
Post plant.
Concerns really... Actually, yeah, looking a lot worse than you'd expect here on the side of the purchase for BBL, but see how things do settle down.
I guess they do have the ults. We've got Sociable and Yampy's there, quite nice in combination. Profek as well, if a situation does call for it, but you're right, the buy's certainly not comfy.
The clone play was sick from Camo, though.
One with an ultimate to his name for Liquid.
Right on top of the planter, like exactly where they're going to be sending it. The read is really good. These have been 2 really nice rounds in a row from both teams, like back and forth. Again, look, they're trying to get as many bodies onto B as they can because they know that Liquid are going to be ending B. So they put the Cypher setup for info. Levin does get traded here. And you have...
That's 11 push-ups so far. What the fuck? Oh, never mind. That wasn't 11 of those.
A pretty deep setup in garage. Oh, Kiko just gets spammed to death. That's just unlucky. I think that's just round over there. There might have been a chance for Team Liquid still, but I think that's round over. And 2 of the players can't buy. So they actually kind of need these weapons. Paddy could drop. Camo can't really.
The salvos will slow him down. Still
they're scared of the trips.
Shown by Liquid on the approach.
I don't think they're going to save their weapons, are they? They're going to have a rough buy for next.
Once they don't see his Yoru scanning him, they're going to know he's coming from flank. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, what the fuck?
What is that?
That's so bad from Sociable, but also how has Paddy killed both?
They jumped out of heaven.
Yeah, but both?
They can't come from CT.
Oh, bro!
Oh
it couldn't be worse for BBL. It couldn't be worse.
How was that thrown?
Was that a 2v4?
Yeah, that
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 2v4.
Yeah. And they used Yoru
against Yoru ult.
What was the jump out?
Oh, Magnum just doesn't see him as he drops. He's blind or something. He's blind by Sociable. So Sociable not only team blinds so that Paddy gets 2, he then fails to even get his kill on a blinded... I mean, that's unbelievably bad from Sociable, unfortunately. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's not good.
Why is it always Haven that has the horrible team flash plays?
Those ones that get your heart racing.
Can you blame him that much for it being the clone, though? I don't know. Like, it's unlucky to some degree, too. But that is comedically bad for BBL.
I even thought, oh, it's a bit much to Yoru ult. This isn't. I was even thinking like a Yoru ult.
I like the Yoru ult, but yeah, still.
Sheriff's invested.
Wow.
And now you're on an eco as well. Wow,
that's tragic. Yeah, that might cost them the game.
Yeah. I think the argument there is there's no reason to fight the deadlock. You just find the other guy and Yoru ult him, like uncloak on him while people drop. Right? Like that's probably the best play to make.
Say that again.
Like instead of yeah, like instead of fighting like 1v1ing the deadlock.
I mean, to be fair, they should probably just wait for him to find the second guy first.
That's what I'm saying. You find the second guy, and then you make a decision to 3v1 one guy, and then fight the next guy afterwards.
I don't think you can say the game plan was wrong there for BBL. They're dropping 2 players out of heaven against 1 bloke. And they'll also have Sociable with a... Sociable should have had a guaranteed kill on Serial. And then Sociable could have just swung to trade hell. In a worst case scenario. Like...
No, he biffed it, but...
Bro, he beefed it, like, phenomenally.
What is this?
Phenomenally.
What?
Oh, that's such a sick play.
I wasn't even paying attention. I don't even know what happened.
They don't know he's here. They're paranoid and TP'd into the paranoid.
Oh, and now he whips again!
Again? We need 6-man rosters live so the coach can call like a football sub. Get you off, get the other player in. Fucking get a rest for like, 10 minutes, come back out on the pitch, man. What is this?
I mean, I feel like he's got to be mentally boomed after the previous round.
About timing. The ult gonna come in, but Magnum's
Oh, they know where one player is. Oh, good shot from Levin. He still has full util, bro. Oh, he's just walled him off. He's just walled him off. So now you know you have a guaranteed timing to plant the spike. He has to wrap short.
Show me a caliber.
What? Hello, Serial. Why are we even risking it? He has to break the wall.
Gonna play in heaven.
You net that?
Taking the long way around.
Heaven.
Stepping closer. He's got a corner to play from. He's cleared close sight. Down half.
Oh, he's fucking. He has no idea.
Can he read the position? Serial. It's all eyes on you, mate.
Wow. Balls.
The balls.
Nerve-wracking moments here, and
wow.
Why are you jumping?
Does he have to jump to get an angle on it there?
No, he does not.
The curse comes true, Michael.
1,000,000% he doesn't.
Brutal way to face your fate.
He should have put the sensor on the spike, though.
Yeah, I think if you put the sensor on the spike, it tells you exactly where you are. So he wants the anonymity not to do that while he was leaving CT.
That repeat from heaven in that scenario where there's nothing else for Magnum to read.
Yeah, that jump is bad.
I mean, Sociable's breathing out right now. He's not standing up. He's not standing up.
There's some bad, like, individual stuff going on here. Holy crap.
Would you take Giant or Serial if you have to bet your life on them winning a 1v1?
Is the one set in motion to do damage.
Random hindsight shit, but I think the best spot there is actually to play in hell.
I would take Serial in a 1v1 if I had to bet my life on them over Gianni, I think. But I wouldn't be happy betting my life on either of them, to be honest with you.
Get on their nerves, it looks like. Behind them pretty fast. Liquid trying to clear out this site, but they're on it. Yampi, he's unfazed, but he's fallen.
Oh my god.
The charge. There's still bodies here. Levin, one of them. The heavy hit that fall. Serial this time wins.
Rather than using ISO ult?
Now are they secure? You look at the
I mean, yeah.
What?
Oh my god.
And now the flank, they don't know a TP past the trip. Or maybe they do know. Nats.
Nats is so aware.
He's a go.
Wait, he's so good.
Jumping out. Prophet, you got a 1v2 and Nats is on a heater now.
I mean, if you don't jump out heaven against the deadlock wall, you're in a nasty spot.
You just wait the wall.
If you want an experienced player,
imagine it being a 2v2 right now.
Yeah.
Serial following his
Double swing.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, holy shit.
Really good awareness from Nats in this round. How's Magnum got 2 from heaven?
That was a nap strat. You get one of those every now and then. You get them more often than not, it feels
This is the most like your perfect bowl of cereal that you poured out for yourself, turning soggy because you got a phone call type of game. It's kind of wild, man.
Unrelenting for Liquid.
I like letting my Weetabix go soggy.
But I think this is because BBL don't really understand how to adjust to avoid letting BBL get set up in their post plant. Like, they can't let the double senti post plant get posted because it's a nightmare to retake against. So they're trying to adjust their normal defenses a lot.
I mean, they just have to fight for extremities hard then, no? That's, I mean, but then B's open. I mean,
I think you have to use the ISO as a flood defender, and like, I think Yampy was a bit too far ahead of the rest of his team there, and maybe Levin is supposed to be popping ult.
If Levin popped ult while Yampy was in that smoke, it would have been so much better.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And then you run in afterwards.
3-2 split though.
Are they overcooking against the Nico here?
Don't know about overcooked. They've got a free C site.
Oh my god, Prophet didn't see him, did he?
That's so close from Camo because his rifle was pointing that way.
But Camo's just turned really clean from Camo.
Dude, they all know.
Keeping it clean. The C site littered
all right,
with
one round again, 10-11.
Bolstering the defenses, but caught Camo.
Poor sociable,
man.
man.
Back out in time. Down to two of the sheriffs remaining. Shouldn't be this tense, but it feels like it. He has a look. The time's starting to dwindle. Liquid, this is good. This is really good.
Definitely clean some things up.
They can feel the game slipping away from them here, BBL, can't they?
That's it. A flawless round would be.
Sociable just needs one big round, and then he'll be back.
On the first 11, a consolation.
Surely this will be the big round for Sociable.
Else for him to find. One round.
He just needs one big round and he'll be like, oh wait, shit, I'm back in the game.
You almost want a reset in between here.
Camera in camera in camera. He's got the operator. Okay, I like that. We can unboom the guy by giving him an op.
Yeah.
He's good with the op. He's great with the op.
Yeah.
He's great with the op.
Wow, couple of hundred off.
Keep saying it, keep saying it.
He's so good with the op. He's really good with the op. He'll be fine with the operator, guys.
This is you cheating as a caster.
Yeah.
He's so fucking good with an op.
Whoa! Instant ult, but isn't he just gonna get whacked here?
What is that?
Even if Levin survives, though, they're on top of his body.
Get the opening pick. Sociable gives away the operators in play by finding him, but still.
That's a weird way of using the ISO ult.
Paranoia in. I think Serial didn't get affected, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing.
Might be fine though.
He's alive, even on 29
That'll
HP.
equalize. They cannot move forward with this.
Support now in.
They have nothing to
Like,
entry with.
carry on. It feels like Serial's on a bit of an island.
He's got the spike as well, so probably waiting for somebody to get a bit closer.
Oh, Profex looking to try to re-clear.
Dude, die.
Yeah, he's not doing it with the teammate either. Like,
you don't even need to re-clear.
Sociable's walled off on B, and he doesn't go and help the re-clear garage. He just peeks it with the op instead, looking for a pick on somebody lurking. Good grab net, good grab net.
Look, he jumped it.
What do you mean he jumped it? He got caught by it.
No, he jumped it.
What? Magnum?
Yeah.
Wasn't he crouched on the floor inside the grab net?
No, yeah, because he jumped and then crouched.
You can jump while crouching as well and dodge it.
Wow, Liquid.
Wow, Patterson. I mean, good layering.
You know it's you know it's technically listed as an exploit, jumping to avoid the grav net.
I mean, so is jaywalking is also an exploit, but no one really cares, you know.
Somebody else from BBL repositioning. Big win from Nats to kick the round off, but Sociable.
Is that a big round from Sociable? Getting
No,
one
that's
kill
a
with the op?
small round from Profec. What is he doing? Just Joe Bidening the wrong way into garage.
I mean, Sociable got 2 kills that round.
They lost the round. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm trying to cope that Sociable's going to get his head back into it, man.
You are coping.
Sociable needs to get like 2 kills and win a round, and he's back in. Nothing matters to him if you see the defeat screen after the fuck. Even an ace.
Well, yeah, that's
not gonna
true.
save this man.
That's true.
He needs to just get he needs to win a 1v1. This guy just needs to win a 1v1 and we're fine.
I don't think there's enough time left in the map.
It's 11-11, so.
Hey, make a wish. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Right, they have to take steps
What, you think Sociable's a Make-A-Wish player? That's fucking harsh.
Like 11-11.
I think he earned his spot, actually. I would never say that.
His body language, he's reminding them of things they've gone through. Not necessarily a set piece, but guys, remember.
Yampy's got a stinger. Magnum's got a judge. Prophet's got a guardian.
Cleaner from Liquid.
Ah! Sociable's got no flashes, no clone. One gate crash. Is that really the buy on my Yoru?
He's one away from ult. I think he's gambling with the ult right now. He probably has a shorty as well.
I was trying.
Oh, no, he only spent 3,300. He only bought light armor and rifle. That's a tilt buy. That's a tilt buy. That is a tilt buy.
That's a tilt buy. Get on a judge, bro.
He's used his gate crash. He used his gate crash in the first 10 seconds.
He has nothing. In the server if they want this one to be theirs. Liquid showing
I've got nothing left.
That capability. Legendary players on this side.
Oh, it's done.
I mean, this is bonkers. This is bizarre. That is an Omega tilt kind of buy.
Magnum's only got a judge.
He has to get a 3K in this round. Oh, it's over. It's over for Sociable. It's fucking over, man.
Oh, no.
You can't buy no util on a round 23, 11, 11, lose to just getting one tapped by the new guy on the other team as well. Fucking Serial.
Oh, no.
Playing Deadlock. You got hit by the entry Deadlock player.
Maximum
Why not buy this gun?
Winnable.
No way.
No, Panatek's in the god spot, but he has an outlaw.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. If anyone's got me, Nuts has got me.
If anyone's got me, Levin's got me. He's walked straight past Paddy. Oh, but he's giving away where he is. Yeah, and Nuts is good anyway.
If anyone's got me, Nuts has got me.
Oh my god.
I can't believe they're gonna lose this. Actually, that 2v4 is gonna cost them.
A ridiculous turn of events here. Just map 1, by the way. Already it's this close.
I don't know about spamming with a judge.
That Stinger 2K, I don't think I've seen a more ridiculous one recently. That is crazy.
I mean, you two haven't played in a week, you're right.
They're not getting like medium range double kills like that often,
yeah,
though.
dude, Valen on Pearl was doing some illegal shit.
Yeah, Valen's incredible with it. Valen's actually so nasty with the Stinger. And we're back to B. We're back to the game plan. Just go B.
Yep. Insta B.
And BBL are not ready for it.
It's a fake. It's just a Nats lurk.
Oh, the Nats lurk play.
And he has a free
Wait, that's
kill.
actually such a nice call. That's such a good call.
Looking like they're back from the dead. Revitalized and back in charge. Plant being toyed with.
Nats as well.
Nats' position should be the checkmate, right? Vintage, classic.
That is a lovely, lovely round.
Serial, gotta be careful though. That's a freebie there.
All right. Okay. It's not gonna matter.
Someone has to break off the Soba.
Go on, Nats. Go on, Nats.
Yeah.
Put him to bed.
Oh, he got him. Oh.
Now that is a comeback. That's a great map.
That's a fucking tilter for BBL.
That's an incredible tilter, isn't it? And they're going into Split, which is like Liquid's best map, I would say.
Regaining composure.
Holy fuck, they owned them.
Definitely a big star for
That could actually be like a career ender map for Sociable if like we make some roster changes.
That was a bad one for Sociable. That was a heinous round. That round 18 changed everything.
Yep.
But then he also had the... I mean, no, they ended up winning that round anyway, didn't they?
They did only just, but he whiffed the very next round, yeah.
But he fucked up his spot, a hold as well with a trip, we fuck it up.
And boys, remember,
and last round ult, we fuck it up again.
Better, and let's show that on the server. Energy balanced.
The pub is calling it's like a magnet. Have a good stream, egg.
Mikey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Go and enjoy the pub. Listen, it's a lovely day, or at least it is where I am. It's beautiful. I'd like to be in a beer garden right now. I could go for a cold cider in a beer garden. Unfortunately, I'm locked in here. What is this, Monkey Meatloaf? What you got for us? What's this? Absolute ass. Wait, that's a really good emote. I think that is an absolute top tier emote. I think you've pulled out a diamond there, Monkey Meatloaf. Can one of my mods add that one? That is good. That is good.
Red Bull gives
Absolute ass. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Absolute ass map from Sociable. The thing is, though, too, he actually... Maybe I wasn't paying attention to it as much, but I don't think he was playing that badly up until that horrible round. Well, I don't think he was playing badly prior to that. And then he just, like... Was he? He's 17 and 17 at the end? Yeah, so I don't think he can have been playing badly at that point. I think he was just playing, like, fine. Like a pretty good Yoru. And then round 18 changed everything. What the fuck is that music? Oh my god. He was second frag before that alt ass below 11. Yeah. And then round 18 happened. Oh my god. That's insane. Watch back the round. I mean, it's a nightmare. It's an actual nightmare of a round. Round 18. Oh, I mean, look at this.
I think. Whoa, Profek. Big shot.
They get the kill on Camo immediately. Sociables on C, waiting for anybody that might be backfilling the space. Levin gets another kill out of player front B, but gets traded, which is fine. They react over towards B. They play A for retake. Kiko even dies, like random kills through the smoke. It should be unlosable. I was thinking, pause it here. Nats can't buy, Serial can't buy. If they lose both of these weapons, Paddy's going to be able to drop one, but I don't think Camo's going to be able to drop. Like, it's actually looking really bad for Liquid. They're probably coming into this one with... They probably force... I think they won the round right before this. So I think they only have 1,900 to work with. I think they probably force, but I think two of their players... Oh, no, one of their players probably just has a stinger or something heading into the next round.
Shuffle up towards A long, but they've got a nice passive camera there. Mike, this could be
Sociable's done a good job taking a little bit of cubby control, so now he's got the teleport to be able to escape. He decides to fake it and go on the flank instead. They know that these players are going to be grouped up together. Everything looks good here from BBL. Yoru ult to secure the round. Plank goes down. Yoru ultimate informs the paranoia. Guaranteed paranoia, which means guaranteed kill, double drop through heaven, and then you swing around to trade even if both of your heaven players die. And then Prophet can just like teleport past this, and it's impossible to lose. It's impossible to lose.
Ready in the hands of Prophet, there it is, and there's a commitment. It's just stunning.
If we want to wind it back 5 seconds as well, that clone, that flash lands on both of these guys, but especially Magnum, who just didn't quite turn his head in time. But that whiff is rough. He gets caught by the Gravnet, so in some sense it's like, I guess well played to Serial that he breaks the clone and throws the Gravnet out and wiggles his face around a little bit, but oh, that's a tilter. Oh, that's a tilter. He had 2 flashes though. Yeah, but you just Sociable doesn't need a flash. He is shooting a completely blinded target. You just hit the shot. Yeah, and the guys that dropped out of heaven got blinded by the clone. That's a nightmare. And then every round from here on out was just tragic from Sociable, unfortunately. He leans back in his chair like that, and he's just boomed. He's just boomed. Where's he at in the scoreboard at this point? The clone flash onto Magnum is wild.
I mean, yeah, by the finest margin, Serial clings to life.
Why would he not buy a shorty for the ult rounds though? He's actually better off not using a shorty in that round, though. Because they've paranoiaed the target.
That's what you
So, like,
see.
just shoot him.
On his feet, because that one went
Just shoot him. Oh. That is one of those spots that's genuinely just a just shoot him moment. Like, they did nothing wrong. They just got to shoot him. At this point, Sociable's 15 and 11. From here, I mean, he was 15 and 10, right? He was 15 and 10, and he was fighting Serial. He then ends the map, I think, 17 and 17, which means that he went 2 and 7 from that point on. That is the tilt hole. That is the fucking tilt hole that Sociable just went into. That's crazy. Wow. That's wild. Yeah, and the only 2 kills he got were when he was opping. He got one with the op and one with the classic. So he didn't get another rifle kill the entire game. Oh my god.
Those mistakes were stupid. Let's not do that for maps.
Yes, of course, definitely.
But sometimes they need to hear that though, right?
Yeah, it's whatever it takes, right? You want to go to the final, so yeah.
Do you think that they'll be able to fix those mistakes in the space of like going from one map to the other?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
for sure. But it will be on split. This is where Billy Liquid should do better, even better than they did on Haven.
Listen, we've been praising both of these teams actually for the amount of preparation.
That's an incredible map of Valorant.
One of the reasons why they've gotten
Incredible.
So far in this playoffs bracket so
What do you think about Nat's calling on the second half of attack?
So
It looked good. I mean, to Minnie's point of what he was talking about on Plat Chat this week, I think a lot of it is going to be based on the like coach's preparation, because they stuck to the game plan of ending B a lot. Even when the B hit got countered, they weren't worried about it. They just went B immediately afterwards, next round, and executed it well. They then did the B fake into the C pivot with Nats inserted in B on the lurk at top garage in round 24, which was really nice. Yeah, the attack side stuff was good. It was good.
So they must be, the ones to give them a bit of a speech backstage. But
and Nats individually is superb.
Changing comps,
superb.
Or does it really not matter at this time? Because Pedro, we hear so often from players that sometimes it does come down to the day. If you're feeling it on the day, it doesn't really matter what you're playing.
I mean, if I look back on how we were changing comps sometimes we did it on the day, and it worked for us because it's like
that is so
air,
funny.
Is so hyped to play your
what an incredible narrative for Haven.
Downhill very fast.
And how hard is it to go against a comp that maybe you didn't expect the other team would change? Having to make that up on the fly.
Yeah, it can be hard because you're not prepared for it, depending on what you're used to prac and stuff. Yeah, it can be hard, and it's very good to fall back on basics.
Double-edged sword here, but there's one thing that we know for sure, Billy. Nats is gonna stand in vents on defense, and on the attack, he's gonna sometimes be in your spawn. Sometimes.
Oh man, if people don't start punishing Nats for getting away with
they
things,
just can't though. They just can't. He's unpunishable.
Literally, the things that guy gets away with on split is absolutely ridiculous. He's just everywhere.
How do I get in touch with people now that I've deleted Twitter? Yo, Slimetry, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I saw your message in chat, by the way. You're very welcome. I just didn't want to drum up more conversation about it in the chat because people have been kind of popping off about it constantly in the chat, Slimetry. And I just kind of want to keep focused on the EMEA games today. But I did see your message, and you're very welcome. And thank you very much for the 20 gifteds as well.
Do you think is to just catch the lurker?
It can be easy if they give you the room, then yeah.
Okay. We thought Kayak would be the solo sage, but now you were a fan of the Sage on Icebox.
Yeah.
The Sage?
The Sage on Split?
No, not really. No.
With Sociable.
Can Sage save him? Can she heal him? That is the question.
I think I would be... Yo, Slimetry with another 10 gifteds to make the total up to 500 gifteds. Given total, that's incredibly generous, Slimetry. Thank you.
Switching up and playing that
Thank you very much for the 30 gifteds.
I can't wait to see what kind of traps that they have set up.
I mean, isn't Sage usually quite difficult to get confidence if you're playing it in a comp like this where you're not supposed to be the, like, aggressive element? I think Sociable's going to be in the bin quite a lot. It's not like Kayak, where Kayak's allowed to just run around and frag people. And like be pretty, like he is. Yeah, he's like a whipped version of Sage in this comp. I mean, I think it's going to be difficult for Sociable to get his confidence back, but...
If there was anything to reinforce the statement that BBL constantly trying to reinvent themselves.
What? Sorry, who are they?
What's going on?
It was
every match now with different outfits.
Team Liquid versus Killjoy.
That was yeah, I mean, it was a Killjoy cosplay, but was that supposed to be a different cosplay from the guy on the left?
Between Magnum
He was
and
doing
Sociable, he'll have to see. This is basically bolstering towards a very strong defensive half.
I get a time count.
How does Cryo make it work on split though?
12.
Yeah, well, 100 Thieves love to team fight, but I don't think BBL will be doing heavy team fight strats. I think Sociable will be asked to like wall extremities or wall mid or something like that and like be walling for control. Like here, he's just going to wall A. And this is, like, this level of map control Sage gameplay is difficult to get your confidence back because you're often playing retake a lot, away from the pack, not involved in, like, being able to set up your own fights.
Because if they want to entertain the idea themselves...
But BBL are going to have, like, one Senti on B, Sage on A, and then try to 3-stack mid against the Team Liquid pistol.
Necessarily figure anything out on the back of that.
So... Sociable's still going to get value even if he's not shooting.
Some of these setups.
If Liquid don't break the walls.
BBL want to show their hand in that regard.
Are they just going to group outside of this and then pop? Okay, it's gone already. As soon as the Sage Wall is gone, it's got to pull somebody out of mid. So when the Sage Wall breaks, it's not necessarily true that this area of the map where the Sage Wall was is weaker, but it sometimes can be, especially if you break it. But when it breaks on a timing, often it means that people have rotated back to fill that timing from the defenders. There's only 2 people here, though. Like, they have really overstacked the B site. They got the wrong read here, BBL.
Wow, they're still just getting sliced up as they try to come in. Dude, it's 2 people.
Whoa, Sociable? Sociable actually hit some nice shots there, too.
Oh my god.
You don't gotta do him like that. He's still a pro player.
Yeah, but he hit 2.
Whoa, Sociable.
I went back and I looked at it. After that round where he beefed the ult, he didn't get a single rifle kill for the rest of the map. Don't talk to me like I'm patronizing the guy. He needs confidence back.
I think as well, because Sociable catches the first cross, I think, and there's a little bit of hesitation, potentially maybe thinking it's one player lurking in.
I wonder if they give him the op, though. They actually might still give him the op on Sage. It'd be a bit weird, but they could.
How does that lose their voice, man? It's genuinely a question.
I know. Because they're not controlling it either. They're just fucking screaming.
I think it is gonna be that learning process.
I tried that 3 times and it's done for me.
BBL just gonna fucking deadlock wall into Sage Wall mid. God, in ranked imagine doing that.
Yeah. The thing is, though, in ranked, what would happen is you would put your deadlock or your Sage Wall in mid or whatever, and you would just lose the A side.
Did they get a fucking Gravnet nade combo?
Yeah.
Everything thrown down with that paint shell on top. Camo, yes,
could have been a stun one as well.
I doubt he's gonna get more of that.
I was gonna say, I thought it was a stun, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. And the assist was 100% there.
But again, this was something the desk was kind of talking about here.
Do you think anyone in Tier 1 is using a vibrating butt plug to match fix? Well, Wyatt, I think people in Tier 2 are accused of it, if I've read... Oh, no, it was a Gravnet. Yeah. I think people in Tier 2 are accused of it, according to Sean Gares. That wasn't... not real Wyatt, though. Not real Wyatt.
Split traditionally.
Now we get into the fun part, though, right? This is where...
Sociable's going to try to play aggro on top of the wall. He did this on the pistol as well.
Why not have a little bit of a go on things?
Nats is probably a bit too smart to get caught by that.
Does need to be conscious of obviously these angles and these newer positions that could become available. Obviously with the utility in middle being put into play, does slow down.
The risk of being punished as you're breaking these walls, though, is very annoying. But alright, it took 30 seconds off the clock with them getting through wall.
Just missing there.
And lots of other utility.
Gonna potentially catch a timing
in
mid. Trade-off.
And that's the Gravnet used too. Sociable not positioning into a safe position.
Such a diligent player in these solo efforts.
Yeah.
Before the wall drops is questionable. That's a good stun.
Just missed the timing. He wanted to get up on that box, maybe get a slightly different angle. But
That stun lets you actually hold ropes without getting punished. Because if they run, if they like zoom up the ropes and try to hunt you down, they're just getting stunned.
Oh, the drop down the hell.
I mean, Sociable tucked himself into the corner, but then didn't want to reposition to the other side because there was a gap in the wall. But I feel like you gotta go for it.
3v2 planting side. Oh my god, they're actually gonna lose this. Holy fuck.
A little bit shaky, the first upgraded weapon there for Profect 2. Let's see if he can hold his nerve.
He's got good timing.
A big opportunity.
He knows both.
Big timing and a big
He wins.
Okay.
He has the Cat Vandal. The Cat Vandal never loses 1v1s.
I mean, that is nice patience from Serial.
Simply put, Serial now has the upper hand. It's a shot in the dark, and it's a clean shot from Serial.
Oh, okay, nice.
Kitty's too good.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
The kitty cat, just like all your anxiety goes away. It's
just
perfect.
respecting the smoke there. Nats just not expecting anybody to push through. Sponging the decay.
Not getting half there. He's worried that he doesn't have good enough information. That is a nice trap, though. I like that trap.
And again, traditionally, you do see a Sage to lock down this A main early on and proactivity elsewhere, which is what we see in this round.
How do you think butt plugs would be used to cheat? Pretty easily, honestly. I would have my IGL get plugged up, and then if they were going A, it's one buzz, and if they're going B, it's two buzzes.
Feeling on the same page, feeling confident, that is a huge boon.
Fucking Ian, man.
Not even Morse code. Just keep it simpler.
Straight away, see Sociable adjusting towards mid. Ooh. Flash through to try and isolate Nats. Draw another snake bite, forced him a little deeper here. 11 almost looking.
Yeah, you could just wear them because you like them too, Jack. You don't have to use them to cheat.
He wins out here, so Nats dropped very early.
Side quest lost. Those guys always on a permanent side quest on it.
That wall though is lovely. Like using it reactively after you've dealt with Nats, I feel like you've almost guaranteed the round at that point. Because you're in a 5v4 and you just never have to worry about A-ramp. So how the fuck are Team Liquid ever going to win?
So kind of a complementary angle. As much as they'd love to clear Sociable, there's still layers.
How many do you think Liquid need here? 4?
I've got to say, it feels like BBL have come in very
3 buzzes just for fun? Well, that's what I was thinking. Should you like... Because the more...
No drone.
Listen, I've never been plugged up, especially with something that vibrates. Dude, these stuns are so nice in... Yeah. Magnum is changing it. Like, that one was a sideways one, I think. But the other one was at their back. Like, it's the opposite direction when you're going up. Do you know what I mean?
They even put, who was it, to the test 11, right? Left him out there in that 1v1. Here
2 rounds in a row, that stun's had mega value, though. Yeah, I've never been plugged up, especially with anything that vibrates, but I would imagine that the more buzzes, the less easy it is to tell exactly how many buzzes there were. Like, I think I could tell the difference between 1 anal buzz and 2, but could I tell the difference between 4 and 5 in the middle of a tense Valorant round? Probably not. So I think simplification of the communication is important, and I would say trying to keep it to 1 buzz fast A. Oh, 1 buzz fast A, 2 buzz fast B, 3 buzz A, 4 buzz B. Do you see what I mean? So that way, when you're going, when it's a fast hit at the start of the round, just a single jolt and you're in. You've received the communication immediately. But if it's like 30 seconds left and you're not sure where they're going, what about C? We ban Lotus and Haven. We get ready to fucking come on the defense side. I mean, there'd be a lot of buzzing.
Another jump.
I don't know. We don't. I mean, too much buzzing at that point, I think. Too much buzzing. We always start defense, by the way, so that we have positive morale by the time we get onto the attack side. Because, like, it'd be pretty fucking difficult to feel bad about it, even if you got rolled.
He's all good. He's farming it up. 11 to close out. So now we start looking at Liquid. Can they problem solve quick enough?
It's got to be a bar. They have to hit almost here.
Okay, another rifle round. Time to lock in. Time to lock the fuck in.
Defensive half.
How would you use it on attack? A buzz per player on site. I think you'd have to use it like... Okay, this is where you do Morse code. You look at the defense and you buzz for like 1-3-1. So, like, if they're playing a 1-3-1 defense, we buzz like... Zzz, 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 and you're like, oh shit, guys, I know exactly where they're going.
Again, some aggression here on the back of the showstopper. Off rip here.
Oh, there's no way Kiko actually catches that. They didn't clear the left side. Kiko should be stuck. And he's not. He's out. That's ridiculous from Kiko. He re-swings on his own? Why would you re-swing? You're a maniac. Dude, re-swinging in. It's crazy. Someone must have buzzed Kiko. Hello?
So BBL can just kind of sit back, rely on some of these deeper positions.
You could have a small buzz and a big buzz. At that point, we're getting very close to Morse code, I think. You know, dots and dashes. But yeah, if you can... The thing is, again, I'm not sure. I don't have the necessary experience with whether or not you can distinguish. I don't think that was ever going to work, was it there, Camo? He was teleporting into the corner anyway. Like, he was just doing it for the iframes. And that's got caught.
For my frame dodge roll.
Well, what? Hello? Hello? How has Nat survived that?
Plot armor.
There's no way Liquid can win. No, no, no. No, they're not allowed to win.
No, Magnum. Live.
Oh, dude, Magnum is fighting around his stuns so well. This guy is lighting them on fire. He's looking so good.
Now almost in a financial
deadlock map versus not deadlock map.
Yeah, just another step forward.
Alice, we've already accounted for that. That's going to raise morale enormously for the second half.
Yeah, the stall is
oh, the dog is in the house. That's why I'm hearing shouting noises from outside the room.
Probably left really scratching their heads here. What BBL have pulled out. God, this is such a conundrum for Liquid to figure out. And again, a lot of us were waiting to see if a team could punish Liquid here. This has been a stronghold for them for some time. Yeah, absolutely.
The doggo is here. The baby.
They've played a good split, right? And it looks like BBL have identified a lot of those strong suits, a lot of what makes them tick here. And the punish has been pretty profound. Also, got to say, Yappy's having an absolute tear of a start. Now, yes, it is in the kill department too. 11-2 early on. However, we saw that supporting utility coming in.
This is my parents' dog, and he's adorable.
When Prophet got caught up there in heaven, it felt like the floodgates opened, right? But no, shut again. Very well handled. Now this gets put onto the kind of coaching staff.
I can smell what you ate.
Make their minds up of how they want to deal with this. Now it does feel as though obviously BBL's squad is mostly complementary on the defending side.
When did you get hair? It wasn't my idea, it was TMV's idea. Can I ask what your hairdresser does for a living? War crimes. Fucking war crimes.
How the opening 6 have panned out.
Adorable.
Yeah, adorable.
Kind of coming a little late for Liquid, but
alright.
Also it's not really
Liquid on another eco round.
You know, you're expecting Liquid to put a set piece in much because they just can't early on. There's so many obstacles for them to overcome.
Was it round 4, 5, 6 that they got the incredible
herd in middle and a lot of pressure
stun value
on Magnum, but he's been playing this well actually. And again, Magnum kind of returning to glory has been something that I don't think we can understate here. You know, a lot of people thinking maybe his time in the sun had dimmed, but his recent performances with BBL.
Can we play Minecraft, Josh? No.
This time around, though, we focus on
I hate to tell you, but
and that paranoia is stunning. Really well handled by
Minecraft currently priority target on the BDS list because it's heavily associated with Microsoft and they're focused on Microsoft at the moment. Tragedy. Tragedy. BDSM? Yeah, the BDSM list.
Sociable almost locked out from using his presence well, but actually 11 and Magnum both find kills.
Okay, huge.
As well. And it's 6 on the board here for BBL.
2 ults used there, Mike. 2 big boys as well. Bloody hell.
Yeah, they're rolling them. But don't worry, we're back into rifle rounds here. We're back into rifle rounds. What is the BDS list? Boycott, divest, and sanction. It's a tool used to support teams, support companies moving away from backing the
on the table,
genocide
left
happening in
open.
Gaza.
And to see this have repetition is just terrifying, and I'm sure it's a little
Essentially
bit
designed to put,
unnerving
like,
because this
pressure
was
through
meant to be the
capitalist
comfort.
systems
You win map
on them.
1, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're away with a 2-0 here. But at a 6-1, you're certainly now locked back in. Now Liquid still have a couple of
But anyway, not going to be talking about that. Going to be talking about the rifle round.
options. Kiko with that
Why
side
the
off right
attack
here.
side op? I'm not really... No, I don't really get
Should
that.
buy fucking Odin if anything.
Yeah, I mean, breaking the wall? Okay, check. But then, are they just going to try and work really, really slowly around the map to avoid the Magnum stuns? So they want... Like, look where the stun is. Look at this stun position.
Bang on with this.
Okay, they had to bait it out, and now the aftershock. And Camo gets caught! Dude, that is so nice, man!
Wow.
I am blown away by this. It's layer upon layer. You think maybe you've got the solution on the first. Get rid of
They
that
still don't know where it is. I'm confident. Like, they're not pre-firing it. It's been in the same place multiple times. I don't think you can hear it until you go up the rope a little bit or something. They're lost.
Well, you can, yeah, you should pre-fire regardless.
Yeah, but I don't think where they are.
They have not found a solution. They can't break through vents. They can't have that singular lurk. They need someone to come up with a miracle.
But yeah, even in pre-firing it, you kind of give away you're in there. It's the whole fucking thing.
Find more pressure here as well. Levin punished for a Nats will find one as well.
Okay.
I mean,
No time,
I was
though.
going to say if Nats had the spike, but
Yeah.
unfortunately not doable. Magnum just has to sit this one out.
That's crazy. If they had lost
They're trying to save the op.
that would have been crazy.
Call it a clutch.
For BBL to find their 7th.
The most insane 1v2 I've ever seen in my entire life.
I could talk about it at a different time, I Bonfire. But I think it is very different. I mean, basically, the biggest difference is just whether or not the government owns it.
To see it in motion so perfectly is unbelievable. And for Nats, I'm sure this is incredibly frustrating. This is a very hard puzzle. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
So 2 players still with rifles.
We're 7-1, guys. You don't get that against Liquid in a game like this. You gotta
Liquid's defense is really, really good on this map, but they definitely need some attack rounds.
It's not 13-0 game.
I mean, clearly they're not planning on using the Euro ult, because otherwise they would have bought a shorty or something.
A Bucky, of course, yeah.
Who are we saving it for?
Well, next round, I guess.
More winnable rounds, but I agree with you, TMV. Maybe rip it now.
Indicators for them.
Try to flip Nico.
This feels tense, though. They've made it up here. This is the first time they're really kind of testing ramp, I guess. This side.
Okay, so now they're working this way through, looking to try to catch sociable. So the whole point here is that Kiko's supposed to Kiko's supposed to distract, and he just kills him. All right, all good, all good. And now we rip your ult. Camo has the Phantom. Ooh, they know that Profec's there as well. Wait, Profec's just gonna get isolated, isn't he?
I'm still a little bit worried.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good round from Liquid, I think.
Well, if they can, this is the thing though. If they can get to 4, they might be chilling.
They could still technically get to 5, couldn't they? But it seems very unlikely.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I was just making sure that you hadn't lost count.
They could get to 5. 7-2. You're right again.
Dude, sociable is just stinking.
You gotta feel like he has a lot of space to play with him. Maybe it's the TP from Profec that keeps.
Why do Hudson never show the KD? In EMEA, I'm not sure. I don't know the reason.
Yeah, second on the board.
Because in the other regions, they at least show the KD like here. And in China, they show them here.
No way.
All right, Nats gets caught.
Will you trap Levin?
I mean,
surely they can just save them.
Well, but he's gonna die in the open unless you. Yeah. Well, what do you do? Because if you might just get. Oh, dude, they are getting caught by that stun every time.
Stun again.
You can't be. You can't. Like, you have to be breaking that. I know he's trying to walk past it and catch a timing, but you've got to be breaking it.
Oh my god, they're spamming back down. 1 for 1. Jesus.
Dude. Okay, at least this round, Kiko knows exactly where that stun was. Because he walked past it. So he must have seen it. So you can go into ropes.
It's a bit too late. You've been cooked by the same stun 4 times.
But again, if they win 2 more rounds, it's actually good.
Full meat 5 times? Shame on me.
almost out in no man's land here. Rough, really, for anybody else from Liquid
To be fair, the stun didn't even get him killed that time. He worked past it. He was playing against the stun.
Oh, I mean, the stun didn't help, but yeah.
And double timeout.
Like, the stun literally did not even stun him. Like, he just died.
I think it would have stunned him, though, if he hadn't died already, right? I think he was stunned inside of
playing
it.
for, like, the shot in the stun.
Yes,
like, he wanted to get the kill, yeah.
He wanted to get the kill before the stun happened, yeah.
Another round or two from Liquid to make this feasible. Could BBL repeat a 10-2?
Just blown away.
Are you allowed to wear fur on stage as a coach?
I think a lot of us, when we look bigger picture, would... I don't say prefer, but you
Why would you not be allowed to wear fur? For ethical reasons?
No, that's what I'm thinking. Like, why are these guys like intimidatedly wearing like honey badger fur skins or something? Like,
I'd love to see you as a coach, just drip out ridiculously by it.
And you can't say they don't deserve it.
Like, you have to exude confidence for your team. Who was that coach? It was Kaplan, who was like, man, I don't know, maybe we win the next map, maybe we don't. It tilted me so much.
But it's possible.
That would be even funny if you were dressed up to the nines and then... I don't know if we're gonna win. I'm going out after, actually, to be honest. Win or lose.
I'm just here for the club.
Focus here, Camo.
He's been caught.
Again, the problem being there's so many things to separate the front line of Liquid from the rest of the pack. So you've got to be so cautious.
It's just Magnum
some of these more aggressive rounds.
This is tough for him. As much as Yampy is nearby, this is still kind of in Magnum's hands. And he's been, I mean, he has been really marvelous at doing this. Now we see the support system kind of shuffling a little bit. The amount of guns firing, it's going to keep Yampy here. Damaged up, that's huge from Kiko.
That's how you play against the trip. You kill its owner. Let's go. Hello.
Oh. Wow. You don't see that every day. Nats. Frustration showing.
Both seemingly lost on the timing of the wall dropping.
Well, here we are. And as you said, agents were not used to seeing, and Kiko just hoping he had the corner. It's not to be. BBL.
Oh, no.
Well, those 2 extra rounds that they needed to get by the end of the half not happening, are they?
9-3.
No. In fact, actually, Sideshow, can you just update me? How many rounds can they get?
They could still get an 8-4.
Oh. You just told me that was not the case.
Yeah, but now they actually look like they might be able to. Ah! Paddy's just running at them.
Sociable will find Serial.
Sociable 4K?
Probably not.
Very hard angles to clear.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Sociable.
Wow.
Big recovery. Big recovery.
You lied to me again, because now I don't believe they can get 4 rounds.
Well, that's the thing, TMV, is it changes as time goes on. So that's such a weird situation.
You can see immediately on the
That's his reaction there.
like, yeah, is what it is.
Like a disappointed father.
Yeah.
Hide away from this reveal as well. Big moment.
Oh damn! No walking allowed. That's a crazy spray.
Sit at 12 and 5 on the Sage. Going to round 12 here. Finally, Divide being invested.
Oh, is that deliberately a shit? It looks like it is.
Is it deliberately a shit?
No, is it deliberately shit? Is that deliberately fecal matter? Is that deliberately a pile of poo?
This puts Magnum on red alert, right? Like, he's got to know there's a chance they've walked mid. He's depending on that angel to give it away.
You know it's going to be up there. Let's blast pack.
It absolutely
please, guys. Please, please, please.
They just want the element of surprise. That's all it is.
Okay, they destroyed it. Holy shit. They've evolved. And they just lose to 11.
They're still getting cooked.
Massive kills.
Evolve all you want.
They've already gone away. There's no one to connect to as Serial down low on 14 HP. And 4 standing for BBL. This is looking like it's all but over. Kiko would have to become the hero of the hour. And he can't get past the start. 10-2. A magnificent scoreline here.
I mean, that's utterly destructive. Utterly destructive. Not even close. No, not at any point close. Is this the kind of composition that people are gonna heavy anti afterwards, and Magnum's gonna find a lot less value? Yeah, but even when it gets less value, it might not even be a one-off. It's just not gonna look this good again. But
I don't like. How does this?
How many offs would you give it?
Like even the stunts.
How many offs would I give it? I'd say it's looking like a number 3. That's a piston shit and a wank in a tree kind of vibe.
All 3 at once.
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's a 3 and done. A what in a what? Northern boys fans? Are you out there? Anyone resembling what I'm putting down? Is PaperX the only team you don't want to win in Toronto? Is PaperX the only team you don't want to win in Toronto? Okay, first of all, why are you assuming I don't want PaperX to win? Who do I not want to... Okay, we don't even know all the teams that are going to Toronto. Who do I not want to win? I don't want Wolves to win. Actually... Bro, if Wolves won, it'd be funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want Billy to win. I think there is almost 0% chance that they do. But I would not like Billy to win. I'd love XLG to win. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it would actually be incredibly funny if Wolves won. It's not gonna happen. G2 Sentinels MIBR. Do I want MIBR to win? I feel like it'd be nice to see MIBR have a good run, but it would be weird to see them win. The Aspas narrative would go so incredibly hard, though, that I think it would be quite good.
They're going to group up as 5 every round.
If you want to have a map here,
you've got no like Cypher or...
Dude, they literally run the same defensive pistol every single time, Liquid, and then they react to what's going on. Like, they ran this exact pistol last time. They nade out. They're flooding immediately. They've legitimately run the same pistol, though, every single time I've watched them play defense side on this map. If you go A, they take the teleport, and then Paddy holds heaven, and they play like a retake style over towards A, and then they push mid, and they have like Suez control and the flank. And then if you go B, they have like the nade and the pop through heaven.
That's why they were so encouraged to flood through.
I feel like that's so easy for BBL to anti. This is Liquid's best map. I felt like it was.
That's not how you play against BBL's comp. Like BBL, you have to against BBL's comp, you have to just defend the choke.
I think that's what they were trying to do. They sent the nade in, and they were gonna like pop flash through.
You gotta have someone on site. You gotta have someone on site.
Well, I mean, no, ideally, but I don't think that's a bad idea if BBL didn't know it was coming. Like if BBL thought there might have been a player on site here, and they were wasting their time looking for somebody on site, then I think the heaven flood would have worked.
Look at how they're
yeah, of course, because they're antiing.
Yeah, but like you say, it's the same pistol every round. But I just mean theoretically against BBL's comp, they have no fucking drone. You know they're gonna just fucking run it into sites.
Yeah.
They have no way to re-clear any space.
Yeah.
Get someone on site and just fucking stop them at the choke point. Create a pinch. Don't all come from one angle.
Well, don't worry. They will do that when they have guns to work with.
Well, you already lost 10 rounds. You don't have time for that.
And then you got Fracture coming up. And we've already seen that Liquid looked a little stressed at times.
They won't have guns? Yeah, they might not have guns in any of these rounds.
Kiko did, yeah, he did just spot.
Do I want MIBR to win?
Oh, what?
Hello?
The second peek.
Did he see something?
He's dead. Brilliant from Kiko.
I was gazing whimsically off into the distance, and I didn't see anything. He saw him?
Wins for Liquid.
I think my brain works at like slower FPS rates. He saw his head? That would make sense because he shot his head.
Cautious on approach here from BBL, rightfully so. Don't want to give Liquid any room to breathe.
Hello. Camo.
Camo.
Do I want MIBR to win Toronto? I'm just thinking about whether it would be cool for MIBR to win Toronto, but I think it would.
Well, they could do with a couple of these. This is, this is small steps.
Honestly, I think it would be less cool for Sen to win.
And certainly not across the line.
I'm actually not that down for a Sentinels win. I think they definitely could though, but I just don't think it's that cool. They've already done a lot of winning, you know. I'm not hating. I'm just saying like I want G2 to get a win. Sentinels have already won 2 trophies in their history as an org. Let's just relax a bit. Give MMBR a chance.
The end goal there, and Liquid survive.
G2 won in America. They didn't win a global event. Yeah, I was talking about who I would like to win Toronto.
That was actually on the second. I didn't spot it on the second there, but Kiko,
no, I'll be in
Toronto. Not to profit. Said a little dicey once these stingers are able to.
Okay, good. That's lovely.
Tuck into a position, do some damage late
good
on.
Boy.
See how BBL can shrug that off.
Oh, nice.
Just the one sheriff in the hands of Levin.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah.
Oh.
She thought it was very funny.
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to see a Guardian actually.
Yeah.
Pretty committed up close.
Doesn't really have a way out of here. He's just hoping. But yeah, okay, supporting utility buys him some security.
Love you.
Sociable has slipped through a little.
He kills him here.
Do I want Gen G to win?
Serial stuck around here.
Nah, I don't. I'm not really fucking with a Sen or a G2 win.
So it does feel like they're just kind of
I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of hating on Sen for Toronto. I'm kind of hating on Gen G for Toronto.
Testing the water here. Liquid find their third.
Am I hating on Paper X?
You want to see them hold on to every single one of these weapons.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I think I'm hating on a Paper X win. It's not that.
Descend into madness, get a little scrappier.
It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. I'm sorry. I just am. I just am. Can I tell you exactly why? I think it's because I am personally convinced they need to make changes, and I don't want them to not make changes. Do you know what I mean? So in order for my narrative to be correct, they kind of need to lose and then feel like, oh yeah, we really do need to make changes. And if they win, then I guess they're just going to stick with this roster and this same style for longer and longer and longer. They literally made changes. They made one change. Yeah, they did. They did.
Has been marked on the board. That is the margin of error that they can have is pretty much what? 2 rounds. That's it.
I think I'm
now we know
I would be happier with Paper X than Sen or Gen G. But I'm slightly hating on Paper X. And then, ooh, lock in because
that sentence went.
Big breach. Exec just off rip into A. Did they land Gravnet? I think they did. Yeah, I think Camo got Gravneted there.
That second layer to it also now approaching freely.
I mean, this is a fucking nightmare, man. You have to break the wall on screens or ramp, and then if you're going ramp, you have to also get past the stun.
Nothing else here, but tons of utility at their disposal.
They put so much pressure though on this faultless, and it is good. That's a great start.
They're convinced there was a flank going on there.
Next, good util to put him under pressure. Gets cleared. Nat's doing well. Striding back in.
Well,
it's all
fair enough. Fair enough, Liquid.
Team Liquid.
God, they had. At what point do you get nervous?
Camo's ultimate available, but nothing else here.
Oh, it's a bad wall, bro. I didn't even realize.
Oh, did he just sneak past
He just snuck past the wall. Oh, that's tragic because Magnum's util has been so good. It was a bad wall on ramp.
A pacey execution here towards 8.
Could this fucking
yeah, look, they're showing it on the replay now.
And that's gap here. That's
what it was.
Didn't catch that.
No.
That's why Magnum's just not expecting this at all.
Wow.
One enemy remaining.
And I think Magnum, you left the gap by the window.
Just in case you didn't know. I think Magnum probably realized pretty quickly.
He's made it down ramp.
Something's not right here.
That could be a game changer.
But BBL
can I get a count?
These 3 rounds have been enough.
Because I went back to watch the replay live, so I.
You know I'm called the cow.
Give an opportunity now for Liquid to also check.
Can I get a? Can I get a count?
Because I really love
And for the other side of BBL, they need
Have
to
you
not let
seen
this
that
get too
video
far.
where they
Yes,
bleep
they've
when
got
he
rounds
just
to play.
counts?
Yes.
That
Yeah.
sounds like
It does
fun.
become.
Yeah,
as much as I
I've
hate
seen it.
all
It was
round
peak
games,
2008
they're okay.
humor. I mean, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It was funny.
Yeah, that actually was.
No
very,
errors.
yeah,
It
very
does start to
funny.
become. It feels possible at that point.
Where is the timer on the screen? Why are we in a... Is this a tech timeout? Where's the fucking timer on the screen?
Really is the catalyst to this composition outside of Levin on the showstopper potentially, or any other round with the satchels, but like I said, the
all right.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
I'm back.
5.
I'm back.
Sheriffs across the board elsewhere.
Yo, I'll be back.
Does have the pit.
Ever since I put on this hat, Team Liquid's been winning, so I can't take it off.
Is that to try to get rid of an operator? Are they thinking the camo's going to be opping? He's got a huge amount of money. They flashed...
Some of these rounds.
Okay. They flashed and gravneted at the start of the round over towards B.
That's 2K?
Yeah, noted previously, so...
Teleport's a pretty common play to try to put pressure on the Viper. You get to see over the top of these smokes into vents.
3 kills through a smoke.
No, only 2. The one was on top of the box.
Oh. Oh, he walled himself up?
What? The Omen teleported on top of the box and that's killed him.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Like the Omen is doing the TP play to try to get an angle over the top of the smoke, and then...
I thought it was a stage, that's my bad.
Not expecting them to come out swinging once again. Did see the stat.
So I think there's only 3 teams, though, in summary, that I would be not super happy if they won the trophy. Honestly, maybe Fnatic. No, you know what? I'm throwing Fnatic in that mix as well.
Speaking of pace, though, this looks like it's very much all in. BBL fancying their
I'm hating on Sen, Genji, Fnatic, and then unfortunately Paper X. It's a massacre. It is a massacre. They broke that Sage
if
wall
they
so
would have got
fast.
4, they win for sure.
How many did they end with? 2? And then they lost pistol, but they won the
and lost pistol.
Force?
2 and lost pistol. Imagine if someone was on site on that pistol.
Yeah, but winning, dude, winning the Force buy and then winning round 16 is pretty massive to get them back in the game.
It's over. They've won the map.
Potentially in the retake.
No, don't say that. This would be like considering what happened on map 1 as well.
Oh yeah, that would be an all-time.
Worst possible time.
Yeah, it would be an all-time.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I'm looking at like this is why Sociable got dropped. Like the video script is being made right now.
Sociable, I think, played well on the. Sociable has only had like. Sociable's only had like 7 bad rounds in the whole match. It's just that they were all in the most crucial moments of Haven.
Still 4 players against the 2.
Yeah, 2v4, this is where we redeem ourselves.
That's not sharp enough. And Yampi, he's desperately trying, but 14 HP.
I'm not even worried.
Not even worried, man. Not even worried.
I think the hardest.
Not even worried for the
It's
BBL.
gonna be a crazy round. When it's 11-8, you guys are gonna see some crazy shit. I'm from the future, by the way.
Okay.
Liquid win this map.
Okay, love it, love it.
Another tick in the box as well for composure. And able to take a breather here. Early win out in terms of focus towards ramp here, but Patitek, sorry, punishing.
What happened on the Force round for Liquid? I can't remember how they won it.
I mean, a dicey moment here where Sociable drifts through.
Yeah, there was a world. There was a world.
Yeah, I can't remember what happened. Anyone in chat?
Wasn't it just like
what's the TLDR?
It's a bunch of 1v1.
Still a buy for BBL.
It
looks like rinse and repeat, right? This looks like, look, just throw it at the wall until it sticks and hope for the best, but the gap is closing. Patitek gonna call in for support. We've seen that him and Nats have been coming together really well. Lovely synergy. They can't disrespect this Viper until they've been trying before. And once again,
That's a good adjustment to throw the Gravnet up there because they know that they're going to fight for A Heaven. Oh, that's so much damage.
Damn, forces up the DL.
Oh, that is huge for Prophet.
Oh my god.
They did it. They did it.
That is a really good adjustment on the fly call there. That's really nice. So, like, what happened there, chat, is that the last time that they did that wall play to try to fight over A Heaven and do like an A split via the Sage Wall, they broke the Sage Wall immediately and they fought Heaven as the defenders, which is a bit unusual for Liquid. And so this time, BBL saved a lot more util to actually fight it with Gravnet nade combo, swinging through, doing a bunch of spam. So like changing the micro of how you take that fight. Liquid didn't change anything themselves, and they just get smoked.
The path attack fade off against a team that's just full 5 stacking.
You want to see it go fracture. You want to see them.
Why the fuck does my fade have an up standing next to a Yoru?
What was the monotony almost of Liquid just round by round?
Oh! And no kill. Oh, they are pounding them. Yeah, this is BBL winning the map. Okay. We never got to see the 11-8.
Honestly, it's better you didn't because it was generational. It was one of the craziest rounds ever. So
we just don't live in that universe. You came from the future and now you're in a different dimension. That's fucked up.
It's wild. It's
fitting to end with a deadlock stun.
Very fitting, yeah. They got an astounding amount of value out of the deadlock on that map. That's one of the best deadlock maps that I've seen.
Yeah,
crushed them. Absolutely crushed them.
Anyone playing double senti on Fracture?
Nah, they're not playing double senti on Fracture.
Imagine both double sentis at once.
They could, I suppose.
That would be an incredible level of cook.
Do you agree with me that the most boring teams to win in Toronto would be Sen, Gen G, and Fnatic?
No, not on Sen.
Why don't you think...
Most boring teams to win?
Yeah, out of all the teams that are going, these are the teams that I'd like to win the least.
I don't think Fnatic would be boring. Like, well, how do you mean boring? Do you mean in terms of storyline?
Yeah.
In terms of their playstyle?
No, I don't mean the playstyle. I mean how excited I would be that they lifted the trophy. The story, the narrative.
I think Fnatic would be quite interesting.
There's no fucking way G2 would be boring. G2 haven't won an international trophy. Like, that's the whole...
No, but people are expecting them to.
If G2 didn't play a boring style, so many people would be rooting for G2.
I'm not saying I would find it boring, but I'm just saying that people are expecting them to win. So, like, the expected thing would be somewhat boring to some people.
That's crazy.
Not me!
Dude. G2 does not even play a boring style. They play the same way everyone else fucking does. They just do it better sometimes. Like, they're more consistent. Everyone's using Taeho and Breach. The whole world is, man.
Yeah.
What the fuck? We just watched, like, what was it? Rien's, like, hit a sick shot about the 3K, and he gets salvoed and aftershock off the bomb. Like, 3 rounds in a row on Fracture.
Yeah.
And G2 are the bad guys. I see Fnatic do it more. Like, hello?
Fnatic do it more. Fnatic are definitely more boring and cringe than G2 are, in my opinion. They play for post plan more, and they also have slower attack sides.
Yeah.
But I don't really mean any of that stuff. I mean, like, I don't know. To me, the whole Fnatic being great and then returning back to greatness, I don't.
Yeah.
You're
not digging that storyline.
I don't fuck with that storyline as much.
Really? Because Fnatic and Sentinels have that same storyline, and I think it's actually really interesting because they lost like what was their flavor, came back with some olive oil, changed up the consistency of their fucking.
Sen would be more boring than Fnatic, I think. Because Fnatic,
yeah,
I think
I'd agree with you. Yeah, I would agree with you.
The storyline would go into like second, can we create dynasty? And like turning like Boaster into the true GOAT.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. You're selling me. I think that Sentinels is probably the most boring, and then Gen G is the second. Because I feel like it would have both elements of kind of... I don't think this Gen G roster is as good as the old one, so I don't really believe the return to greatness narrative. Because it would just make me feel like, yeah, but it's kind of just like a bit of a worse version of their 2024 roster, really. Like, without Meteor, I'm not really buying it with Ashe and Foxy9. And then if they won, like, the Org's already done so well in the past.
Foxy9.
It's not an anti-Foxy9 narrative. It's, well, I mean, to a tiny bit. Tiny degree it would be, I guess. Because if I was a Foxy9 fan, I guess I would really be rooting for them to win. But I just don't... I'm not fucking with the Orgs that have already won, like, either multiple times or made trophies. The teams that have won a trophy and made finals multiple times, I'm not fucking with the narrative, maybe because there isn't a dominance narrative. Do you know what I mean? Because T1 and G2 were the finalists of Bangkok. There is, if Fnatic or Gen.G or Sen win, there's no argument to be made that they're dominant this year. They're not. But I guess it'd be like people would be talking about like, if you extend it over a long enough period of time, G2 are actually they'd be like Gen.G are actually the greatest team of all time. If you take from the beginning of 2024 to middle 2025, I just feel like some head ass shit would be coming out of there, you know.
Whereas is this the greatest core in Valorant history?
Exactly. I'm just not on board for those kind of narratives. Whereas, holy shit, if we got like a Wolves win, an XLG win, I'm not down for Billy Billy. Fuck Billy Billy. But no, fuck Billy Billy. I'm not down for. I mean, it's not gonna happen anyway.
Why would you not be down for that?
Because it'd just be ludicrous. It'd be like T1. It'd be like fucking T1 winning Bangkok, except worse. Just like the team goes on a heater and wins the whole tournament, it'd be fucked.
Be crazy. Yeah, why not just have 2025 be the year of crazy?
I would kind of fuck with MIBR winning. I was thinking about this, and I think the Aspas, like you're talking about with Boaster, Aspas going from team to team and always taking his teams into like high-level spots in tournaments or even winning the tournaments would be pretty incredible.
What about Heretics? Wouldn't Heretics be a boring?
What the fuck, man? No. Heretics have never won a tournament.
They finally conquered the demon.
That's what I'm saying with G2 as well, though. Like, G2 and Heretics conquering the demon narrative, I'm so down for. Like, that shit gets me juiced. The Heretics one in particular, because they've never even won regionally.
What about
Paper Rex? Sounds like the most banger fucking like comeback story, no?
No, but he hates Paper Rex, so.
Yeah, but you can hate if you want. You can't objective. You can't, like, this is an objective conversation, no?
I think they would be my 5th worst team to win. Narratively.
What the fuck? The Paper X win? No, that would be an incredible win.
I know that the people would love it. The people would love it.
It's slaying a demon out of nowhere. It's the old man who's fucking past it.
But I would just
never got to conquer. He enters a tournament just randomly one day and somehow overcomes all of his demons from the past.
But I wouldn't be confident they could keep it up for the rest of the year. Or for the year after, it would feel like a flash in the pan.
Who gives a...
They never won a tournament.
What? You're putting that same shit down on Sen or Heretics. Doesn't make any...
We only have 3 tournaments a year. We can't be handing out the trophies to Mickey Mouse fluke runs like T1 and Ascend.
Mickey Mouse.
Okay?
You and friends convinced you about Mickey Mouse.
They've got... The trophies have got to be going to worthy teams.
Was Fnatic in Tokyo.
Whoa, what do you mean? You just said that half the worthy teams are what you don't want to see.
Well, yeah, that's also true. That's also true.
Literally 2 ends of the fucking spectrum.
Yeah, it doesn't have to make sense. I'm just telling you how I feel. I know it's irrational.
How do you feel about T1 winning, really? Because like T1 deserved to win. You know, they played good Valorant during Bangkok. It's not like they, you know, like just a bunch of shit teams happened to make it through. Like, no, they beat G2. Like they, you know.
Yeah, no. They
everyone thought was the best. So like.
But I also don't think they were the best team of the...
No, but do you look at it back as therefore it's a Mickey Mouse?
I'm not saying that the tournament's Mickey Mouse. I was using that jokingly. But, like, do I think that I am gonna... like, am I gonna put them on the same pedestal as other teams that have won one tournament? No. Because I'm not only looking at tournament wins. I'm not just looking at trophies. I'm looking at, like, what was the period of time for which they were considered the best team in the world. And I think for T1, it was literally 1 week. Like, there was like 1 week where people considered them the best team in the world. You can't say...
If Sentinels was another org, wouldn't that have been true last year as well?
What, sorry?
Damn.
If Sentinels was a different org, wouldn't that have been true for last year as well?
They made 4th at Champs.
How does that make you the best?
Okay, I'm not... Okay, you're taking my hyperbole, literally. I mean your period of time as a top team, as a team that can win things.
Yeah, true. I mean, I feel like in 3 years' time, when people are naming all of the teams that have won a tournament in Valorant,
people will be like, "What the fuck, T1?"
Will be last.
They literally have had less time at the top level of Valorant than Ascend. Ascend were at the top level of Valorant, like hunting for trophies longer than T1. Like T1 need a bounce back later in the season, otherwise they are disappearing into the fucking memory vault.
No. That BO5 though was fucking insane.
It was amazing. It was an amazing game.
And the way, even if it was a week, like of course you spend 10 minutes on Everest. You can talk about it for the rest of your life.
No, right? You can't. Motherfuckers are going up and down Everest all the time. Everest is like a fucking... It's a tourist trap at this point. It's a tourist trap and death trap.
Dude, just because it wasn't long doesn't mean it wasn't hard. All right?
I'm long and hard for teams that I like, okay? And what I'm saying is T1... T1 were hard, but they were not long.
I know, and that's fine. As long as they're hard. When we compare teams in the future, no one... like the hardness can beat the longevity.
I don't agree.
I'm hard
Who
on
are you
T1
hard for?
For the run, dude. Easel was playing like a fucking insane demon.
You're hard for T1.
I'm saying when people, I'm looking at that one little thing you guys said, which was in fucking 4 or 5 years, people are going to talk about the winners and whatnot. I feel like people are going to be talking about that T1 win over G2.
They're going to be talking about the match. They're not going to be talking about the team in any sense of like leaving a legacy. Unless they continue to do more at champs.
Here's T1. T1's best chance of being talked about is if G2 win the next 2 tournaments, people will talk about T1 as the one team that beat them.
Yeah, it actually
like
gets
if they
better.
Get known as like the best team.
It gets better the more tournaments G2 win.
Yeah, so
because then you became the team that denied them. But your legacy is only defined by a team that was better than you in the year that you won, which is like.
Yeah, but sometimes you're fucking.
That's mad.
Sometimes you're up against Jordan and you just lose. But sometimes you win. Did anyone beat Jordan? Someone must have done.
Only be one going
Joe, you're an American. You're a Canadian, sorry. But they play basketball in Canada.
Yeah, we got the Raptors. Shout out Kawhi. For the 1 year.
Well, you've got to say in terms of a best of 3
Teams shouldn't bother winning a tournament if they don't win the next 5 tournaments.
Euros all like over again. That is true. It's like Greece.
I just hate an upset run. I would be fucking fine.
People remember Greece.
I would be fine with an upset run. I would be fine with an upset run if we had more tournaments. When we only have 3 tournaments a year, you're not allowed to have upset runs. You're not allowed, okay?
No upset runs, no worthy team runs.
We have a Euros every fucking. We have a World Cup and a Euros every 2 years.
Hold on, that's not no worthy teams. I'm still fine if
you counted out Sen, Gen G, and who else? Fnatic.
G2's allowed to win. Liquid's allowed to win. Fnatic's allowed to win. Well, not Fnatic really, but Heretics are allowed to win. Again, RRQ's allowed to win. XLG's allowed to win. Okay.
XLG would be an upset run, would it not?
No, they're just the goats.
Okay.
Bro said Liquid, they might be out right now. Well, yeah, I mean, BBL. I wouldn't be happy if BBL won. I've got to be honest with you. I would not be happy if BBL won.
But beyond that, you feel like it starts getting sewn up. Kiko, the first challenger, really, to catch the cross. Gets dealt with. Good trade from Panatek. Good space.
I'm just trying to figure out what you like. That's all I'm trying to do. Is I'm genuinely trying to figure out what you like.
I've already told you the team's overcoming their hurdles narrative. I like that.
Every team has hurdles coming. Even the worthy teams do, man. They've lost like their fucking star players. They've lost the rosters that define them, and they're looking for a trophy on rosters that are once again not tested internationally in terms of winning quality. Like there may be 3 teams that look good inside the playoffs of Bangkok, and that's all we've had so far. Everyone else just kind of fucking shit the bed.
Okay, well maybe this is all I needed was somebody to advocate against me and persuade me, because now I'm you know, the more you talk about it, the more I'm kind of getting fired up.
Yeah, because like, dude, Sen, complete no-show. Look at fucking Vitality and look at where they are now, bro. Yamcha pose into Yamcha pose. Like it fucking it was a disaster for everyone. But what, G2 who got a little tag of can they beat their inner demons, T1 who got the fucking Wyatt's weekly award of the team of the week, and then what, one other team maybe that kind of looked good that I can't remember from Bangkok. You could probably find one. Everyone else,
yeah, maybe EDG or something.
Yeah, EDG,
but not
perfect
even
example,
really.
Because everyone's like,
they kind of fell off.
I mean, they got stopped at a certain point, but China at an international, you know, there was a question mark about that too. Like, what did they look like? Now there's no EDG at this one. The worthy teams from 2024 lost all their clout. They're signing tier 2 players. The mega team doesn't make it out of EMEA. Who replaces them? Sentinels question mark, no 10s, no Saucy. What are we saying? How are things going? You know, there's all these. Every roster needs to win.
Yeah.
G2, God team, God with no planet, with no realm to control. Are G2 even a deity? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
You're
crazy.
selling me. You're selling me. There's some good stories.
And then what you like as well, like I like the sushi bar across the street that has the cheap prices for all you can eat. You're talking about as well, right? Like all these Asian teams coming in have a strong like front running spearheaded player could possibly poke in, jab through, thrust deep into the fucking playoff bracket. Possibly could win.
Yeah, I like that.
Too.
Yep, I like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep, they can be hard and long. They can thrust in with Jemkin and Raka on a deep run.
Literally. Yeah, like that storyline's there, and then there's a complete upset. Like, what if Wolves wins, right? What if there's a dog shit? Oh, he's muted. Fuck. Dog shit team that comes in and wins the whole tournament.
Just rage baiting TMP in the middle of this. Oh, the 4-1.
Mechanical as they can be, they are
the slow 4-1 though, disguising it as a defaulting kind of thing, and then getting close and popping. Oh, that's Levin just playing completely around the Cypher setup there. And they had 3 players ready in case it was a dish hit there too. BBL.
My camera is destroyed. Removed as well here, so no spam on the back of the tag. Liquid reset into some sort of comfort here. Plenty of util. Profex actually found an opening here.
Oh, surprise, Serial was just drifting around side. I don't know if he just got caught there and unable to...
Oh shit, there's an advert running. My bad, Twitch viewers, I forgot to run one in the break. Oh, what is that from Levin?
Yeah, that was really fucking nice. Dude, they play around their flashes so well. Like, dude, the peaks on these beach flashes are kind of nuts from BBL. It's the second game in a row.
I mean,
wild.
Yeah. Camera got caught by a trip as well. Levin repositioned nicely.
The equipment brought in here, but decisive retake here for BBL. I think, yeah, Serial maybe... I mean, he's tucked into the corner.
Pogpig, sometimes I read your messages in YouTube and I realize that we've strayed too far from God's great light. I'm not a religious person, but you're turning me in that direction. Because holy shit, you need some holy water sprinkled on your forehead.
Tense stuff, isn't it? Because I'm waiting to see if it starts really tailoring away towards one side, or if we get this even affair. And I kind of hope we do. I want it to be more map 1 than map 2 in a way, but for now, go back in.
Stun salvo over here. Look at this trip. Another different version of the trip to catch the Neon. Another one here as well to catch the planter. As you apply pressure.
Camo's really the one that's going to get punished on the back of that.
Forcing them up through tower, really. They're not willing to try and break towards
Does the planter get caught by this?
I'm waiting for anyone to be outlined, right? Is there anyone willing to
nope,
for this?
broken. They can still try to do a bit of spam. Oh, the spam is good off the wire. Magnum still with good crosshair placement despite the wire getting broken.
But you can see the rest of the map being wrapped on now.
That is a nice flash. That's good information.
But it's Profect to find Camo this time. A similar position punished as we saw last time around. It was Serial.
And that's though with a good control of Levin, and he's found Yampy, so he should be able to dodge the flash. Still loses though. Oh, that's a good stun. That's a good stun. Good cover from Serial. Here come the salvos. They've got half already. Yeah, that's a bit dangerous, isn't it? Wow, how is that? Sometimes I look at the shorty and it's getting kills from 5 meters away, and then I look at it in a moment like that and I'm like, how the fuck was that not a kill? Like, he's run with the shorty into his face, blapped him, and somehow that's not an insta-1 pop?
Much heavier towards...
I'm wondering if the pellets work differently when you're stunned, because you did get stunned like right beforehand.
Whether it's ahead of the spike being planted,
I think he, in the replay, it kind of looked like he just missed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look towards is how much can Liquid really achieve whilst Kiko's first wave of smokes is up. Whether that be the plant or a kill or anything. Regardless, now BBL, 2 sheriffs.
Okay, now they're just walking up halls.
Yes, we're seeing something like what we saw in Haven.
A little bit.
Nico
A
round here.
4-player stack over towards B.
They'll come B eventually.
I almost want them to now. One of these anti-ecos.
Bren was crashing out yesterday on what? The shorty?
So, wait to see if that second wire was going to maybe prove a little bit more fruitful. Not to be. So Liquid going through the motions. They've got the right read on this. They're doing exactly
What
as
about
they
this
like.
shorty from Bren? I'll watch it after this round.
See Camo just spraying away, hoping for the best. But
Dude, I was watching Bred's stream last night. He was like low key crashing out. He was trying to remain so positive, but he just had the worst teammates of all time. I really think they've released lead into the water supplies. Like this week, I think. Judging by the people that, judging by the discourse that I'm seeing, something has hit the water supplies. The PFAs, did they flood the PFAs into the water as soon as the EPA changed their regulations? They're just throwing Teflon pans into the sea. All right, let me have a look at this. What is this?
Some of these ultimates starting to come online as well.
I've got it in 0.25. We don't need it in 0.25. All right, he rips the Vice ultimate. In. That's criminal. The first shot not killing is brutal. The second one, he just straight up misses, though. The second one, he just misses. It goes over the shoulder of the guy. But the first one, how is that not a kill?
Try and catch him in the drone here, yeah.
That's mad.
BBL out and about. I mean, they don't fancy coming back in this way.
This is a brutal retake to have to try. 3 people coming from Dish with no knives on Levin?
Yeah.
That is... nasty. Oh, hello, Kiko! Oh my god. And he doesn't make the noise when he comes off the rope. Oh my god, that is...
They're pushing him.
Wow.
Kiko doesn't have to do anything here. He can just play a post-plant lineup if he wants. His crosshair was not on his head there. That's a good round. That's a good round. Check the end of the VOD, it's funnier. I mean, I watched... What is this? He's just losing his mind. How was this not a kill? How is that not a kill?
Thank you for subbing. Thank you for watching.
That's remarkable.
Nico actually the one leading the charge 9 and 2. That's desperately trying to keep everybody cool, calm, and collected.
If only BBL... I see you're a Veritasium enjoyer. I'm not, actually. I'll tell you what happens. This, oh no, wait, this is logged in as me. But if I'm not on Twitch, if I'm on YouTube, if I open a YouTube link, it's only... The algorithm on my YouTube, on that browser, has only been formed by opening links from people in the chat. YouTube. Did you talk about the comment you left on VLR yesterday? Yeah, by the way, if some motherfucker is out there LARPing as me on VLR.gg, by the way, in the forums, some guy with a British flag, not even a British flag, sorry, an English flag, called Sideshow Gaming, is dropping fucking essays out there on the VLR forums, LARPing as me.
So credit where it's due here to Liquid on that.
That's you, brother? That ain't me. That ain't me.
A lot of adjustment from BBL, something we were asking from Liquid in map 2, really.
Yeah, he's just actually glazing me. Like, I saw that he'd responded to a couple of threads about casting duos and stuff with just like, yeah, Sideshow, he's the GOAT. Like, that just looks like I'm being weird online.
They're so clean on these anti-ecos.
Profec and Magnum, formalities at this point. They won that 6th round, and they're probably going to damn well get it.
To do all this too without using a single ultimate?
Easily. Easy peasy.
Behind this.
They'll get closer to all of them? I mean, this next round's going to be crazy, though. We have, like, what, 4 ults for BBL? Close to 4 for Team Liquid?
Yeah, and Team Liquid should be sending them to knock the eco. BBL need to use them in order to keep it. Like, it should be a crazy round. This should have been a 2-0 for BBL. Well, maybe they should have closed out on Haven then.
Yeah, maybe don't choke.
Yeah. This is going to be an all-timer to remember, though, based on that Haven choke.
Number 6 for
I mean, if they lost split, that would have been
Yeah.
Beautiful opener here.
From a 10,
I mean,
11 to
horrendous.
Players pushing into A.
Horrendous. How do you ever look at each other ever again? What's Magnum doing? Oh, he's gonna get a kill. Okay.
Not much of an upgrade, but let's get rid of the Sting Alpha. But actually, I think you almost
transferring onto Levin and then back to Sociable and still kills both.
Completely reset.
Yeah, and again, these two have met here before.
All right, what's going on in this round then? What's cracking with this round? They have Breach Ult, Vice Ult for the attackers. Whereas the defenders have 2 ults to deny plans. And might be able to get Yampy. I mean, this is going to be a massive fight at Arcade though, isn't it? Oh, what a peek.
What the fuck happened to that fucking drone? Oh, wow.
It was insta-smashed. Blocked his head.
Nats ulted during the midst of that. Kiko's not got Prophet.
What?
Okay. Alright. BBL able to get a round on the board by brawling over Arcade and catching Team Liquid before they're able to set up for the ultimates. It's a good idea. Making a nice read that they're going to go for a B hit with the Vice Ult as well, I think. Considering that the Vice Ult is usually, I would say, used on B. From like a tunnel or something.
Let's go, guys! 6-6.
6-6. You'd be fucking lucky.
But look, couple more to find. Yeah, couple more,
Nats ulting. Sorry, opping. Nats attack side op. Alone at tree.
Oh, they might get him. Yeah, Serial's dead.
No, he's alive. Oh no, he's dead. Oh, Nats, they're going to push him back into Nats. He got 1. He got 2.
How is Nats still firing off shots here?
Kiko's got to live though. Oh my god.
Oh, they don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
They really should do. They certainly do.
Oh, that's a good pre-fire.
6-6.
That's a good pre-fire. I thought Nats had somehow managed to win that. Like, there's no question that Nats would have been better off with a rifle in his hand there, but he still managed to kill 3 people.
I thought maybe somebody would have noted Nats with 2 beautiful kills here, but
the kill on Magnum though.
Who's actually only Prophet?
I guess you have to kind of know that Sociable's there because he used like all his util.
I think they just lost track in the chaos.
Big clutch.
Damn.
From Sociable, and to get himself on the board as well.
So now the op is watching over towards Dish, which isn't really an area that Team Liquid have done too much exploration of. They're doing the 4-1 exec again. Drone, smoke, clears out the whole of Arcade for free. Liquid have been doing more of a like contact up to the exec space and then pop kind of idea rather than just sending it fast. Nats v Magnum. Dude, Nats is the originator of that play. Oh my god, Profek is playing so fucking well.
Wow.
Holy shit, man.
Can I get Brimble, but can he get out?
Kiko to try and stay alive here. Kiko, does he get locked on the site?
Well, he's got his ult, so you almost want him.
Oh, they have 20 seconds to defuse.
He's got the molly as well. Yeah, not feeling comfortable enough. Want to try and maintain some sort of crossfire here on site, but it's not pretty, Lauren.
No, it's not. Kiko forced to move now. He takes him away.
Nice.
Oh my heavens.
Oh my god.
Well, 6-6 is gone.
Yeah, and now he gets to save that ult too for the next round.
Beautiful recovery. Up against the ropes.
That's nice.
14 and 4 currently on the Brimstone.
I love the way that Nats reads that though.
Pays off for Nats, but this was
I think that's a good answer to the Cypher player.
Ahead of the smokes and
You think they're screaming 5-7 now? No, but if they win the next round, they will be.
Profek able to isolate them. BBL now. Timeout called their second.
Oh, here's the timeout.
Yeah.
Here's the timeout.
You guys remember when Profek used to play Astra on this map?
That was diabolically bad.
I do.
Right?
That was diabolical.
Let this guy free, man. Just let him shoot, please. He's like your second best shooter.
I don't know why they ever thought about running Astra on this map.
And you're seeing the value he's getting.
I think it's the whole like people wanted to stack on stall with Tejo and Astra. Like pull it even farther back on like 25 seconds for the defuse or something. But
the game just feels horrible with 2 smokes.
Yeah.
The hand was forced. The aftershock comes through the salvo as well. And
Same reason they think about running Jet. But, I mean, Jet is like a comfort pick. Nobody's got Astra as their comfort pick.
Maybe Bolster?
Maybe, but even then.
But you're going like a downgrade. Like Brim is fucking
just like any other
iPad
game.
baby. Like
We know
it's
the
simple.
stakes.
Yeah, iPad baby and then shoot.
2 lineup.
All right, they're doing their eco round strat again. Another 4 on B, 1A. Pretty similar traps as well.
So we are spamming. We are in the Team Heretics playbook.
Except the thing that I like much better about the way that Liquid are approaching it is that they do this like default for arcade control with the drone and stuff, but then they take it slowly. They don't give away how many players, and they don't give away the pace. Yeah, they can still pause when they get to the smoke at arcade, and then pop, or like, you know, slow take tower and then pop. Whereas Heretics were just kind of sending it off barrier drop. Because when you play a slow round like this, there is a chance that they're leaving. Like, it forces the defenders to peek for info and get punished, or like keep 2 players A, for example, or something like that.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Too many options. Holy shit, what the fuck, where are we?
Again, Kiko still finding success.
Okay.
Are just getting through this.
And now they've got another ult for Nats. Brim ult as well.
Those moments to have like an aerial cam and just fucking like Fortnite it and just look at everything from a top-down perspective?
a 9-3 half.
Not everything can be Fortnite, Shayo.
What a way to
I'm just saying from where I've been, you know, like
Kiko and Nats have their
if the food isn't salty,
get it, you love Fortnite. You want to go back to 2016.
I don't even want it.
We get it.
I don't want any of that.
I mean, maybe, but also I think if you did that frequently, showed a lot of like site execs via free cam because it's cleaner, I think people would be mad that they missed the shots being hit.
It's just a fucking TMV round.
It's going to draw the rotation. You can already see 2 more
Yeah,
players.
it's nice that. Oh my god, and they've just brim ulted completely in B main.
They've got to go fast. Yeah,
it's really nice because this is exactly what they did last time, was just go B and Vice ult, and now they use it as a fake and they're in on A. They have no plant denial util left really either. No salvos, no aftershock, no brim ult, no Teo orb reach ult as well.
And you've got
why are you using brim ult there? That's weird.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Why are we throwing away? Oh well, I guess.
Last round, shoot instead. Let him shoot.
No, but I mean, why don't you save them for post? If they lose this,
having some fun.
Yeah, nice. I think people would complain about it if you free cam during execs, but I do think it would be cleaner and maybe like in some level of a sense better. But I think people would dislike it to the point where it wouldn't be worthwhile. That is quite a nice tail though, actually. It forces them into that little corner, so your crosshair placement's always going to be perfect. Because it's the only safe spot. How can we blame all of this on Sociable? I don't think Sociable's in any way the reason why BBL are losing here.
I mean, you could find
We've got some amazing Liquid fans here in the crowd, but I feel like, Harmy, you might be Team Liquid's #1 fan. First of all, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. That half was a bit better, right, compared to the second map?
Yeah, compared to Splits, this is way better to watch for me.
Yeah, how's your...
Split was a disaster.
How many true knows in VCT are there? Remember when Harmy played a game for Liquid?
On Heaven, I think it was too...
Do you remember who it was against, though?
Supporting Liquid,
because I don't remember who it was against.
Right? You know? Yeah, it's a little bit hard attack city in here.
Do you remember Weber playing?
You in the past have subbed in for Team Liquid before, and obviously we have a very young player Syria on stage right now, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. So
does anyone remember when Zeish played for Carmine Corp? That's a deep cut reference.
I think Syria had a bit pressure at the beginning. But
he played Raze versus Na'Vi. I gotta be honest, I can't remember those details.
Where we just had like 1 round on 7-1. He got the clutch 2v1.
Was it on
That's me being a fraud.
Yeah, very comfortable. You've also had the pleasure of spending some time with Nat and Yumpy.
Someone fact check me.
He's on the other side of this.
Somebody in my chat says he's on bind, but who knows? Could be a one guy.
Like,
It was on bind.
So
fuck.
So is it really
Fracture and bind. Hold on, it was
Oh!
fracture and bind.
But not today.
Not against Liquid, not against Liquid. And of course, Nats, the IGL now. I don't think it was the IGL the last time you subbed in. 14.
Remember when Tens played? Oh, I forgot about that guy completely.
Scored a goal.
Nats is very good player.
You're watching football on your what? Fifth monitor.
On my phone.
Wow, okay.
On my
Those
phone,
are some of my
yeah.
favorites. Yeah.
Not mine.
Oh, why? Why not?
Well, I mean, it's just for the break.
morning
It's when like
sometimes,
we do stuff like this.
a lot of no voice.
This
Someone-
halftime?
You know what? I had to do. My chat was challenging me to name all of the fucking teams that won Masters, all of the players on those teams, all of the coaches of those teams, and I only got one thing wrong.
Super defensive, and
Okay.
I didn't get it wrong. I just couldn't think of the name.
Congratulations. Would you like a sticker?
We'll see if BBL
You think you could do that?
prepared for this defense side and if Liquid can
No,
bring it home back.
my ability to recall names is astonishingly poor.
One last half to play out here
Good.
between these two. BBL stuck on 3 rounds, could not get it going. Dealt a terrible hand.
Any believers
Team
here?
Liquid focused.
No.
Steely focus
Gotta be
on
honest,
this
no.
one, Mike.
They have all 5 players and they're getting Northside crunched, but they are going into the weak. Oh no, they're not getting Northside crunched. Sorry, I thought they were.
For the decider.
They're getting stared at.
Distance now.
Yeah, they've got a trap
So,
player.
something about
Dish.
though, like Liquid
It's about
defense.
the approach here, and actually,
I feel like you're losing something here by having Nats on 5.
It does, yeah, it does seem a bit unusual, but I think he's so good at playing around the attack side smokes and like Kiko's B main smoke that I think he can really make it work.
Okay, he does eventually get traded on by Levin. BBL making this difficult. I mean, they made that incredibly hard to
Well,
find
they
fair
were
fights.
expecting or hoping that that was going to be a Dish pistol round. What, sorry? Say that again?
Doesn't BBL have like the most highest pistol round percentage out of every team like in stage 1?
It went down. They were at a 71% at their heights. Then they lost like 4 pistol rounds in a row. Went down to like 61%. Then it went down to like 59%. And I don't know what it's at the moment. It's still pretty high. But recent history, they've been much more just like a normal level team.
Sorry, my ears are fucking melting.
It all starts from now. Let's fucking go while he's 4 deaths away from pieing. Bro believes. Like that is what belief looks like. That is what faith looks like.
Mindset right there. Oh, they got the fucking trap wall for the plant with the salvos.
Yeah. They're gonna lock you in. Here he goes.
You can see the same trap play being
No.
set up by Serial here. But the plant not going to be placed.
I mean, it's Jet as well. She's gonna whoop,
Someone might
jump out of there.
The wall doesn't get tripped, so they can't lock him in.
That would be big brain for Levin to deliberately go into that and then updraft out of it. Just to waste salvos.
BBL, that's 5 alive. It's an in zone flawless. And look, there it is. The observer's showing it to us. Love him for that one. It is something that was costly for BBL in the past. Now already aware.
And almost the second tick in the box here. To get a flawless on round 2. Unable to really sniff out anything ahead of that site here.
Yeah, they can't let it
Okay,
linger now,
so
though.
a little bit of a trap play to try to put pressure onto the breach there that they know he's going to be playing in that spot.
Can BBL really close
But
this
Paditek
scoreline?
avoids getting caught by it. On pistol round, they had this pressure over towards Dish. They had a stun play from the breach. But now they've grouped up over towards B. Pretty confident. They've got good information on both sides of A.
Handling of the wall.
So you're going into triple stack with the Vice util. It's going to be tough.
BBL almost anticipating a little bit of aggression here.
Kiko still has 2 smokes left. They need a little bit of re-exploration here. All right, no, they don't. Kiko throws down a smoke in main. Nats on site.
Just kicked down to half and he dies.
Oh
They're
my
ready for the
god.
updraft as well.
Nats is incredibly ready.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, hold on. Camo?
What?
Hold on.
Believers?
Nice pathing from Yampy. I like that.
The salvos go right, but he goes left.
With the rifle.
They're doubled up. It could be really bad here for... Oh, they're going to double swing? Nice.
Don't matter.
Wow, what a recovery in that round.
That's such a good setup. He's literally baiting the jet updraft with all that stuff. It's crazy.
Is that an overcommitment on the rotators?
Oh my god.
Like when Camo goes in with the wall.
This is with the heroics of Nats as well.
I don't think it is.
The fall through the smoke as well. What Magnum was down to 33.
That's a whiff.
Like there from Kiko, I think that's just a bit of a whiff rather than it being a bad swing.
Yeah, I don't know. He swung right. He just literally missed 6 bullets.
Bloody hell, you can feel it, can't you?
Somewhat
they
winnable.
Needed some of those, though. They needed
Ooh, they're going to take a timeout immediately.
Even
though
I've got to say, Liquid was so
everything kind of
worked.
worked.
They knew exactly the plan.
Maybe they want to change the style that they're playing completely. I actually think that on Fracture, like plant denial and like playing to block the choke points instead of playing retake is by far and away the best style for this map. Like flooding in on A, having a hard anchor B, having a hard anchor on A as well actually, and flooding off them is just way better if you can, if the attacking team doesn't have ults that are just going to nuke you.
Yeah, Liquid, I don't think they're sweating too hard just yet. Again, if it stays clean from BBL,
and then you mix it up, and when they do have ults on their attack side, you want to be running more like flank heavy rounds.
I believe the official term is squeaky bum time.
Yes.
Ooh, money is screwed.
And I don't disagree, because for Liquid, again, I do feel
Magnum's been playing really well this. Is it the whole stage, or is it just playoffs, or what? But like, I agree with you. I think it's been for a while though. It's not just this game. It's many games now in a row that Magnum has been really good in. I'm not sure if he was great in kickoff. Maybe he was. I don't have a good memory of it. But he's definitely been great in playoffs. I think he was great in the stage itself, from what I can remember. Oh, he didn't play in kickoff, did he? Because it was fucking thingy.
If BBL, if they don't plan.
No wonder I can't remember how good he was in kickoff.
This is so sad for them. They
had Vac.
It's not there.
Yeah, he has been great there.
As soon as it's there twice in a row, they don't plan there.
She was done dirty. I mean, I don't think he was done dirty. He just didn't get a visa or something, did he? They couldn't literally get him there in time.
Serial now. At least make it cost something to him.
He got 0 kills in kickoff. Yeah, but he also died 0 times. That's pretty good.
Now one. Yampy, the one to take it a step.
Next rifle round coming up.
To Yampy, so close to sliding in that dagger to Liquid's back. Held on 9 now. Right, we look to see those next steps. These are the key rounds, Mike. This opens up the game, or it shuts it down.
Profec's been... I know that we're watching him whiff a little bit there, but he's been so good too. Profec has been really, really good.
In terms of the economy.
Alright, Camo is picking up the op to try to hold halls. All 5 are going here? Probably not, right? Probably they're going to just hold stun, take a bit of dish control, bait this out, and then take the rope? Maybe not, though. I mean, it's dangerous to take the rope in the mid-round. Normally, you would leave one player bottom if you were going to take the rope. They're just going 5 here. Okay, it's not like the defenders actually have Tail ult. They're 1 away from Tail ult. Otherwise, this would be illegal to do, because you just get Tail ulted. Why are they so grouped? Why 5 dish?
That's what BBL do, man.
So they should be
do it anyways.
With the backstab, Serial just stuck behind the smoke.
1 away from Fracture. Sorry, 1 away from Breach and Tail.
This is about to get chaotic, isn't it?
Oh, the free kill on the flank.
Well, there's the Tail.
That feels a little bit unconsidered.
Sociable should now just be playing safe. God, that's a good shot. And now he's got Breach ult. Nah, I mean, both of their initiators just got ults online. They were 1 away from ult, and then they both got kills that made the round unwinnable.
Any believers?
Yeah, I mean, starting to believe.
I know you changed your tune.
Starting to believe.
I'm not ever believing TL got this.
They got no money.
I can't believe that they've come alive now.
BBL have got big ultimates for their attack. It's doable.
Towards somebody on Liquid. Be decisive. I mean, Camo's he's under so much pressure. Or feels as if he is. There's really nothing behind that first player. Like I said, Serial unfortunately stuck behind the smoke. If there's, I mean, I don't even want to say a pause for thought or further consideration, but Camo has no get out of jail free card.
Paddy is going to have really bad money if they lose this round, which they probably will. He's only got 1,000 now. He's bought no util.
5 in a row. Good lord. And Kiko, though, opens up the account. Nice work instantaneously, but still, you can see the pressure on him, but no availability to trade back in. Panitek tries to make a quick escape, but I think Kiko's screwed. Yeah, a lot of util to get the man down, but Magnum working up slowly. And he's going to get the reaction of 2 here, trying to get the better angle on him, but forced to respect here.
Oh, they are pushing.
A lot of presence, and Liquid are hunting.
Oh, that's wild. That's so much aggression.
Everyone was there. It felt like they had to make a play.
Yeah, and also I think they assumed that Magnum is solo lurking. So they had an opportunity when they found Magnum and like pushed him into a rough position that they could accelerate onto him.
Shift their focus towards A now. Man advantage, yes, but it's only Patatek with a rifle. He's got to do the heavy lifting here.
They've got the read here completely, but the weaponry is so bad.
Not watching anything from drop.
God, look at this.
Oh wow, they caught the timing. That's brutal. Just when it looked like BBL were coming back into the game.
They've done everything they needed.
30 seconds left.
50 gifted if Prophet wins this.
To who? Me? Shayo?
Shayo.
Both?
What happened?
50 gifted?
There is no access back into this
50 gifted?
To Prophet.
50 gifted if Prophet survives, right?
No, no, if he survives, if he wins this. Shut the... Dude, you're such a weasel. Thinking weaselly in Valorant.
Hold up, hold up.
What do you mean, hold up?
Molly yourself?
Okay, he gets away in time here. And Panitek wants to sacrifice it. Doesn't even matter. Bounds through the fire.
Wait, I was getting the 50, right? Or was I giving the 50?
Liquid are not done.
No, you have to now give me 50.
I have to give you 50 now.
Yeah, because he didn't win.
All right, well, the way my bank account set up is that I have to transfer like the savings to my checkings, and that takes like 3 business days.
Right, okay,
okay. Up too, so like, give me a little bit. It should be there.
Actually, if you want to give it to me instead, then, because I'm willing to wait the 3 business days.
I see.
Walking all the way back over towards
A
site.
He took damage going through the molly. He just didn't take as much, I guess, because he's jumping through it.
No, I mean, that molly takes like
now the
3 seconds to kill.
North side.
Oh, pacey.
Dude, this guy is a fucking beast.
How's he alive? How's he alive? How's he alive?
No
How's he
way
alive?
he's got now from that.
Oh my god.
And now they're going to swing on these rotators. Oh, 11 does get shut down. 2v3 though. I don't think he can use it. Oh, they just spam. They're doing the wraparound. They're doubling up over towards arcade.
On the other, the ult from Serial. Clearing out the space.
Oh, that's whiffy from Profek. Oh, that's not okay. He probably could have killed him inside the smoke.
Sociable.
Oh. Wow. These last couple rounds, though, have been brutal for BBL. Brutal.
And a huge clutch out for him here in the follow-up. Liquid on 11. God, they've chipped away at that lead, Lauren. And it's only 2 rounds, but it feels like a massive swing back, yeah.
God, Serial, wow.
4 on the round for him.
Getting pumped up now.
Fucking screaming at the crowd.
We've got to give credit there. Serial standing.
Levin's attack side opping with knives though as well. Oh my god. Is he going to be able to hit that? Wait, he is. He's getting shot in the back.
He's got 1.
Wait, that's so silly.
No salvos.
Does take away sociable, but
yeah, no salvos.
No salvos, no problem. And they can speed up because there's no thorn. Oh, he fakes the drop with the shot. He thinks he's on site.
Is it a very cute picture? A video? Okay, give me a sec. I'll watch it after this round is over. Because the game's almost at a heating point. A boiling point? A heating point could be anything, couldn't it?
Liquid forced to respect this.
Alright, so they can play a post here with the molly. I mean, Profit's been falling back into molly kind of positions, but I haven't actually seen him go for one. He's hard fighting again. Oh, and he dies. There goes the molly. And there's no salvos. Nah, it's over. Team Liquid are winning this one. Okay, there's a cute picture. Oh, picture and a video.
Do you believe?
Cute. That's really nice.
Just like that.
Look at my kitty cat hanging out with the dog.
Almost feels a little overzealous from
Oh, they're being kind to each other. Oh, that's so sweet.
Just cleaned house.
God, as soon as I asked if there was any believers, Sideshow.
Oh, you
no.
good boy.
BBL 5 in a row. I asked if there's any believers, Sideshow. Yes. Liquid win the game.
But there's certainly gaps.
But I had lower expectations for Dougal.
What if it's you? What if you need to turn off the stream for BBL to win?
That happened for
well, I'll be done in less than 5 minutes. So.
Sever, you turned it on and ruined my entire fucking life.
That was insane.
That wasn't
Are you accusing me of being the problem? Like as soon as I started believing in BBL?
I mean, I would say most of society's problems, yeah, lead back to you.
I would say I'm just indicative of the general flow of the...
Are they taking a BM timeout here? What is this?
I think it's a tech pause, isn't it?
Well, why isn't that fucking yapping?
Well, yeah. I guess. Must be attack then. Yeah, it must be attack there.
Unless Liquid are just like, we're just fucking gonna talk. You don't give a shit.
Oh no.
Hey guys, let's do this.
What is going on? Oh, it is a tech. I think it's a tech pause, but on the Liquid side, so they're explaining to the admins or something. What's wrong?
It's nasty. Now, it's obviously not intentional. It's not what they're doing. But that certainly compounds a problem for BBL. They have to sit in silence. There's no talking here. There's no coaches interacting here. It is quiet.
Yeah, just something to do with patties.
Getting everything plugged back in. I think we are getting good to go.
Okay. Don't know what was going on there, but alright. Profek 1 away from his ultimate. Maybe Serial gets his ult online, which could be a game changer in the retake or something. Or as a plan tonight.
Guy just had his ult 2 rounds ago.
When it felt like BBL were running this back. But it comes down to this.
Okay.
They're gonna go for El Clasico split B, but they don't have the drone. They don't have the drone on the arcade side. That's a bit weird. Maybe they're not gonna actually take arcade then. Maybe they're just setting up to hold it early.
Yeah, because I always get stunned and
well, I mean, here they come. They go for that. Outside again.
Oh, it's awkward. It's messy.
Oh, it's over.
Camo was at the bottom of the scoreboard. He had like 8 kills.
Magnum was still winning.
No, I think.
Wow, what a play!
Wow.
Finish it with an ace, son.
He just got 1/3 of his kills in this round.
They'll never know that though. Camo had such a good game and he was frying on that fracture. Holy shit.
Position will be given away. There's no two ways about it. And Camo stakes his claim and waits.
I mean, look at that as well. Just completely playing patiently. Sociable doubling up with Nats. Camo's allowed to fight. And he finishes it with an ace. He aces to get to Toronto. Yeah, they deserve to win that. I mean, did they deserve to win the series overall? I think BBL did come on. Absolutely. I think a lot of people will. I think a lot of people will find that a controversial take from you, to be honest, because I think there'll be some BBL people who are like, we should have won 2-0. To be honest, it should never have gone to Fracture.
Well, yeah, but then also don't show.
Well, yeah.
Thing, right? I think BBL have had this running narrative with them where they have these amazing ideas that follow them, but they lack the mechanical execution, which is kind of just the story of this final match here pre-Toronto, no?
BBL?
Yeah, BBL.
I don't know that it's about mechanical execution, because that implies like skill of the players, but I think maybe the like...
That's what I'm claiming. Like,
well, is that the...
Sociable mess up there, like in the fights, like against Liquid in that Ascent matchup, they had all the answers.
Yeah.
And like they did not mechanically execute those answers properly.
I mean, I suppose there are a lot of examples of that, but I guess I was putting it more down to nerves than the players actually being bad. Because
I think it always comes. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
Well, I just mean because I've seen such good, like Levin and Profek and Magnum, I suppose in particular on this team, I've seen really good mechanical stuff from.
Yeah.
And actually, Sociable. I feel like Sociable's mechanics are generally really, really good.
To not include Sociable in it.
Yeah, Sociable's been frying. It's just that he had, I think, I don't know, maybe nerves or tilt or something at the end of Haven.
We've seen the highs and lows.
I think you give this team a bit more time and experience, and they will be executing in those situations that you're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't think they need like a player personnel change. Do you know what I mean?
I wholeheartedly agree. Because even week 3 to these playoffs in lower round 3, they look like a fucking. They played it 2 years of Valorant to get where they are now in terms of execution.
I mean, they did. They played 2 years of Valorant against Foot on a set. They played more rounds than fucking 100 Thieves did in 2023. How do you feel about Team Liquid winning Toronto? I would be so down for that, actually. I think the individuals, like Nats having their return to greatness, I'm more down for that than the like Sentinels, Fnatic, Gen G, like roster or orgs return to greatness. I don't think it happens, but I'm on the train for like Liquid. I enjoy watching them as well. Better chance of XLG winning
you
than
have
Liquid.
to have no fucking heart to not enjoy watching Nats play Valorant.
Always been the
Yeah.
case. I'm always
Yeah.
the calm one, the monotone one, trying to keep the team stable. Of course, we have Patty. He's taking care of the energy, and then Ayaz is just being Ayaz. I think he's the best teammate and best IGL anyone could ask for. And
He has been spectacular, hasn't he, Nats? I mean, he's so good.
Going to Toronto after 8 games in Tier 1, by the way, 8.
Yeah, I mean, the heart is beating. I'm definitely nervous. I mean, even in the last game, I was getting a little bit shaky, but I had my teammates to support me and back me, and they guided me through it. And I mean, without them, I think I'd be in shambles, honestly.
No, I don't believe that, because some of those clutches that you were in, I think the Paddy, Serial, we need to find a name for you two. The 2v4s are legendary. So talk me through the comms in those moments and how you kept your cool and, you know, working with some of these players in those clutch moments.
I mean, they all have so much experience. They've been there many, many times, and they've won a lot of them. The comms don't even get hectic. It's very calm. We know what to do. We play off each other. We're making sure we're on the same
Anyone
page.
feel like they're watching like a Ford F-150 commercial?
I really like his voice.
Right?
Oh yeah.
The Chevy
Do you enjoy
Silverado.
those clutch moments? Because I think some players, they love being
Drive
in those clutch moments.
fast.
I'm kind of like, oh, I'm kind of I'm a bit annoyed that I'm the last one alive.
4%
you know, boys,
APR
like,
down in financing, 60% off.
Yeah, I need to hear his voice like sped up at the
I'm not
end.
fully comfortable in them just yet. So I think with time, they're going to come more naturally and more easy. But I mean, it puts a player up to the test. And
What's
so
the
far,
chances
with
that
my
you wake
teammates,
up
it's
from a
been perfect.
coma tomorrow and this whole esports thing was just a dream and it's 2008 again?
Why fucking 2008? Couldn't the 2008 financial crash also be part of the dream? Can't we go back to like 2006? And the bankers haven't fucked the world? No, I go back to 2008. Oh, good. Oh, lovely.
Adapting to some roles definitely was a little difficult, but I had the guidance. I mean, I've had guidance through everything, support fully. I mean, all the teammates have experience on certain roles, and they can help.
What was I doing in 2008?
Also, a little PSA
I was 14
for everyone.
years old. I hadn't
The
even
lower
started
and grand
playing
finals are now
TF2.
Slowly but surely, I think I'm getting there.
Yes, they're an hour later.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
showing on stage now.
Oh,
Good point. Good point.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to be where I am.
You guys have made it. So what do you think?
Maybe
you've
you
been
could
able to
stop
bring
the
to this
Overwatch
team
leak
to
from
help
ever
your team in
happening.
Toronto?
Why would I want to do that?
Just keeping it grounded.
Like, of all the people that benefited from the Overwatch League, surely I'm like one of the main people that benefited from that.
So, I'm just making sure that we don't throw the rounds we shouldn't throw. And
Discipline.
That's about it. Exactly.
Make sure you keep the discipline, Nod.
Exactly.
You guys at home, make sure you remember that, because you know, very, very important in games like this. Now, the last time Team Liquid played against Team Heretics, you won here. You've never actually played against Team Heretics.
Yeah, I would stop Super TF from being a streamer. Can you imagine?
I mean,
that's
no doubt
not even good from a
Heretics is
utilitarian
really
point of
good
view.
team, and they've solidified themselves, and they have incredible players, and they're just incredible. And I think the game is going to be really entertaining and also close.
Yeah, I like the entertainment part that you've mentioned. You also said that, you know, Nat's best IGL, best teammate, and I think this lower bracket run, we've seen the speeches he's given you guys, vlogs and so on and so forth, talking about his own experience on Gambit, keeping you guys mentally positive.
To celebrate Liquid going through to Toronto, could you help me decide what liquid to punish my liver with? A delicious G&T or a scrumptious barrel-aged barley wine? I'm taking that barrel-aged barley wine every time over a G&T, but me, I'm not a big gin head.
Especially me, I'm still fresh. I'm still a rookie in some sense.
No, you are a rookie.
Yeah, so it's like I have to listen to them and actually not take them for granted.
I think Serial's Dutch, not American.
Play off of his experience and make sure I don't have the
I mean, I know he's not American, but I think he's Dutch.
I don't crash out, you know. I don't crumble under the pressure, and it's been wonderful so far.
Trust him. Trust in your IGL.
Full trust in my teammate and my IGL, yeah.
Full trust. Now,
is he Latvian?
When you first arrived, I asked you, who do you want to play against? And you were very not that bothered, you know, I'll take anyone.
He doesn't sound
Latvian. Give me
Latvian.
an answer this time, because you're about to go to the global stage. You're about to play
Then again, neither
does
Ardis.
Normally have the opportunity to. So which team are you most looking forward to facing?
So I guess can't really always analyze via accent.
I mean, it might be a basic answer, but I think it's probably G2.
Why?
They the runs and the games they've had, they've solidified themselves as a really good team, and I think even most of my teammates probably want to end up going against G2.
Yeah.
And
sick.
That might be one of the toughest series we'll probably ever face. And we'll see how it goes.
Has there ever been a team who's attracted more respect from other pros without winning anything than G2?
No fucking.
Because I still think last year people weren't talking about heretics like that. They were talking about like
But I think that's because
Gen G.
when you watch G2 at their peak, it seems like what would you even do, right? Like I feel like as a player you almost want to know like you almost want to experience it. Can I actually beat that? Like if I'm playing G2 at their peak.
Paper X people are saying as well. What? When though? Because
but people I think just found Paper X a fun opponent.
Yeah, no one was ever talking about Paper X like they were the team to beat. Like we want to go up against Paper X because they are the team that you have to beat in order to prove you're the best in the world. That was like Fnatic
or like if you're an
Fnatic or Optical Loud or like those kind of teams were those teams. Gambit. It is somewhat remarkable. It would be even more remarkable if G2 like made a finals, lost to another run from a team, and then like kept it up. Do you know what I mean? Like XLG or Wolves go on a run, win Toronto, but G2 are clearly the best team of the year by...
You better hope the fucking Wolves don't win Toronto.
We're gonna have to grease the fucking poles in Wolverhampton.
You're gonna fucking lose your job, Sonny Jim, when I get you fucking howling like a wolf on cast.
I will howl. I will howl for Wolves. I will howl. If I cast a Wolves game, guaranteed I'm getting a howl in there. Are either of you going to continue streaming?
No.
I don't know.
Goodbye, fellows.
Goodbye. I'm going to find someone to raid it.
All right.
Adios.
Peace.
Who are we raiding then? I'm going to go and spend some time with my family. And by family, I mean my wife and my dog and my cat. Because we got a little doggy today. You're not watching the draw? What draw? What draw? Are they doing the group draw? Surely they're doing that after the grand finals because they don't have the seeding yet. Yeah. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not even co-streaming on Sunday because it's my wedding anniversary. So I'm going out with B instead. But I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's an hour later, remember? So like if you're in Britain, for example, instead of 4 p.m., it's 5 p.m. Who shall I send you to? Chobra, maybe? Chobra's probably getting offline about now, though, isn't he? Because it's getting really late. I don't even know who to send you to. Minnie, maybe? I wonder if... Oh, yeah, Minnie's doing some ranked. We'll send you to Minnie. He was in the chat earlier as well. Okay, so I'm going to be back tomorrow with the lower bracket final of Liquid playing against Heretics. I'm then not going to be doing the grand final, so you'll have to find somebody else. I don't know who you'll possibly find. And then I will be back after that doing variety stuff. So I won't be on this. If you're a YouTube viewer right now, I'm not going to be on this YouTube channel for basically until Toronto. I will be co-streaming the beginning of the matches at Toronto, like the Swiss stage games. But between now and then, I'm just going to be doing variety content and maybe some Valorant ranked duos with like Mini or something. So going to be playing some Baldur's Gate, some Pokemon, some Hitman maybe, some other shit. So see you then. But again, I'll be back tomorrow for more Valorant co-streaming. Peace.